we have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here, finally we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some, well, some elimination points for himself, I guess. And it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're gonna call that platform. King of the platform, I guess.
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL MY from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, Adelu definitely wants more, and then one made to rule them all. I mean, Ade. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all four still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang
keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini,
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Tempat ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik
kelakar semua ada. Jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, mos gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action.
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada lah kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah setiap game. Free point. Easy je. Memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league, and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate weh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa? Tak kenal tu. Sorry tu. I think exist because of jumper. Actually, he replaced Voke punya tempat because we know Voke how he handle Team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voke lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voke pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voke akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiku went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Bosskur lah, Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria. Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello, Jumper. I hope that you prepare your team, and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voke. Sebab Voke tak suka kita, kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah rimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang, memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. Aziz ganas.
Di mana ada kemenangan, di situ ada Geek fam. Once a Geek, always a fam.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dared to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia Singapore Philippines Spring Split to tick off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up. Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up on fight until you
succeed.
succeed.
Stand up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome down over to the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith. I'm going to be your host this evening. And yes, we are now down to the last 2 days of competitive week number 1, which means we're this close in finding out who would end up in the overall standings, or at least on top of the overall standings, to earn themselves that full 20 points. But before I move on any further on this matter here, just a huge shout out on the people on top. That is, of course, PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for making this entire event a reality. Here we are today, casting and actually talking about a game we know and love, and you at home getting to spend your weekends indoors and, you know, being safe while still feeling entertained. So we all benefit from this, and all I am asking you to do is to move over onto their social pages, be it Instagram, Facebook, or whatnot, maybe even TikTok. Hey, if you're the younger crowd, I applaud you for it. Go over to TikTok and wish them a happy 4-year anniversary. It's been 4 years now, although it seems very, very short, but they have done so much things towards the scene, and now joining with PH into the entire league, this can only grow bigger, better, and stronger. And it's all thanks to you guys, the community. So we have much to cover today. One thing's for sure, so far in week number 1, Singapore and Malaysia has been bagging the chicken dinners already. Will PH get one of their own? Now, the standards as well stays the same, with the highest fragging amounts per chicken dinner being 17 elimination. We got in close yesterday at 16. Still, RSG holds that gold standard up there in terms of a performance per match. But will it be broken today or tomorrow? That all depends on what plays down. In case you've forgotten about this brand new format here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, it's a new format with a five matches per day of a 5-day competitive week here in week number 1, week number 2, and week number 3, in which the teams will be playing for points to make sure that they end up in the overall top 20. See, so you want to end up on top, right? Because the top 16 there will move on to the country grand finals here. Well, obviously, based on the overall placement points, that's how much points you will get in the bonus points, which I will explain in a bit once they do show you. And good news, because the top 3 will then move over straight into the 2022 PMPLC Championship, while it's not over for the rest, because from position 4 to 6, we'll get a chance to fight for a slot in said C Championship through the C play-in, which will only happen for 1 day. So it becomes pretty crucial here if you want to work for some representation moving on onto the C Championship sort of things. Now, talking about the point system that takes place in-game, of course, this is the standard for PUBG Mobile, with first place taking home winner chicken dinner at 15 points, second bringing home 12, third at 10, fourth with 8, fifth with 6, 6 with 4, 7 with 2, and 8 to 12 bring home 1 point, 13 to 16. Well, brush it off and do better on the next page. I mean, the next match as well, with elimination points bring 1 per kill. Now, this is the bonus points I was talking about. So, at the end of the week, wherever you are in the overall standings, this is how much points you will earn that translates over towards the country final. So, if you're ended up in first place for the next 3 weeks, then you're going to back home for 60 points plus the country finals. That makes you 80 points in total. A huge head start, if you ask me. That 80 points is technically like 1 day gone. You got 1 day in the bag already. Now, these are the participating teams that we have for the league. In case you forget, the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring brings you Group A, Geek, R2K, Farang, Lejund, Clutch, Guerilla. Group B brings you Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, Homebois. Group C with Access redONE, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, Esports, Team Bosskur. Group B, Team SMG, RSG. MAB Esports, ALMGHTY, and Group E, Udo Alliance 4 Rivals, and the rest of the boys, Team Hak, Taba NC, and KHI Esports. KHI, by the way, the guest of honor, of course, being the first PH team to join the league here. Now, check out today's schedule for the matches. It is the same rotation of map with Sandhawk going in first. Obviously, we'd like to get the most random one out of the way as soon as we could. And then we're going to jump into Erangel next, a double Miramar, and end the day with another Erangel. And this is what we have so far here with the overall standings. R2K, after the double winner chicken dinner last night, that shoots them all the way up to first place with a hefty amount of lead here, almost about, actually, it's about 20 points. So they have a lead of 1 map, but can they get comfortable? Last we saw, the last person at number 1 spot was Team Bosskur, who had a lead, who was then thrown down all the way to the 5th place in just a single day. So definitely comfort zone is, or complacency is not a quality you'd like to practice. Dingoz coming in second, Homebois in third, and well, you saw the charts. Unfortunately for the Malaysian fans, one of the top 2 of the second draft happens to be Team Secret and Sem9, the 2 legendary teams coming in from MY, which the fans are still very, very hoping for them to step up, right? They're very holding to it. They're nostalgic. This team means something for Malaysia, and so they're a bit saddened to have seen them down here in the second draft. But of course, we all know Team Secret and Sem9 what their tempo is, and they usually warm things up a little bit later than usual. But however, they pull through, right? However, again, I'm gonna throw you a curveball. That was when super weekends were a thing. So you can get away with a few bad days. This time around, I don't think things are too lenient, so we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, I'm not going to be too negative about it because we've seen how a single game can turn things around here when it comes to PUBG Mobile. It is, after all, a battle royale with a lot to look forward to. Hopefully, PH, your fans are waiting on you. Your first ever chicken dinner, that's one way to get these spirits and morale back up. But this is what we have for today. Will we see another back-to-back chicken dinners? Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, this is the brand new PUBG Mobile patch note that has been updated. It is the PUBG Mobile version 1.9 here, which introduces you Vibrant Anniversary, colorful spawn island, aerial battlefield, colorful bicycles, and new camps. Because just when you thought things cannot get any stale, they decided, hey, we're going to throw in more colorful places for you to play in just to keep it fresh and alive. And, well, my advice to you, don't ride on those colorful bicycles because you're just an eye candy. People can shoot you down. So, classic mode has been improved also with the brand new bridge being introduced. This is classic mode. It doesn't translate onto your rank, but hopefully it does sooner than later because this new bridge does introduce many more tactical approach when it comes to fighting on his chokehold and getting to the other side of the islands. And, well, the upgraded cheer park, more fun things to look out for. But speaking of fun things, this is the funnest mode that PUBG Mobile has came out with this season. It's called Balloon Mode, or Don't Turn Into a Balloon, which really, it's a mouthful. So I'm calling it Balloon Mode because it sounds cuter. And look at the poster. It's cute too, because we don't see no gore or violence. You get shot, your head inflates with emojis, and then you float up to the sky. So it is as fun as it sounds. If you saw the show match, technically, theoretically speaking, if someone were to shoot you, your head inflates up, you float there forever, I think. I mean, nobody's really put it to the test when it comes to seeing the duration on which you get airtime. But last I saw, you're just dangling there forever until you get shot down by your ally or by your foe. Well, enough about that one. Go check out the balloon mode yourself. But this first match of the day, it's going to be Sandhawk, and I think Daba NC most probably is going to get this one just because of how slow they play, usually based on what I've seen them perform throughout the entire 3 days now. They understand the map and they play it slow, and I think that is just the recipe when it comes to Sandhawk here. Rotation is key, and so without further ado, I'm going to pass you on to the casters to take Sandhawk into the adventures.
Dumaan man tayo sa pagsubok ngayon, wag nating kalimutan, Pilipino tayo. Kami nga pala uli, ang iyong mga casters. Ako si Kuko TV, kasama ko si Bekbek. Again, guys, sinabi ko kanina, wag tayong mawawala ng pag-asa. PH #1 pa rin. KHI, even though na nasa 20th spot sila ngayon, babangon at babangon tayo muli. And Bekbek, ikaw ba? Ano sa tingin mo? Ano sa tingin mo sa sinabi ko dun sa nauna na yun? What do you think will happen today?
Well, bago lahat yon, so punta tayo sa ating mga sponsors for today. Maraming salamat sa ating Realme 9 Pro Plus, the #1 smartphone brand in the Philippines for 2021. Capture the light with Realme 9 Pro Plus, and baka ito na nga ang sagot to shot that leaderboard. And syempre, meron tayo isa pang sponsor which will be Yudo, our official digital telco partner. Get a 5 GB free data plus 20 GB of PUBG Mobile data. So switch to Yudo. Kaya talagang maraming salamat sa ating mga sponsors. And grabe, Kuko, na andito na tayo sa map ng Sandhawk natin. Pero mamaya natin sasagutin yung iyong tanong, and talagang mabilisang laban agad to for each and every team. But here we are with the first match, as we have here the plane path na nagsisimula sa area ng Dax hanggang dulo ng Camp Alpha. Kuko, so sabihin nito, kahit saan man sulok sila pumunta dito, talagang mahal na mahal nila ang PUBG Mobile. It's going to be really reserve talaga yung kanilang mga dropping points in this map of Sandhawk.
Totoo yan, at yun ang sinasabi natin, coming from Dax, ang pinakagusto ni Bekbek, mga kaibigan, until Camp Alpha. And going back dun sa tinanong ko, Bekbek, Key Esports currently at 20th spot. Is there still a chance for them to be able to bounce back in the leaderboards?
I do believe na kaya pa ng KHI Esports. No? Nung nanalo kahapon yung Almighty sa isang game, that gave us hope. No? Kung kinaya nila i-read, kung kinaya nilang basahin lahat ng mga gameplays ng meta na binibigay ng ating mga Malaysian kupunan, mukhang kakayanin din naman ng ating mga PH, ang ating PH representative. And yun na nga, di ba, yung circle natin is going to be on the right side of the map, kung saan napaka-larger island natin. Pero nagsabay-sabay din ang ating KHI versus THQ. And they are already setting up frag grenade pero mukhang nagkakaroon na nga ng casualty dito sa side ng SMG versus our RSG.
And KHI Esports dropping down to their usual spot in Hatin here in Sanok. Kahapon, Bek, kung maalala mo, they drop right below or right nearby actually. Doon sa mapa ng or sa town ng Hatin, and there you go, Monboy. Magpatikim ng bomba kay Dams, and Dams right now is in trouble, mga kaibigan. Nagpapanggap siyang damo. Hindi ka makakapagpanggap na damo dito, Dams, kasi nga nandito na ang KHI.
Alam mo, KHI is really battling out for their very, very best. And mukhang gusto nilang makuha yung mga kills dito. And with THQ in their spot, talagang papalayasin nila. Gusto nila patikim na, uy, umalis ka dito sa area namin dahil this is our spot. But we also have to look out yung mga ibang players natin from the THQ na medyo malayo. We have Demigod dito na kung saan nasa side out niya na kung saan ba yung mga ibang kaibigan natin. So 2-2, medyo magkakalayo yung ibang kaibigan natin from the THQ and KHI here. Talagang regroup sila as much as possible dahil gusto nila kakalabanin nila as a 4-man team against the THQ na kung saan dalawa lang dito sila, si Zali at saka si Da.
At magandang ginagawa ni Zali, no, Bek, kung napansin mo, bumaril siya. That is in order for KHI to actually hold their positions. And right now, yun na nga yung time para makabawi na nga yung dalawang players na nasa likod pa, which is si Rensky and si Haikul, na kung saan malapit na sila ngayon sa mga players ng KHI. So magbaback off sila dito kay Dams, and Dams will be able to actually recover doon sa nagawang bomba sa kanya. And right now, Monboy will focus din at the same time dito sa likod. And it's gonna be a 3v2 situation. Bomba para sa'yo, mga kaibigan. Galing kay Monboy na naman. It's actually gonna be smoke ata or parang stun grenade lang. Walang nangyari doon. Pero yun nga lang, men, Demigod na stuck doon sa likod. Siya na nga ay mananakdown. And Haikul will go for the push. Rensky naman ay may vector magtanggol. And Monboy makakabawi ng Thompson, mga kaibigan. Tamang bawian lang. It is a trade-off here between the two teams, THQ and KHI Esports. Ngayon si Rankid naman ay may kasama dito. Pwede niyang i-revive itong si Demigod ata. No, hindi. Malayo pa. Itong si Demigod, Monboy, Damas or rather, will be out na dito, Bek. Will they be able to bounce back here?
Alam mo, super hirap kasi ng situation ng KHI Esports with the 3-1 na kung saan nag-focus muna sila sa dalawa natin. And we know, hindi nagbibiro talaga ang laban dito. But syempre na nakakaroon ng bakbakan na dito sa side ng THQ as we have Haikul natin knockout. But tingnan natin kung si Ransky natin dito, kung kakayanin kaya niya mapa-knockout si Monboy na kung saan he is regenerating his life para mapaglaban niya ulit ang kanyang bandera dito sa THQ natin. And moving on to the side of our Ranked naman at sa dulo naman, so siya naman ay nag-guide naman or siya ay tinitingnan niya kung meron sa malayo. But Monboy natin dito, hindi nagpatalo. Siya ay knockout sa kanyang position and leaving out Ranked and Demigod left into the game. What is going to happen kung sa ating dalawa to dahil ready na mag-push ang mga THQ and kailangan na nga umalis. Kailangan mabilis ang galawan for KHI para hindi sila mahabol dito ng THQ natin.
Nang dahil sa fake shot ni Zali, nawala ang laro ngayon ng strategy ng KHI Esports. 2v4 situation, Dams, walang kahil-hil yan. Anong hil-hil, sabi ni Dams? Ipupush ko kayo hanggang sa makatulong ako sa kasquad ko. And right now, Demigod doesn't have any heals as well ata. Kasi parang hindi pa siya nakapag-heal dito. Down to 1/4 HP pa rin. Itong si Demigod, Ranked here has some bandages. Pwede niyang ibigay kay Demigod. But right now, they're being pressured. Sobrang pressured na ang KHI Esports, and THQ is pushing up to the tempo, man. And right now, Demigod are ready with that frag grenade. Tingnan natin kung makakaisa sila dito. Dams, mahina ka, boy. Low HP ka. Kayo na nga si Ranked, mga kaibigan. Saktong-sakto. Bawal ka pumasok sa bahay ni Kuya, mga kaibigan. And right now, Demigod going for the shot here. But no! KHI Esports from the Philippines, man, will get the too soon award, Bek.
Grabe, nag-celebrate na agad ang ating mga THQ sa side ng KHI, but that's all right, no? Dahil syempre, it's just a start of the game pa naman tayo. Pwede pa bumawi ang ating KHI sa ating natitirang 3 games para sa kanila. But moving forward muna tayo dito sa side ng ating Team Bosskur, and Team Bosskur here knows na sila ay nandito sa area, but they also have to watch out. May Yudo Alliance 4 rivals sa kabila, and meron pa silang matatanaw na iba't ibang pupunan around the area. So ingat ingat lang muna ang Bosskur natin sa side na to.
And Team Bosskur, ganun talaga yung laro nila, Bekbek. Maingat talaga sila very early in the game. Hindi sila kagaya ng ibang teams na talagang guns blazing, kumbaga, yung ginagawa nila. They are gonna get those kills by midway through until the end. But right now, looking at the situation, nakarinig, nakatimbre itong mga almighty ng Singapore doon sa hatinan. Right now, sila Virgil together with the gang ay tinitignan na nga itong THQ. They all have their guns ready. Kumbaga, firing squad to. Back para sa Almighty.
Alam mo talaga, ramdam ko na ang KHI natin ay talagang nagsistruggle sila. If hindi man nag-work yung kanilang mga strategies and gameplays here sa laban na to, they really have to change it through. Kasi alam naman natin na doon talaga sila nagda-drop sa hatting or even as well sa area ng cow. But it seems like it's not working for them yung ating area na yon na sa yung area nila which is yung hatting. So dapat they should have dropped yung kung saan nag-drop sila kapon. Kasi maganda na yung gameplay na ginawa ng KHI kagabi. I mean, yeah, yung yesterday's match natin sa match ng Sunhawk. And here, it's not working. Siguro nag-expect sila na walang makakasabay doon dahil that was the dropping point as well ng SEM9. No? And SEM9 here, since aware ang KHI na walang SEM9, doon sila magda-drop, but it was too risky dahil andun din yung THQ natin na kung saan talagang aabang-abangan talaga nila ang KHI natin. But here's the side naman ng Dingoz natin, mukhang may kinakalaban sila na NC natin and we know na meron ng casualty sa side ng Taba NC.
And Taba NC, remember them, Bek kahapon sinabi ko, marunong silang pumwesto pero ngayon di sila makapwesto sa Sanok. Again, the smallest map in competitive mode. And right now, NC has one man down. And Dingoz able to actually get one. Itong Dingoz, Bek, isa sa mga teams talaga na nag-top during the first day ng ating torneo na to. Pero mukhang nakuhanan na ng R2K yung kanilang number 1 spot. Tingnan natin kung makakaangat uli sila. But right now, Taba NC will try to regroup here with the 3-man strong RSG din at the same time. Bek kahapon medyo maalat din when it comes to to placing kasi meron silang mga kill points or elimination points. Ang problema nga lang yung pag-clutch ng chicken dinner hindi nila magawa-gawa.
Yes, agree with you, no. Talagang lagi silang nadadali, no, sa dulo ng play safe zone. And even as well, no, with Dingoz natin na kung saan talagang natanggalan talaga sila ng karapatan dito para umakyat ang kanilang mga score. Pero dito para sa side ng ating almighty na si Nasty, and that was quite a nasty move dahil siya pa lang ay pupunta pa lang sa bato na yon, pero hindi nga kanaya mapa-knockout dito si Amsky natin of our THQ or si Rensky natin pala ng THQ. So Rensky here will try to regenerate his life as much as possible coming from that area of hatting. He has to make sure that reset will be a possible way for him to fight off our almighty dito sa laban na to.
Speaking of Nasty, Bek, napansin ko lang kamukha ni Nasty si Asoray. No? Pansin mo ba? Kamukha ni Asoray si Nasty. And shoutout sa Asoray and Ray na nasa poll question kanina. Sana naman kami yung nandyan. Kasi kami yung caster. Baka Bekenemen.
Hindi, baka sakaling pagalingan tayo popularity baka naman iboto nyo daw natin sila Asoray sa kasi yung PH number 1. Kailangan bias tayo dito, Kuko, no?
Walang ka-bias.
Wala talagang
almighty nga si Nasty kamukha ni Asoray. Ibig sabihin Pilipino yan. Si Nasty. Diba?
Baka kailangan natin i-search yung history nito. Pero syempre, no, kung KHI natin ay talaga nagsistruggle sila in terms of leaderboards, baka naman doon sa poll natin, i-number 1 yun naman yung Pilipinas representative natin. Baka sakali lang, no, di ba? Pero syempre, dito tayo sa area ng Paradise Resort, wherein we've seen SMG and RSG in this area. And familiar talaga ako sa laro ng SMG dito na kung saan nakapag triple kill dito ang isang player natin from the SMG, and not sure if they will be able to eliminate as well yung mga natitirang 3 players kasi si Mail dito, he is ready to blackmail off. And yun na nga, nagtap na frag grenade, sakto kaya sa side directs, and kuha niya, men! What a frag grenade coming from SMG. Isa pang tapon, pero tingnan natin kung mahuhuli nga ba Balbon ang ating RSG, but that was quite a good thing na nag-move na siya agad-agad.
Sabi ni SMG Mail eh. Email received, di ba? SMG Mail, di ba? No pun intended mga kaibigan. Pero right now, you do Alliance for Rivals mga kaibigan versus Farang Lejund. And right now, si Addict Hihi. Tingnan natin kung makakahihi siya dito. Oy! And Vector magtanggol mga kaibigan. Hindi man lang tinamaan ng marami yung player na yon ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. At siya na nga ang mananakdown kung sino pa ang nagabang. Siya pa ang nanakdown and Rift will be taken down as well. May third part, may ano pala dito, may tulong pala. Si Addict Hihi, kaso nga lang kulang na kulang kasi mag-isa lang siya si Helton doon. And Repo Boy mga kaibigan will go for that 6x scope on that M4. Medyo malayo nga lang siya dito. Helton will drive away from the area mga kaibigan. And this is a good idea, man. Pagka talagang hirap na hirap ka when it comes to numbers, Bek, talagang batsy ka na.
Oo, alam mo talaga mahirap kasi na kung ikaw lang talaga mag-isa tas paglalaban mo. Although I like the fighting spirit. I like the fighting spirit. Pero here in this game, talagang kailangan din natin i-consider yung teammates natin na ay kailangan ginagawa natin to para sa team. Pero syempre nakikita na sa side ng SMG versus our RSG. Pero meron pa kasamang Almighty na kung saan si Jenny pala natin dito. Knockout in his position. Akala ko napamali pala tayo. Pero syempre mukhang ginaguard lang dito ni Mail. No? He's trying to make sure na wala magi-infiltrate na RSG sa area ng Jenny natin from the SMG.
At alam na ni Rex kung nasan si SMG Mail mga kaibigan. An email sent sa'yo! Sabi ni Rex. Ayan, nag-reply na ang RSG mga kaibigan. And RSG Malaysia, Rex just throwing bombs after bombs sa side ng SMG. Sabi ni Rex, umalis kayo, get the hell out of here. Sabi ni Rex, and this is really good for RSG kasi kanina pa sila na nape-pressure ni SMG Mail kasi si SMG Mail nasa bubong. So nasa akit bahay gang siya, Bek. So kitang-kita niya lahat, mga kaibigan.
Email sent, email received din ang kanyang granada dito. And alam mo, feel ko talagang fully booked ang ating Paradise Resort. Talagang mahal na mahal nila ang PUBG Mobile. Mahal na mahal talaga nila ang mapa na Sunhawk. Kasi dito sila makahanap ng pag-ibig lang sa area ng Paradise Resort. And sobrang pogi daw ng SMG. No, sila ang target. Sila ang apple of the eye for the RSG. No? Parehas silang G, pero parehas din sila G na G lumaban sa sa unang mapa natin.
Si Anik Boy naaanik na doon sa Gedli, pero right now CLC Clutch Guerilla mga kaibigan, medyo tahimik lang ang Clutch Guerilla, napakalayo kasi ng lokasyon nila doon sa Bilog. But right now, Team Bosskur tinitingnan na ang Yudo Alliance for Rivals. By the way guys, again, ang Yudo ang ating official digital telco partner. So yan, check out niyo Yudo, men. Pero right now, si Izane rather ng R2K kahapon Bek. Ewan ko ano nakain nito. Naka ata ito. Nakapansit canton plus siomai buff ata ito.
Baka hindi lang yun, baka may babe buff pa ang ang ating Izane. No? Pero let's see if kakayanin kaya nila i-really set yung standard nila o yung really magpapalayo talaga sila ng score sa ating mga kupunan natin. Kasi sila pa rin yung nasa number 1 spot natin, ating mga R2K. Pero hindi nagpapatalo ating mga EVOS natin dahil sinusubukan nila maubos ang ating mga CLC. But it wasn't going to be enough to take them out of the equation. Pero kailangan din mag-ingat ng CLC dahil meron din NC Taba nasa pinakatuktok.
And CLC, maganda ang rotation nila doon. Hindi sila gaanong tinamaan. At the same time, meron pa silang sasakyan. And there you go, Repo Boy. Tamang spray. Na parang Baygon, mga kaibigan. Patay na ang mga lamok, sabi ni Repo Boy. Pero walang namatay na kalaban. Pero right now, Dingoz, nandoon rin sa other side ng Team Bosskur. So, sandwich sila dito. Mapapano sila dito? TLC, di ba? And right now, Axis redONE. Hello Jumper kaya ng Key Esports to. Actually wala na pala yung Key Esports, so hindi na sila makaka-hello kay Jumper. Pero si Kasang ay papalayo na nga. Ayoko sabihin talaga Bek yung last name ni Kasang. Ikaw ba?
pati ano yan, yun yung i-idol niya talaga niya si Tony Fowler, no? Ito si
Oo.
si kakang niya.
Sasampalin ka
Idol
nun
niya
ng
yan.
ano niya. Oo.
Na talagang wala, makasabog ka hanggang Mirabar para sa kalaban. Pero syempre no, habang sila ay talagang nagre-reposition, trying to make sure na sila ay pasok din sa ating play safe zone. Pero there's also one thing na kailangan nila i-consider, no. Tama kaya yung kanilang call na mag-move agad, no? Tama kaya yung magiging call or tama kaya yung pupunta na sila agad sa gitna? Kasi with that map na pinakita kanina, nakita na natin yung congestion sa may gitna ng ating log B. So, it's really quite going to be really hard for them. Kaya siguro information must be breach para sila ay mapatay yung each and every kupunan na andito na yan. Pero syempre, Farang Legend natin, site nila na meron na ngang kaibigan sa pinakatuktok or sa pinakababa nila, which will be our EVOS VIP.
Kanina si Repo Boy, hindi pa niya nakita doon yung isang EVOS VIP na si Soms. And speaking of VIP or EVOS VIP rather, kanina sa Trash Talk episode 1, no, sabi niya si Haikul ng THQ umalis kasi wala daw siyang nagawa masyado sa EVOS VIP. And then sabi niya sa THQ, wala pa rin siyang magagawa. So, diba? Tamang trash talk lang, mga kaibigan, ang ginawa niya doon. Pero right now, we have Helton able to actually get some shot. Pero CLC, tamang third party sa likod. And actually, sandwich na nga ang EVOS VIP. And right now, sobrang hirap ng positioning nila. And at the same time, on the kill feed, Dingoz and Team Bosskur ay nagkakapatay na nga. Shinzi, kailangan ng tulong dito. Nare-revive na siya dito. And Adibs right now, mukhang magbabato siya ng granada doon sa Farang Legend. Karambola na back ang nangyayari dito. Royal Rumble dito sa PMPL.
Grabe, lumipat na pala dito ang Royal Rumble. Pero yan, kung sino ba sa kanila ang magwawagi to get that first winner chicken dinner, it's all about strategies. It's all about gameplay. And we know for sure that these teams will not back down. They will not duck, they will not hide, but they will hold the line.
Let's see kung ma-hold ba nila yung linya na yan. Pero right now, tingnan natin kung yung linya ng Farang Legend ay makakuha na nga nila. Actually, maganda ang pinapakita nila dito. But at the same time, R2K galing sa likod. Gustong putukan sa likod ang CLC, mga kaibigan. At ayun na nga, CLC will get eliminated. Wala na nga sila. 15 silang sumunod na team ang nawala dito. Pero right now, uy! Snipes, anong ginagawa mo dyan? May delivery ka dyan? Sabi ng mob, ito na, delivery receive. And right now, Calamity will take the kill. And Map Esports, nabubuhay na bigla-bigla. And right now, Sams, ako po, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Bakit ka nagtatampisaw sa damo? And right now, Repo Boy, mukhang tinatamaran sa Gedli dito. And si Insoms, mga kaibigan, mukhang maganda rin ang pinapakita dahil napatay na nga niya si Repo Boy. And right now, EVOS VIP, kanina, back na, sandwich na sila pa. Ang buhay dito.
Alam mo, it's going to be a perseverance, no, for each and every team dito. Kahit tamaan sila ng maraming bala or kahit mamatay sila dito ng marami, pero sila ay talagang hindi sila susuko. Gusto nila yung fighting spirit nila is on a 101%. Pwede nga pinalibutan ng ating mga R2K, ang ating mga Farang Legend, and talagang si Leo here, ang papatapon mo nila sa ating lobby mo na. Manood ka muna ng PMPL, but R2K will not back down dahil sila ay nakakuha na ng 4 kills on their plate. Pero madadagdagan pa kaya dahil we still have 12 teams left with 44 players alive and this fourth phase of the play safe zone. So medyo magiging mainit na kuko ang ating laban. Alam mo, hindi ko na alam kung saan na tayo mag-spectate kasi or saan na tayo magkakas kasi kalimot kanan yung laban natin dito. Pero syempre nakuha rin ng ating mga team Bosskur, ang ating side ng ating mga R2K, not just one, not just two, pero opportunista ang ginawa ng ating Insomnia as he managed to kill steal yung mga napanak-out ng ating mga team Bosskur. Talagang iyak ka doon, pero siya iiyak din dahil siya ay na-knock-out sa play safe zone.
Wala siyang nagawa dun, Beck. Kumbaga, nagpa-knockdown na lang siya dun sa zone. And right now, Pemburo able to actually get some really easy kills here. Tamang gatekeep lang ang ginagawa ngayon ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. Kaso nga lang, ito na ang good day manager, Axis, redONE, mga kaibigan. Mika, OP, hindi ka OP, sabi ni A2. A2, susuntok kayo, nagbabaralin ka hanggang sa mamatay ka. Pero Circle ay napunta na nga sa Tatmok, mga kaibigan. Nakita natin sa top right corner ng ating screen. Pero right now, Ricky, tamang spray lang doon sa Taba NC. Buhay pa rin ang Taba NC. Kaso nga lang, mali ang parking mo, Uy, kailangan mong i-park yan sa tamang parking lot. Pero right now, play zone ay pumapatay sa mga players. Bek-bek, di ba? Imbis na makita mo na kalaban nila ang pumapatay sa kanila, yung blue zone.
Super sakit na nga, pero tingnan natin si Naoki, mukhang hindi nga na siya makakapag-revive dahil siya ay mamamatay din sa ating log B natin. So 10 teams left into the 5th phase of the play safe zone and 26 players alive, pero staying din si Kidok, pero mapapanakad kaya ating mga NC dahil hindi siya kaya tuluyan ang ating mga NC Taba. Pero meron pa rin tayo mga kaibigan from the Dingoz na kung saan kinuha nila ang side ni Frankie and meron pang magic sa pinakatuktok. Ingat lang ang ating mga kaibigan dito. But syempre, Dingoz here is on fire. Ito na kaya ang hinahanap natin na momentum mula sa kanila dahil not just one, not just two, but even 3 kills on their plate na nga. Kuko, ang hirap talaga ng pinapahirapan talaga ng mga Dingoz natin, yung mga kaibigan natin dito sa PMPL MYSGPH.
At medyo mahirap din kasi back yung circle na nangyari dito. Actually, coming from yung mga players na sa south side, talagang ma-open at ma-open sila. Pero yung mga nasa northern side, medyo magiging madali ito sa kanila. And at the same time, yung area kung saan yung Dingoz, pwede nilang ma-revive agad-agad yung kanilang mga teammates. Pero right now, looking at the situation for SMG, wala na nga si SMG mail na email na nga siya sa kabilang buhay, mga kaibigan. And Almighty is still alive, men. SG region is actually showing that they can actually get into it dito sa mga Malaysian teams, and Almighty still with a 4-man strong. Ang pinaka-problema lang nila dito, Bek, is sila yung team na nasa pinakamalayong side ng area ng circle natin. And right now, Maki, sasakay pa kayo ng sasakyan, hindi ko kayo papapasukin, sabi niya. And right now, on the kill feed also at the same time, Baby Kim, nawala na ng isang player ng SMG doon. And Maki, talagang pinapahirapan niya yung Almighty. Almighty, isa-isa siyang nawawala, na-knockdown, nagiging sanggol silang lahat, Bek. At nag-iisa na nga lang siya doon. Pero pinapahirapan niya yung 4 na players ng Almighty.
Grabe. Alam mo, akala ko Mocking J lang pala ang magpapadala. This Mocking J is on fire, no? Hindi lang Almighty ang kanyang focus, but he also to watch out kasi may kaibigan pa tayo mga Dingoz and meron pang SMG na nakapalibot sa kanya. So, ingat lang for the side, but Dingoz natin dito hindi nagpapatalo, but that blue zone here is already closing in, moving into the 7th phase of the placing zone. Okay na lang, pero nandito ang ating mga Dingoz ready to fire, ready to shoot sa ating mga map Esports. John, what are you doing? Knockout na nga ni Baby Kim ang ating John, and what is it for SMG to respond to these players dahil mas mainit pa sa hot ang labanan natin dito sa 7th phase of the play safe zone.
And right now, yung init na yun ay medyo umupa na. The calm before the storm, mga kaibigan. Pero yun na nga, nagkabarilan na naman agad-agad. And right now, the grenade elimination galing kay Ricky, the Dragon. And right now, Ricky will try to finish off yung mga... Uy! At anong sinasabi mong Ricky the Dragon? Hindi! Rensky with that nade. Trade of nade, mga kaibigan. Tamang ganti lang para sa THQ, and THQ still with a 4-man strong na revive pa nga yung isa nilang kasama. Actually, 3-man strong na yung THQ. And right now, we still have 2 teams or 2 other remaining teams. Yung Dingoz and SMG. Isa na lang sa SMG. And Baby Kim ngayon ay tinatamaan na nga si Gedli, and Haikul will now cook up the nade. Lutong-luto, mga kaibigan. Tingnan natin kung tatama kay Baby Kim. And Ati, naglulut pa si Ati. Uy, wala na. Endgame na. Huwag ka na mag-loot, Ati. And right now, Ati, he was actually seeing THQ. And THQ, nahirapan dito sila sa circle. At sila pa nga ang nawala. And right now, SMG still alive here with a 1v1 isa. Uy, anong nangyari? At na-DBS, mga kaibigan, si Jenny. Anong ginagawa mo? That is a chicken dinner. 12 kills para sa Dingoz ng Malaysia.
Grabe. Dingoz Esports managed to take that first winner chicken dinner. Pero syempre, hihimayin natin yan sa ating mga highlights. Ako po si Bek and kasama natin si Kuku. We will be back here.
Yes, we may have similar circle, but it was a different victor who came out on top. If you didn't already know, that circle over in Tatmok was SMG's first ever chicken dinner, and till this day, their only chicken dinner. Unfortunately for them, they were this close to securing one. Once again, the win condition was there. However, the ship sailed east instead. And so, congratulations to Dingoz. They came out victorious with that one. And it seems like the reoccurring theme here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring seems to be absolutely firepower. But first, good stuff finally up for grabs. I talked about giveaways, and today is one of those days. Very generous is PUBG Mobile right now. Go get yourself this chlorophyll outfit with a corn of the cob head with the code down below, okay? Go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. Look at these two codes, screenshot it, type it in immediately, actually, because these are unique links, which means it will be a different set of code later on for today, which means if someone has claimed it, you cannot do so. Simple as that. Hey, you want things to be competitive? You want to fight for the #1 slot? Then, hey, join in on the action. See how fast your hands are. Can you type these codes out and redeem it before anyone else can? That is also a question for you. So, let us take a look at the brand new PUBG Mobile. It is called the PUBG Mobile version 1.9. Okay, in case you didn't already know, the Vibrant Anniversary has been introduced here, bringing you some colorful spawn islands, or I guess your waiting screen while you wait for the flight to actually take off. It's going to be a bit more colorful and not so dull anymore. Meanwhile, Aerial Battlefield is also introduced here alongside with colorful bicycles and new camps for you to explore. Aerial Battlefield, where we're going here? Air, gunships, dogfights? I don't know. You can already drive airplanes in PUBG Mobile anywhere. Now it's just adding in firepower into it, possibly so. This is Classic Mode as well, introducing new bridge, recall mechanic, and other basic improvements, and more details on that is right here, the mechanical improvements, which is going to change the way you play the game. First of all, you can be a bit more negligent, I guess, about the blue zone here now that they introduced you to play zone countdown reminders, so you don't always need to keep it at the back of your head. However, obviously, the information is king, and if you do have that already in the back of your head, just keep on doing that. Here's just an annoying reminder for you. Viewpoint has been adjusted as well, and a quick voice wheel chat in case you want to be a little bit more toxic. In a friendly way, of course. Just keep spamming the voice notes in which PUBG Mobile has released, some of them being with your own Malaysian players and idols or whatnot, right? Or maybe the Singapore players one day, PH, going to get their own voice note. I'm not promising anything. I'm just saying the possibility is there because they've already done it with some of the players here in the MY region. So all you have to do is go over to the app, download the thing, or download the latest update. So not really download per se, update it, update the app and try it on for size and let me know how it goes, okay? Just like the balloon mode, just like some of the brand new things that PUBG Mobile has been giving out here now that it's its 4th year anniversary. In case I haven't repeat that all too many times now. Go wish them a happy birthday. Go wish them down in the chat. Go wish the moderator who's working for PUBG Mobile and wish her a happy birthday. Right now, we have the match rankings with 12 eliminations on the side of Dingoz and a 15 points to sweeten the deal up here. At first place, that is Dingoz, running away with a total of 27 points. SMG came in close, came in second, taking away 18 points. Not nearly as much as they hoped they would have, but hey, if you're SMG, you haven't been too hot besides the first match in day #1, so I'll take it. Team Hot coming in close as well towards their chicken dinner at 15 points. Taba NC, the team I voted, unfortunately, because I voted for them, maybe did not pan out so well, so I'll take the blame for that one. Axis Esports, or Axis redONE, tying things out with MAB. MAB, a team down in the second draft who has been showing a lot of fight recently. Unfortunately, although the damage they dish out is high, people tend to finish the job for them. So Dingoz Baby Kim taking home MVP, 6 eliminations, 940 damage under his name. This guy is a lethal killer and a team player here with 38% of the team contribution contributed by his end. So pretty much a well-balanced team. I mean, we saw how they played that circle. They took over 1/4 of it from the get-go. There was no fear. I mean, there was no way they were going to let that one slip and slide here. Take a look at the weekly rankings. This is the overall so far. R2K still on top. Like I mentioned, they did have a lead of about 1 game, 20 points. And so right now, exacerbating their lead a little bit, I guess, with the way they played it previously. However, Dingoz slowly catching up now, 148. And so that 20 points different now just dialed down to probably less than 10 even. So I'm not going to do the specific counting. You do it. Homebois is coming in third, staying stagnant there, 118. Axis, red one as well. Still, I think they moved up a little bit. But Team Secret not going anywhere anytime soon. And Almighty, man, this team from the Singapore region, from the bottom, now crawling their way up onto the second draft most possibly. If they can keep up with the consistency, Almighty might very well stand a chance to make their way up into the middle of the pack or even the upper middle of the pack, right? So Sam9 will drop, unfortunately, with that. Someone has to go up, someone has to go down. Clutch Guerilla as well. Farang now occupies in the second last column here in the overall standings, which is not very pleasing, I guess, because they are the talk of the town. People did see a lot of potential for them, and in fact, they shocked a lot of the fans here in the MY region last season. So them coming on this sort of performance it's night and day. It's heaven and hell. It's heaven and earth, I guess, to be more PC about things. It's not the difference, the discrepancy you'd expect coming from this team, especially with the kind of players on their entire roster. But let's see how Dingoz earned their chicken dinner here. Now, obviously, the drop spot there did favor them. They had a very weird 1-1-1 split just to go in for the resources at each corners of the map in which the vicinity of their drop spot here. One at Tatmog, one in Mog 9. And fortunately for them, the first circle did close towards them. So after having looted that option, they don't come back and regroup. Instead, they decided to spread out to gain info on the rotations, seeing as though that they are smack dab in the center here. And by actually doing so, they risk eliminating, they lower the risk of losing the entire teams, right? Because when you're just spread out, one thing, you get info, and if they do crash upon one of these small compounds or shed that they currently reside in, it will be one member down instead of the entire team. So playing it smart, recognizing that the circle is smack dab around them. It is a Tatmog circle again, so it's easy for teams like SMG and RSG. RSG actually crashing into SMG's location over at Paradise. They kind of have an idea on where all the teams are. Eventually, when that circle closes in a little bit further, when all the teams are being gatekept by the right-hand side, as you can see on the east, I remember seeing a bunch of the team trying to push through. Obviously, EVOS had their squabbles with Farang, which then got people dying in the process. Bosskur being gatekept by Baby Kim. And besides that, there was no other way through because they're going to be killing each other off. I believe NC tried and got into a car just to drive over to where Rush currently is, but again, where Dingoz was, they actually shot down the vehicle trying to make that rotation, leaving only Magics within the blue cannot rotate in. So from the get-go, Dingoz, the way they spread out and occupy that map from the circle previously actually gave them a lot of control when it comes to gatekeeping that circle as well. And as we can see, this was the paradise in which SMG was quietly residing for the longest of time, unfortunately, because they did have earlier confrontations with RSG, but they never really clear off the entire team. They got one kill, and they just allowed RSG to occupy the space further, which means how do you make a rotation out of Paradise without risking being shot when you let the enemy live? That is the million-dollar question here. Now, eventually, as the circle closes, everyone would have to leave the comforts of their own respective compounds. Dingoz, sure, they got shot a little bit, but they had Baby Kim here, who's got eyes on the entire SMG. You got It's Kiddos and Ricky guarding the northern side, where they see the entirety of Team Hawk, right? And eventually, the circle does close in even further, and Dingoz, the way they spread out and take control of the entire map, at least 1/4, I believe, was occupied by Dingoz, and everyone else just, well, they just got shot down. They were literally right in front of them. So Almighty playing it passive. They like to do this. This is like previously how they got their winner chicken dinner. Take a look at how Dingoz is spread out. 1/4 of the map, actually I would even say close to half here. 3/4 of the map is occupied by Dingoz with the wide spread. Everyone else just right in front of their eyeballs. It was just a shoot ahead and don't look back, and you'll eventually get the winner chicken dinner prize here. And that's exactly what they did. Great movement by them, understanding the map really well from the get-go, right? Like, you would even argue with that small bit of chance that the circle closed on them, the way they chose to play being smack dab in the center is what won them the game, because not much has changed since they occupied center zone, and when the circle closed, everything just fell into place. And so Dingoz, they are also sharpshooters, so things work out, and a winner with a chicken dinner. So congratulations once again, Dingoz. However, this is only the first game of the day. We have 4 more to play out here. Next is Erangel, a double Miramar waiting for us, and we're gonna end the day again with Erangel. So before we get into more action here with the PUBG Mobile 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring, I'm gonna go into a quick break. So I'll see you when that time comes. See ya.
We are. We have some teams going into aerial combat on top, and oh, it's a party! My goodness me, have you ever seen this before? I don't even know who should I start with right here.
Well, it's like rainbows all over. And here we go. I can't even see, like, okay, I can see someone's like dropping over, and that's about it. But we have look here. Finally, we have visual onto RSG. He's gonna go and get some. Well, some elimination points for himself, I guess, and it's just a party that's happening. I don't know when you're going to call that platform. King of the platform, I guess?
Well, King of the Skies, I would say, but right down low, we still have more action going on. It's PMPL MY from GENEXUS that will go in to punish the sole member of Bosskur, and he's just floating. Just punching him in there, and oh my word. That's a good way to start off the day. I guess that with more and more things happening, we have ALMGHTY just cycling around, trying to get something out of school.
Okay, I can't, you know, I can't get enough of that. I gotta hear more of that. But talking about more, ALMGHTY definitely wants more, and then one day to rule them all. I mean, ALMGHTY. Yeah, just did that.
Secret.
But wait a second. Team Secret had all 4 still alive? I thought that they were down to the last man, or at least 2 team members left, but...
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday
to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun.
Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat.
Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary.
Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa untuk saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac
sehingga 17 April. Season 5 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
Di Facebook dan YouTube.
See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. One, mos, gemuk.
1, 2, 3, action. Macam tu.
3, 2, 1, action!
I think it's going to be competitive.
Bukan agak lah, memang lebih mencabar.
Pasti sengit. PMPL season ni lagi sengit daripada PMPL season 4. Confirm.
Agak mencabar lah untuk format baru. Benda bagus yang patut ada kat Liga.
Lagi seronok lah sebab tak ada orang yang boleh try and error. Diorang dah tak ada masa untuk main-main lah.
Baguslah untuk tim yang konsisten.
Kita orang akan perform lah untuk nak dapatkan extra 20 point tu. Memang for rival akan buat yang terbaik lah. Setiap game, free point. Easy je, memang easy.
Free point je kot. Because they have player named Demigod, but I don't think he's God.
Singapore tu easy. Philippines tu lagi easy. Buat je semua tu.
We are prepared in this league and we think that the Malaysian and the participating teams is fearing us since all teams are eyes on us.
Malaysia mesti dominate meh. Kau tak payah nak cakap besar kau akan dominate liga kita orang. Bak datang. Kita tunggu.
Almost the whole team of SMG to Homebois, because there's like 75% of the core members.
Review? Kenapa? Tak kenal lo. Sorry lo.
I think exist because of jumper. Actually he replace Voke punya tempat. Because we know Voke how he handle team AZ before. He really barbar. Kita pun tahu how jumper punya gameplay. So I don't think they can commit well to jumper, but I'm not sure. Just wait and see.
Dia sebenarnya terkejut Din lah. Dia keluar daripada secret masuk ke Aziz. Tapi ada udang di sebalik batu sebenarnya. Kalau korang nak tahu, boleh tengok saya punya.
Saya rasa Voke lah. Saya pun tak jangka Voke pergi forever tu. Saya ingat Voke akan stay, tapi dia pergi sana. Apalah.
As I know, like Haiku went to THQ, so maybe because he didn't do anything in EVOS as well. Even he go THQ, he didn't give any impact. So I think that's the reason why Andrew kicked him there.
Trash talk lah kan? Bosskur lah, Bosskur. Saya tak nak main dia. Saya benci dengan Aboy. Jangan beria. Jangan beria sangat. Aboy tu. Dengar ni boy, jangan beria.
Kita orang just nak warning kat Bosskur, berhati-hati di jalan raya, tengok kiri kanan. Kalau nampak Homebois punya kill feed, jangan kacau. Sebabnya kalau nampak, mungkin korang pula mati lepas tu. Break it on!
To those who underestimate us, for example KHI, we are looking to put on a great performance, so don't let your guard down.
Hello Jumper! I hope that you prepare your team and I hope you will beat us soon in La Cabrera. And hopefully, we will leave that area. Bye-bye.
Forever. Sebab ada Voki. Sebab Voki tak suka kita, kita pun tak suka dia.
Kepada MAB, sebenarnya aku suka je semua orang. Sebab aku suka dapat bunuh-bunuh orang-orang yang senang-senang ni.
Untuk challenge ni saya nak bagi dekat Boyka. Jangan yakin sangat sebab team dia tu cakap firepower je. Otak tak ada.
Okey, pada EVOS Miao tu yang acah-acah rimau tu, kalau kita orang jumpa korang memang kita orang buat bersate kucing.
Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? Y4R win!
Realize.
GGRST.
You can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is ganas.
The 2022 PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH Spring will include 18 competition days from March 23rd to April 17th, with a total prize pool of $150,000. 20 teams will compete in the country league stage. This session, each team will earn weekly bonus points at the end of each week based on that week's tournament ranking. Additionally, after 3 weeks of competition, teams will be ranked according to their overall match ranking and elimination scores and awarded league bonus points. After the first 3 weeks, the 16 teams with highest total weekly bonus points and league bonus points combined will compete in the country grand finals, where their total bonus points will also serve as their initial scores. After the country grand finals, the top 3 teams from overall ranking points will automatically qualify for the PMPL Southeast Asia Championship. Top 4 to top 6 teams of overall ranking points will qualify to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship play-in, where they will compete for the last 3 slots to PMPL Southeast Asian Championship.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
One chicken dinner is out of the way. 4 more to be won here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And you're joining me to take you across this entire evening. My name is Keith. You can follow me at Keith Alicio. It's hard to spell. And also follow all the casters that you do see up on the screen. Okay? Make sure you type, I guess, 1% as much words as they blather out every single time an action happens. That's the least you can do. Okay, go follow them up and also follow PUBG Mobile on every social platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and even TikTok. I'm talking to you young kids who are pretty trendy nowadays. I can't do any of the dances because then I'll look like a very cringy old man. Hey, huge shout out to the people on top. That is PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios for making this very momentous event happen here. Now with Philippines joining onto the mix, it's just getting wider and wider. We're getting more people onto this family, more people onto this hype train, and I can't wait to share more of these games with you guys at home. So, drop down in the comment section below a very happy birthday, PUBG Mobile. Thank you for bringing in PH into this entire league, and maybe suggest them even more places, so then we would have a hard time saying the entire tournament name on air. It's already hard as it is, right? Like 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Imagine adding 5 more into the mix. It's gonna be hard for us, but it's gonna be funny for you guys. And well, if I was a viewer myself, I'd like to see me have a hard time. Now, we are down 1 game of the entire day. 4 more to play here. Next one coming up is going to be in Erangel, which means it's going to be a balanced match, which means the luck of the circle plays at least less significant. I wouldn't say not significant at all, but less significant than it would be on a Sandhawk map. However, we all know when the circle does shift every now and then. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but it does. There is an off chance that it does shift on the way to Sosnovka, and that is the kind of match that I would like to see now that, you know, PUBG Mobile with their version 1.0 actually allows you to loot underwater. Sounds like a good thing to test things out, right? Although I think that only applies to classical mode. But hey, a man can wish, can't he? Just like PUBG Mobile and their birthday here. So take a look at the previous matchup. On the head-to-head, we have these 2 players, both very young-looking players, Dingoz, Baby Kim, and SMG Damn Cutie. It's like he knows he's got what it takes to get the women's all crazy, and he's rocking it on his name alone. 6 eliminations for Baby Kim, 4 for Mr. Damn Cutie, 940 damage from Baby Kim, and 562 for Damn Cutie. 38% team contribution to the 48%. So Damn Cutie seems to go ahead in slightly in terms of team contribution than the baby himself. So Dingoz towering above the rest. Need I say more? 12 kills, 2,000. My God, 2,385. These people just manslaughtered the entirety of the teams that were playing in the first Sandhawk map. Look at Geek fam. They've got 18 damage out. Wonder what happened to that. I didn't see much of them. I guess I know why now. Now, match number 2, Erangel is coming in next. Again, the team that will be playing, Team ABDE. Group C will be standing out, which means Axis redONE will take a break alongside EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports, and Team Bosskur. So, that is going to open some sort of window for the rest of the teams to catch up here. Now that Dingoz, the team who did get that chicken dinner in the previous game, is on the back foot, taking a break. So all the other teams, whatever the lead that Dingoz has placed upon themselves, will be nullified for a second if you yourself can get into that chicken dinner. And maybe even shoot up all the way up to number 1. I'm talking about, of course, the top 5 teams right now, whose differences are very negligible. I believe R2K is at number 1, Dingoz at number 2, by only like less than 5 points apart, if my math didn't fail me, which, let's be honest, is the whole reason why I'm here talking and instead not actually doing science. So don't take my word for it, but you can trust me on the placements of these teams. R2K is at number 1, Dingoz number 2, and who do I think is going to get the chicken dinner for today? I think it's going to be R2K, because why not, right? Hey, if you were in the minds of R2K, you were at number 1, you had a 1-team lead, and you realized Dingoz just chicken in the previous round. Now you're only a difference from about 5 points. Surely there's some sense of urgency that goes through your veins, which tells you to step up. You can't mess around now. You're going to lose the lead at the number 1 spot if they don't do something drastic about it. And R2K, hey, maybe the circle didn't favor them this time round. Maybe it would in Erangel, or maybe this team don't even need a circle, seeing as though how crazy they can play with just sure mechanics alone. Their firepower, they are, I would argue, so far looking like the best when it comes to gunfight. I've seen how R2K were pushing into circles, and they had only 1 member wiping out like 3 other players in the process and making it a successful entry. Although they did lose some members in the blue, but they still made it through. So, man, they are somehow, they're becoming my favorite team. I hate to say it, okay? I really don't want to have a favorite, but they're becoming my favorite team just because whenever the camera goes onto R2K, you know they're shooting, their guns blazing, they're no fear. They have no fear, and I'd like to see that sort of entertainment come out from this game number 2. So without further ado, I'm gonna send you off to Erangel to play this one out in this battle royale called PUBG Mobile. Casters, please take this one away.
Muling nagbabalik ang PMPL MYSGPH. Ako po si Bekbek, and kasama natin si Coco dito sa araw na to dahil kami ang tagapaghatid ng mensahe sa inyo kung sino ba ang sino kaya ang mananalo sa ating laban na to. And syempre, Coco, KHI, natuson sila ng game number 1. Any thoughts about it?
Well, masyado silang nag-overcommit and at the same time, they had a really good strategy yesterday, pero nga lang binago nila uli. So what's working with them, they should parang stick with it, 'di ba? Don't fix what is not broken. Ika nga, pero yun nga. Again, still good effort coming from KHI Esports dun sa Hatin. Unfortunately, talagang mas malakas nung time na yun, yung THQ.
Yes, no. And talagang if they will, sabi mo nga kanina, if hindi nila maayos yung kanilang mga laro, talagang it will be always the same. So I hopefully makita na natin yung KHI Esports bumawi sa laban na to. Kung hindi sila pinalad sa ating mapa ng Sunhawk, we still have high hopes for them sa ating mga susunod natin na laban. And here we are, dropping it hot sa mapa ng Erangel, and talaga expect natin ang pinaka-best for the teams.
Mapa ng Erangel na nga, Bekbek. Day number 4 na tayo sa week number 1. We are back in the OG map at napakaganda ng flight path, especially for KHI Esports. Alam mo na pupunta sila sa Milta Power dito. So coming from Milta Power or Novo until Quarry area, ng western side ng Quarry area. So south flight path to para sa lahat. And kung mapapansin mo, Bekbek, no? maraming pumupunta ng taas. We have, if I'm not mistaken, Team Secret pumupunta ng Stalber. Shooting range naman para dun sa team ng Almighty. I think meron din sa Giorgio Paul. So, medyo malayo to para sa mga teams sa northern side. Maaapektuhan sila, Bek.
I do agree with you, Kuko, no? Talagang lalayo at lalayo talaga yung mga kaibigan natin dito. They have a goal here, which is makakuha sila ng best loot as much as they can. And with our teams right now na nag-dropping in so hot, we have here our Almighty changing their ways into the area of Lipovka. KHI naman natin, nandito pa rin sila sa area ng Milta Power, but they have also to watch out yung RSG natin dito na pwedeng abangan sila if ever man yung ating unang circle is hindi doon sa area na yon. THQ natin dropping themselves here sa ating Novorepnoye, and NSA natin is here sa area ng Sosnovka Military Base, and lumabas na nga ang ating unang logby natin, which will be on the area of Severny and even as well Stalber, Yasnaya Poliana, Rozok School, Pochinki as well, Ruins, and nakakover rin yung ating KHI Esports here sa area ng Milta Power. So let's hope for the best, and kitang-kita naman natin dito sa ating leaderboard wherein we've seen here R2K still getting that number 1 spot, and kaya nila makuha yung winner chicken dinner katulad ng talent prediction dito or yung prediction dito ni Kit. Sabi niya kasi R2K, he believes in R2K winning this game, and hopefully we are going to witness. Is it going to be R2K or may makikita tayong mga ibang team na magdo-dominate sa ating mapa ng Erangel?
At kitang-kita naman natin nung simula pa lang, KHI Esports, minamatahan na ng mga spectator natin dito sa PMPL, and actually goods yun for KHI kasi lately na medyo na early yung KHI Esports, so more airtime, more chances of winning. Ganun yun Bek eh. Pero right now, we have your SMG going onto the northern side. Ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, Bek. Maraming teams ang talagang pupunta sa north side ng mapa na to. With that flight path, talagang maraming matatagalan sa paglulot nila.
Kasi super pero magiging mako-compromise kasi yung time nila in terms of looting phase. So let's see kung ano ba ang kanilang madadala sa ating latter part. So utilities here, maganda rin yung utility usage nila dito kasi kahapon nakakita tayo or naka-witness tayo ng winner chicken dinner na gamit lang ang granada. So nakaka-mind blown, and hopefully hindi maging matulad kanina na after ng KHI, hindi ko na alam kung ano na ba talaga ang laban natin. But good thing first na talagang wala pang masyadong mainit na bakbakan on the early stage of this fight.
And right now, RSG going to their usual spot na Milta. Napakadali lang to para sa kanila when it comes to dropping, and si Brian mukhang nakakuha na rin ng sasakyan, so definitely feeling ko ready na sila for action. But going back here naman sa team ng GENEXUS, team ni Bew mga kaibigan. Bew isa sa mga sikat na YouTuber, and tingnan natin kung yung pag-YouTube niya ay magkakaroon ba ng magandang resulta. Pero yun na nga, Bek, GENEXUS medyo nagsastruggle when it comes to battling against these top tier teams here in MYSGPH. Pero still, nakikita ko sila na potential na at least makapasok dun sa top 16 going into that finals. Pero yun na nga, kanina napag-usapan natin si Haikyul. Kanina sabi ko, EVOS VIP siya dati. Ngayon, THQ siya. Pero kanina, ang ganda na pinakita ng team niya.
Yes. Alam mo, super na-shock din ako with THQ on their performance, Hindi ko ina-expect na ganito pala kalupet yung galawan ng mga ng THQ. Kasi on the very first day, talagang hindi ko ramdam yung presence nila. Hindi sila masyado nagpa-pop off. There were times, but majority of their time talaga wala kang mararamdaman. But with THQ's performance on the previous days or yung araw na nakasama na kita, talagang nakikita ko yung potential nila to win this game, and kaya nilang itanggal yung karapatan ng mga teams dito para umangat pa yung kanilang mga scores. KHI here, I don't know what happened sa unang game nila, but hopefully they should have the momentum na nakuha nila kahapon eh. Kahit na they're still fighting, lumalaban pa din sila. Pero sana makita natin sa KHI that that they are more than that from the yesterday's match.
And kung mapapansin mo na Bekbek, napansin mo yung rotation ng KHI, napakaaga ng ginawa nilang rotation. Hindi pa wala pang actually 5 minutes pa lang ng oras na to, they have already rotated to a different location, and right now si Rex naman ay kitang-kita ang KHI Esports dito sa may ilalim. So definitely RSG will have some eyes onto the side of the Philippine team natin na KHI. Pero yun nga, KHI Esports needs to, adjust themselves dun nga sa mga nangyayari sa kanila. Kung lag man yan, syempre dapat mag-a-adjust ka dun sa yung bilis ng laro ng KHI. Pero yun na nga mga kaibigan, Johnny Depp nakahuli ng SLR, mga kaibigan. And right now, Damaso mukhang makukuha pa nga kill steal para sa'yo, sabi ni Rex, and KHI with one man down already. Napakaaga to. That's gonna be the first blood as well. Unang dugo, Bek.
Alam mo, hindi ko na alam kung anong nangyari doon, no? Ang lupit, knockout lang yun gamit SLR habang nakasakay pa si Damaso. Tapos na-kill steal pa ni Rex. So, it's really an opportunity for both teams. Parang talagang nagagang up na dito ang KHI. What they need to do for now is to reposition as much as they can, go away from these teams para sila ay makabuelo ng laban sa mga players na to. Kasi we have RSG, meron din na tayong nakitang mga kaibigan natin from the SEM9. So these two teams are really quite deadly to the KHI kasi matagal na nagaganap yung laban ng SEM9 and KHI. The storyline between these two teams is still ongoing, and KHI here really needs to have a new strategy. They have to really think of a new way to shut these people down.
And right now, kita-kita naman natin sa screen natin is THQ. At at the same time, kanina, RSG talagang, talagang ang daming CCTV para sa KHI. Alam na alam nila kung saan talaga pupunta yung mga players ng KHI Esports. Pero right now, R2K, the winners, kahapon, nakadalawa sila ng chicken dinner. And right now, they already have one. So again, sobrang tumataas lang ang kanilang puntos dito. And at the same time, kita-kita naman natin doon sa right side ng screen natin, 152 points na nga ang meron sila, Bek. So talagang kolekta lang ng kolekta ang ginagawa ngayon ng R2K. And right now, isa na nga silang favorite ni Keith, yung host natin kanina. And hopefully naman, maging iba naman yung manalo, no? Para at least naman magbigyan ng chance itong mga other Malaysian teams, or probably even the Filipino team, which is KHI. Even though na tatlo lang sila, Bek, malaki pa rin ang chance na pwede pa rin sila manalo. Ang kailangan nga lang nilang gawin is mag-ingat kasi nga bawas na sila ng isang tao.
Yes, and what I like about R2K kasi is yung investment na ginagawa nila on the previous days na talagang as much as they can, we have to invest a lot of points kung gusto natin makipaglaban sa kanila. But here sa ating play safe zone, kitang-kita natin yung side ng KHI. Gitnang-gitna sila. Nakapalibot sila ng maraming teams, maraming Malaysian teams. So all eyes are really going to be on them. Pressure is on for KHI, but they really have to find a way to fight off these people. They really have the mentality na na kakayanin namin labanan kayo kahit ang dami nyo dyan.
Right now with the spray down of SEM9, Johnny Depp na naman, kanina ka pa, nakakadalawa ka na. And right now, Team Secret is having a hard time. Kid 5 right now is currently down. Eye shots na nga, nire-revive na siya. Pero Bravo, ito na nga mga kaibigan, si Johnny Bravo at si Johnny Depp. Dalawang Johnny mga kaibigan. Baka nga nandito na rin si Manong Johnny. Pero right now with that AKM, no scope, spray down. Team Secret ay susun na nga, Bek.
The secret is out. Wala na ang Team Secret sa ating laban na to. what is going on for the Team Secret. Pero syempre, mamaya natin i-analyze yung laban na yun dahil we have your Sem 9 na kung saan mainit ang kanila bata sa ating mga Almighty, and Almighty here is ready to push, ready to fight sa ating mga players ng ating mga Sem 9. Pero kailangan pa mag-ingat dahil meron pa nga dito sa side ng Sem 9 as Death here once again being able to knock out ang ating Almighty. Alam mo, kanina pa ang ating kaibigan na to na nakakapag-knockout, but yun na nga, tinapunan na nga ng Molotov, and eventually they have already eliminated one player of our Almighty, and patay agad. But with Mab Esports, kalaban din ating mga Geek as Snipes here, and MVP Snipes natin here being knocked out in the position with Mab natin, and Calamity here will really state na siya that this is going to be the state of Calamity. Papatayin namin kayo, kailangan namin makuha yung points nyo. Dahil from the very, very bottom ang ating mga Mab Esports, and now kinaya nila iangat yung kanilang score from the yesterday's match. So talagang hands down din ako sa ating Mab Esports.
Grabe no, yung Mab Esports, mapa-bottom, mapa-top, kung saan-saan na sila napunta, bek-bek. Diba? Siyempre doon tayo sa top, masarap yan eh. Pero yun nga lang mga kaibigan, tingnan naman natin itong nangyayari ngayon sa SMG. Si Damn Cutie na nga ay mawawala dahil kay Pemburo ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. And ito na si Jenny. Bekbek. Ito yung paborito mong player. Pero yun nga, may nagsabi sa akin na merong bebe boy sa Almighty.
Uy, nako. Alam mo, kahapon pa yan eh. Parang kahapon ko pa na naririnig na tatalunin daw yung fans club ni Jenny, no? Meron daw player sa Almighty. Feel ko yun yung ano, yung nasa parang commercial, yung commercial screen natin kanina ng Almighty, no? Kailangan lang talaga malaman natin kung sino ba yung Almighty na yun. sino ba yung Almighty na yun? Nakakalabanin daw ang ang Jenny fans club, no? Hindi ang dami na natin mga fans club dito sa Pilipinas, no? Talagang madadagdag at madadagdagan pa.
Well, tatanungin natin yan kay Sis Jenny kasi si Sis Jenny taga Singapore yan eh. Titignan natin no kung sino ba talaga yung nasa gitna ng poster na yun. Pero yun nga, Bek yung ating bilog ay mag-shrink na nga, going to phase number 3, and there you go. Napakaganda to para sa KHI Esports. Nasa loob sila ng bilog ngayon. At gitna sila. And right now, Homebois, wala silang matagpuan home. Kanina pa sila binabarel ni Kim, kaibigan Kim, with that M249. Napakalayo lang din ng ginagawa niya dito. Hindi mo akalain nakakayanin niya ang ginagawa niya ngayon. Pero right now, with that Car 98, mga kaibigan, going for that bolt action shot. Walang matatamaan dahil sa smoke na nilagay ng Homebois. And Homebois, isa sa mga teams na maganda rin na pinakita kahapon. Let's see, Bek, kung yung momentum nila from yesterday will go here sa mga big maps natin.
O yun na nga eh. Alam mo, ang dami kasi natin mga teams dito na talagang nagpa-pop off. Talagang, alam mo, parang nagiging favorite na natin. Bawat team dito, nagiging fan na tayo because of their momentum. Pero syempre, isang momentum lang dapat ang mananaig dito sa Battlegrounds. And we don't know kung kanino ba ang laboratory. Kasi it's going to be anybody's game at this point eh. Pwede naman sa KHI, pwede naman din sa ating Malaysian teams. And pwede rin as well sa ating mga kaibigan natin from the Singapore. So, it's going to be anybody's game at this kind of phase. Dahil we still have 15 teams into the third phase of the play safe zone with 55 players alive. And atong 55 players ito, super dami na. Magiging magiging overpopulated na to for the third phase. Rotation is very good for these players. Reposition will be nice for them para ma-pick off nila or para makakuha sila ng information kung saan ba yung ating mga kaibigan. But we've seen here Mab Esports doing it once again as they manage to take a knockout dito naman sa side ng ating Farang Legend, and GENEXUS natin dito currently receiving some damage but he is not going down sa mga kamay ng mga kaibigan natin dito sa side ng NC.
Tinamaan na nga siya galing sa malayo. We're not sure kung saan galing yung gunshot na yun. Pero Maki on the kill feed. Mawawala na nga or madadrop lang naman itong si Miracle. Walang himala mga kaibigan para sa Mab Esports and Maki. Kanina actually, pinatumba niya yung karamihan sa Team Almighty, and right now, buhay na buhay ang Makunachi itong si Maki. And napakaganda ng pwesto rin nila dito, Bek, kasi nasa apartment sila, nagbayad sila ng renta, and right now parang Lejund nandun rin sa may Gedli nila, and right now walang masyadong sight itong Farang Legend kasi ang ganda ng ginagawa ngayon ng Mab Esports. Talagang tamang tamang lalaki sa bintana lang ang ginagawa ni Maki.
Alam mo, ang ganda, super ganda kasi ng posisyon ng ating mga mob esports wherein they could see players na nasa pinakapukpok. And yun na nga, natagpuan nga nila ang ating Geek. And meron din also in the other side, which will be the Farang Legend. Pero I'm not sure kung ano ba ang nagdadala dito sa ating Maki of mob esports. Is he catching fire or is he catching bullets
ganda na ito,
dito
Beck.
sa ating battleground?
Uy, ang ganda nito, Becca. Sorry pero yung
go,
circle
go.
nag-update na naman going to our fourth phase and KHI Esports is at the edge ng bilog. So therefore, I conclude, 'di ba, na pwede nilang i-gatekeep yung mga papasok na squad. Ang problema lang nila, Beck, kapag may bumangga sa kanila, kailangan nila ng magandang depensa kasi pag nakuha sa kanila yung compound na yan, most definitely talagang sila ay mawawala na nga dito sa larong ito. Pero HB men, Homebois, ito yung pwesto ng kung maalala mo, Beck, Axis Red 1, pero on the kill feed right now, Putra Sahel, right now, will get shot, pero yun na nga, damn rude, huli ka balbon, sabi niya. And right now, man, parang ang mag-shift siya ng gears dito, hindi siya bababa o saan bumaba yung kakampi niya. And Geek fam, kahit na nauubos na ang kanilang sasakyan, paikot-ikot mga kaibigan, parang si Sarah Geronimo, si man, parang, ay nako, anong ginagawa mo dyan, boy? And yung kakampi niya, si Bravo,
Pwede na
napakalayo
gumawa ng
niya, hindi niya mare-revive yung kakampi.
Pwede na gumawa ng music video, kuko ng ng ikot-ikot lang para sa ating mga SEM9. Pero syempre, ang layo ng pinanggalingan ng SEM9 natin. And yung karma na yon very digital. Si Dep, kanina pa siya bumabaril, pero siya ay nakarma ng ating mga kaibigan mula sa side ng Geek fam natin. And R2K here still alive into the game. Medyo kailangan nila mag-ingat dahil meron pa nasa pinakatuktok ang ating mga clutch Guerilla. But let's see if they will be able to squad wipe yung mga whole kaibigan natin sa R2K, which is on the number 1 spot na yon. Very pressure is on, but syempre they really have to fight their mentality here with R2K.
Right now, Echo Slama Jama ang gusto ni Echo ng R2K. Kanina pa nagbabato ng granada, parang mini red zone lang ang gusto ng R2K ngayon. Crutch Guerilla mo ang nahihirapan sila even though na nasa higher ground ang pwesto nila. Pero right now, Jimmy O team, nakita na nga niya yung kalaban niya dun sa Gedli. And right now, back muna pre. And right now, tago-tago lang sa mga bato, tago-tago lang sa higher ground. R2K, maganda ang posisyon nila dito. Problema nila ngayon dito, Beck, merong THQ na nasa right side ng screen natin ngayon. So, kumbaga, pagka na third party sila, agaya ng sinasabi ko ngayon, high cool, ini-sprayan na nga ang R2K. R2K, very, very much in big trouble, Beck.
Yes, I do agree with you. Habang sila ay talagang na-pressure off dahil yung blue zone din, isang factor na kinakalaban nila. Not just the enemy but also the blue zone. Kailangan nila bumilis, kailangan nila mag-reposition agad if gusto nilang pumasok at a right spot. But syempre, moving forward with THQ here as they are already leading the charge. But syempre, they have to watch out. May Geek fam pa na sa kanilang harapan. And even Homebois as well na kaya nilang mapanakaw dito ating mga kaibigan. But speaking of knockoffs, mukhang wala pa makukuha sa side ng Geek. But they are really fighting it off as Geek. Snappy natin dito. He managed to take a knockout naman sa ating side na mga kaibigan natin from these players of the THQ.
And right now, CLC mo ang mahirap yung pwesto dun ni Jimmy. Walang ka-cover-cover. Tumayo ka pa, boy. And right now, CLC down to half HP. Dalawa na lang natitira para sa kanila. Isa ang knockdown para sa R2K. And right now, tamang gatekeep lang ginagawa niya. Ang ganda na ginagawa ni Shinzi, mga kaibigan. Pero siya ay mananockdown na nga. And Izane ay mananockdown na nga siya. And right now, dibs na lang ang natitira dito for CLC. Together yung isa niyang kasama. Actually, dalawa pa pala ang buhay para dito sa CLC. So, pwede nilang revive si Shinzi. Si Bonky naman will go for that cover. And right now, the smokes is in para sa CLC. R2K makaka-recover agad-agad. Ito yung maganda sa R2K, Beck. Kapag ka na-down sila, revive agad kung revive. And Monboy, mga kaibigan, nakalockdown na sa kill feed. Pero NC Magic, sarap mga kaibigan. Ang sarap mo, Magic, sabi ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. And NC Taba, patay kung patay, sabi ng for Rivals Yudo Alliance. And right now, men, Monboy nakapatay, Beck.
Grabe, alam mo, they are really heated up na dito ang ating mga KHI to the point na gusto nila patayin lahat ng mga dumadaan sa kanila. But dito muna sa side ng ating mga Geek fam as they manage to knock out SMG not just one, not just two, but even 3 people as well on their side. But 4 rivals natin dito, hindi sila nagpapatalo. Pwesto mo na sa edge. And may lumilipad pang mga kaibigan natin dito. Not just one, not just two. Isa na lang ang natitira for the 4 rivals. Talon ka dyan, kaibigan. Meron ka sa likod. Ano kayo mangyayari with the clutch move of RSG and hindi nagwagi si Kim sa pag-knockout ng ating mga 4 rivals. And namatay pa nga si A po natin dito sa labas ng log B.
Kinabahan si Apu, mga kaibigan. Hindi na niya alam kung anong gagawin niya. Pero men, Kim with that 3K, 3 knockdowns, men. Pero Monboy, men, Flax OP, nakita na nga si Monboy na KHI. KHI still alive, mga kaibigan. Pwede pa. May 2 pang buhay sa Filipino team, mga kaibigan. And Izane down to very low HP. Tamang heal lang, mga kaibigan dito. And Adik, hehe, mga kaibigan, nasty ng Almighty ay mapapatumba. And right na Almighty, actually, ang ganda na ginagawa na dito. Tamang pwesto lang dito sa may bandang Gedli or edge ng circle. Pero yun na nga, ang daming barilan dito. Farang, Lejund, and also at the same time, yung Geek fam din ay pinapahirapan sila. And Almighty is out, man. And now, ito na nga, Farang, Lejund, tamang third party lang, tamang sausaw ng suka, mga kaibigan. And right now, Olio, isa pa, bigyan mo pa ng isang granada ang THQ para mawala na ka sa mapa. There you go! Adikehe! Sige, manid ka na rin. Okay lang, sabi niya.
Ang ganda ng utility usage dito ng ating mga Farang, Legend, and at the same time, mga kaibigan natin from the other side. But GENEXUS natin dito, hindi nagpatalo as they have already been down by Mab Esports natin and Mab Maki. He is catching fire, not just fire, bullets, and even as well grenades para mapatay nga isa-isa ang ating mga kaibigan. But he also have to watch out kasi meron pa sa pinaka-tuktok. And yung tuktok na yon ay talagang delikado for the side of Mab kasi once na nakuha kanya, once na nakita nila yung position mo, patay ka diha.
Patay ka diha, indeed, mga kaibigan. 10 teams remaining, 5th phase of the zone. Napakadami pa rin. 26 alive. Paano to nangyayari, Bekbek? Paano mo ipagkakasya ang 26 na katao, 10 teams dito sa circle na to? Ayan, yung sagot, nasa mapa, mga kaibigan. And Maki right now, tamang gapang lang. Buti, nakakagapang pa si Maki, mga kaibigan. And right now, Calamity, I think, is throwing nades over to the side of Geek Fam, pero KHI Esports still alive. Buhay pa ang Filipino Dream, mga kaibigan. Rankid and Demigod is doing it for the team. And right now, KHI, ito lang problema nila, Bekbek. Ang problema nila, sobrang layo nila sa bilog. And there's like 2 teams na nagsasandwich sa kanila. Uy, Rankid, tamang underhand throw lang ng granada. Matatamaan kaya si Jenny. Tingnan natin, Bekbek, mukhang malayo. Pero Rankid right now, pushing with the buggy, and right now Rankid able to actually get a hold of this position. Still, wala pa rin sila sa bilog.
Yun na nga eh. Pero syempre, they have to consider the fact na may NC pa sa likod and kaya nilang tirahin dito ang ating KHI patalikod. But with that frag grenade, so setting up na nga din si Rankid. But syempre, hindi nagpatalo si Flax as Flax managed to take a knockout kay Rankid. Pero ito na nga si Demigod. Mukhang gusto niya nga ng revenge sa side ng NC. But isa pang tapon dito ni Flax. Kakayanin kaya niya mapatay ang ating Demigod. Nagtapon na din ng frag grenade. Damage is real pero hindi nagwagi. And eventually, Demigod hindi nagwagi sa pag-knockout ng ating mga NC. Sayang kung sayang talaga para sa ating KHI.
Sayang na sayang, mga kaibigan, na nangyari doon. Hindi na natutukan na maayos ni Demigod kasi nga si Rankid ay gumagapang na rin. Pero Izane, mga kaibigan, galit na galit pa rin, mga kaibigan. Still dominating ang Izane ng R2K, and Izane right now with 1 kill already in his bag. Marami nga lang siyang knockdown, no? Hindi nga lang niya na-finish. And right now R2K down to 1 player remaining. At si Izane na nga yun. And Shinzi nabuhay pa nga kanina. And right now we're down to 7 teams remaining, 14 people alive. Homebois, Bekbek, buhay na buhay. Remember what I told you. Ito yung compound dati or kahapon ng Axis Red 1, and sila na nga ay buhay pa din.
Yun na nga eh. Pero din sa ating Izane, bumaba ang ating Homebois sa harap ni Izane natin dito. And what a frag grenade sa ating R2K as he managed to take a knockout. Pero mukhang nanggagaling pa rin sa ating mga RSG. But Homebois hindi nagpatalo. Nakuha nila ang huling kaibigan natin dito sa side ng R2K. HB Tam, what is he going to do? Ito na nga ang laban ng isang tama raw frag grenade para kay Homeboy, and Iron Pro mukhang na-melt na sa bomba ang ating Iron Man.
Grabe yung ginawa doon ni Smallboy. Saktong-sakto yung bato ng granada saktong-sakto ginagawa niya. And Frank right now will actually get hit. Uy, yung paa mo tinatamaan ni Adibs. Ang laki, size 10 mga kaibigan yung paa ni Frankie. And NC still alive here. CLC with 3-man strong. Sila ang pinakamaraming player dito. Yung ibang mga teams na buhay pa, isa na lang Bek ang player nila.
Grabe. CLC here has a large possibility that they can win this game. Pero kakayanin kaya nila yung power pag kinumbine mo tong Homebois, RSG, NC, and Farang Legend. Kasi apat sila eh. And tatlo lang yung CLC. Pag isa sa kanila ay nakatingin sa one direction ng CLC, ay walang chance to. Pero syempre ating Frankie natin dito, nakuha pa si Tam natin and eventually has already been eliminated into the game. Pero may information na si Frankie dito kung saan ba ang side natin RSG na si Small Boy. He may be small, but he is really big in terms of his name. And kinukuha na nga, nakuha pa ni Small Boy. Pero syempre hindi rin nagpatala si CLC Funky as with that funky move, he already eliminated RSG into the battlegrounds. Uy!
At yun na nga mga kaibigan, Clutch Esports Guerilla. Makukuha na nga nila ang chicken dinner para sa game na to. 8 kills ang nakuha ng CLC. And Clutch Guerilla from Malaysia is doing it mga kaibigan. Makakabawi na nga sila. Pero yun na nga Bek. Magbabalik tayo kasi papakita na natin ang highlights.
It takes a single moment in time for teams to earn that chicken dinner, and that's exactly what happened with Clutch Guerilla. Congratulations on that winner chicken dinner, and you would not have ever believed it, but really, they won the game earlier than expected. I'll tell you more about that one in just about a bit, but first, this is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. You're joining me as your host / analyst for today. It's Keith. Go follow me on my socials. Go follow PUBG Mobile on their socials. Okay, it's on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Heads up to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, and Lightspeed and Quantum Studios for making this all happen. And man, that match was, like some of the casters did say, civil war, to say the least. Brothers in arms suddenly turning enemies. But, well, something to appease them from this war here is some good stuff for you to get onto the screen, right? Codes for you to type in and key in over at www.pubgmobile.com/redeem to get yourself some leafy green outfit, leafy green bodywear with a corn on a cob top. because why not? Harvest is happening in just about a bit. In case you didn't know or not informed, well, Harvest usually happens earlier towards the year. And I'm thinking around April or May. I can't quite remember myself. But me being born in from the land of Sabah, we celebrate Harvest. So hey, that explains the Harvest suit, the corn in the cob suit. Go get it yourself. And so, talking about more good things though, the recent update here in PUBG Mobile version 1.9 brings you the vibrant anniversary. And like the name itself, everything that's coming out from this is vibrantly colorful, with the colorful spawn island, a colorful bicycle. I'm pretty sure aerial battlefield is going to be some sort of colorful place, or at least it's placed on a colorful place. And a very dull new camp, so I don't know where I was headed with that. But go check it out anyway. Classic mode improvements as well with the new bridge, recall mechanics, and other basic improvements. And the more of the highlight of the evening, of course, I'm talking about this new Royal Pass that PUBG Mobile is having in collaboration with Warframe. It is available in the game since the 22nd of March, so if you haven't heard of it, really, have you been living under the rock? Or in Malay, we call it udang di sebalik batu. I don't know. That's why I'm in English, man. Don't make me try and quote things I don't really know of. Loads of items to be unlocked as you progress through the battle pass here. Just obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in PUBG Mobile, and more info shall be shared soon on their official platform. So if you're not already following, see, even English, I'm struggling, man. If you're not already following, that's the word, yeah, PUBG Mobile on their Insta or Facebook or even TikTok, because I do believe they are churning news out there now, then you should be, because like I said, the Royal Pass, more info will be shared regarding it, which means you don't know, but there could be something that's worth even bigger. And when it does come out, you want to make sure that you're there to get it and receive it, so you can flex to the audiences, flex to the fans, or flex to your friends and family, if I'm making any sense. So, time to make more sense as we take a look at all the info and stats here of the previous matchup in the match ranking. First, 8 eliminations for Clutch Guerilla on top of that chicken dinner, which brings them to a total points of 23. Not too shabby themselves. I believe it's their first chicken dinner. I'm not too sure about that one. We might have to recap, but I believe it is their first chicken dinner. So a good start towards a better momentum, at least towards the end of week number 1. You know, although they haven't been too hot lately, this is a breath of fresh air and possibly even a Kickstarter towards moving in the right direction. And Adips is the man with the MVP right now. 1,028 damage, 5 eliminations achieved in this one game alone. 4.0 MVP points with the longest distance to eliminate someone over at 173 meters. And we all thought it was going to be a Sem9 Dep with his taps with the SLR. Oh, I mean, that he could still be it. This is just part of Adib's stats. Sorry, didn't mean to confuse you like that. But still, 37.3% of the team contribution goes his way. You all saw how they took their fights. Very, very solid. If they are cooperating as a team. The chemistry is there, was the point. R2K now has 2 chicken dinners alongside with Dingoz, so closing up only by 10 points different from second to first place. Meanwhile, NC now at 129, Homebois at 128, Geek Fam now at 121, Axis Red 1 at 117, Bosskur at 115, and EVOS and the rest have been stagnant, but Clutch Guerillas, they were somewhere in the middle in the second draft, and now they went up to 1 slot away, being 1 slot away from breaking it onto the first draft, and this day has only just begun. Only 2 games have passed, 3 more to be played. If Clutch Guerilla could maintain the streak that they are on, although there wasn't any streak, but if they can maintain the performance they're currently on, or the path that they're walking down right now, they might just very well score a comfortable lead for tomorrow's matchup and actually propel themselves in the top 5 position, potentially. All this is obviously potentially speaking, hypothetically speaking. This is Battle Royale. So many things that you cannot control here, including the luck of the circle, and talking about having the very extremely bad luck. Team SMG seems to fall flat. And ALMGHTY, they seem to be closer towards the top earlier on, but now in just one game, sunken ship. So, like I said, disparity is not that big of a difference. Anyone can just close in anytime they feel like it, or at least when they get the chance to, they are going to close in really hot, and you cannot afford to let one slip by. One bad game is all it takes to lose it all, and one good game is all it takes sometimes to move up the ranks. So be sure to keep out on that one. Hopefully all these teams keep their morale high, especially PH, since they are the only one who hasn't gotten that chicken dinner. And talking about which, let me show you how Clutch Guerilla actually won this entire match. So the drop spot happens to be in Pachinki. Lucky to them, they did get the 5% chance of a circle luck going their way. They moved onto this hillside here, which is a high ground, which is a key factor in their victory. If you notice, circle is on them the entire time ever since they made that push. Everyone notices the high ground that they currently reside. Geek fam coming in from Georgia Paul went past by it. They recognized that that is the high ground you want to play in. They tried to make a rotation through, but then get shot in the process, and so they ended up down in the foot side of the hill. R2K, the same thing. And that's why when I mentioned it came down to a single moment, when Clutch Guerilla survived the push from R2K from the back end during the closing of that circle, they maintained their spot in the high hills, which then everyone else playing by the foot side, which gives them free reign. It's like how Axis got their chicken dinner in the previous games yesterday. Look at that. This was when the circle started closing in. Again, still on this high ground. It was a slope from their end all the way down to the north side, and R2K recognizes this. They wanted the high ground as well. They pushed onto Clutch Guerilla, but it didn't go either way because Team Hawk was in the area to actually disturb them, which actually they traded evenly for the most part. R2K losing 3, Clutch Guerilla losing 3, and then they reset it because R2K didn't want to push the issue. So R2K actually had 4 members up. Clutch Guerilla had all 3 members of them revived and maintained their spot on top. Meanwhile, it was R2K now down in the foothill who had to fight the rest, and it was a harder battle to fight here. Look at that. Even Geek fam, although it seemed like a weird thing to do to camp by this slope, an awkward position, but we really know that their objective was to get onto that high ground. Unfortunately, it was already occupied and they didn't want to push the issue. So they camped down here, which, let's be honest, was making the best thing out of a bad situation. They got potentially a lot of kills from the rotations of the other teams just being at this slope, although an awkward position being in an open as well. Look at that. So this, although you can't see right here, it's an elevated plane. Clutch Guerilla on top, everyone else down on a hill. R2K failed to push into Clutch's space, and now he's playing on the lower end of the hill. If I were to cut these circle into, I'll say, the 3 sections, Clutch is at level 3, meanwhile, Farang and R2K was like at level 2, and then level 1 is just flatlands here, and it goes down deeper over at RSG side, so yeah, that was when they just won the position of the map here. There was no way. It looked like an even field just looking at it from the top side because it doesn't factor in the elevation. But we all know from the games that we've watched here that Clutch really just had to shoot downwards, and it was Small Boy who took out all these other team that was crawling in within the right side. So Clutch Guerilla, because of that one instance, that one moment of, well, resilience, I would word it as, not allowing R2K, an aggressive team, from pushing them out of their high ground, they effectively just won the game with a little bit of luck of the circle. So that was it from their side. Are you excited for more games to be played here? Take a look at the eliminations and damage coming out from that previous match alone. Clutch Guerilla dealing 2,154 damage. 8 kills, although not the most remarkable, it's still pretty hefty. Remember, average is about 11 kills, so they're about shying away from the average 11 kills chicken dinner, but still, points is a points, regardless how you look at it. 5 for Geek fam, 1,452 damage, and the rest, I think only Sam9 stepped up, as well as MAB in this game with 7 kills each, coming in, well, really close than what the winner has pulled in for themselves. Take a look at the most damage dished out. Of course, Adibs, this man was the last guy standing who actually revived the rest of the teammates as well. So he kept Clutch Guerilla alive and well, and eventually translated down onto that chicken dinner. MAB dishing out 793. As I said, they did step up big time this time around with 7 kills of their own, alongside with Sam9, which we didn't see much of. However, they have been doing damage in the back end, and it is Zane from R2K, 655, because of the failed push, came out short in the awkward situation. Now, Game 3 is upon us. It's going to take place on Miramar, the sandy desert dunes, where you start hallucinating with the lack of water happens. And, well, let's just hope that Circle, recognizing the situation, pulls you all the way up to the Oasis. Like the caster said yesterday, I know, we like to see people have a hard time. Struggling is fun. These are the groups that are playing for this map. Group E will be bowing out. Yudu, Alliance for Rival, Team Hak, Taba NC, and KHI Esports will not get to play here. So unfortunately, for the Filipino fans here, this might not be the map for their chicken dinner because they're not even playing, right? You cannot lose a chicken dinner if you're not playing, as the logic goes. So doesn't matter. Although we're going to have another Miramar map right after this one as well. So maybe then KHI can finally secure one for the Filipino crowd. And yeah, it's exciting to look at. Almighty maybe might get a chicken dinner as well. Another one for Singapore. That'll be great. But here's my talent prediction for this next chicken dinner. It's going to be Axis Red 1. But, you know, don't think too much into it. Don't dig into it. You know I've been wrong 100% of the way since yesterday. So don't ever dig into it. Yeah, I just think they have the chance. Much like the other teams that I predicted before this, they have a chance. But it's not saying much because everyone who plays the game has a chance. Except for Group E this time around because they're sitting out for this first ever mirror map. So without further ado, the first Miramar of the day, casters, please take me through this battle royale.
At maraming salamat, Keith, para dun sa napakahabang analysis at pag-host. And guys, kami uli ang iyong lingkod, mga Tagalog casters, Kuku TV with Beck here. And guys, again, bago tayo magsimula, Beck, again, kailangan natin pasalamatan yung ating mga sponsors. Again, sponsor natin yung Realme 9 Pro Plus, ang official #1 smartphone brand in the Philippines for 2021. Again, capture the light. And also guys, yung official digital telco partner natin na Yudu. Again, scan the QR code right now na nakikita nyo sa screen para malaman kung ano bang meron dyan sa Yudu na yan. Pero yun na nga, Beck. Let's move on to match here in Miramar. Wala muna ang key. So therefore, pahinga muna sila. Mag-re-regroup muna kasi again, still struggling pa din sila. Pero now, we're gonna have groups A, B, C, and D. Wala din ang Yudu Alliance for Rival. So, sino sa tingin mo ang magiging malakas dito sa grupo na to?
Alam mo, sa super dami ng mga teams na talagang sinusubukan nila mag-pop off through the game. Ako, I'm hands down for R2K, no? And aside from R2K, nandun din yung Dingoz Esports. So, mga 10 points lang naman yung agwat nila. But, hopefully, may makita kong laban na maganda sa ating Dingoz para makuha ulit nila yung #1 spot natin. Ikaw ba, sa tingin mo, what do you think will be your predictions for this game?
Well, my prediction for this one would be a very long match kasi we have the biggest map of the game, competitive-wise, Miramar. And at the same time, maraming gustong bumawi. We have the likes of Almighty kanina. Pumuntikan pa sila makapasok. Problema nga lang nila, medyo nahuli na sila na pagpasok sa circle. And at the same time, meron ding team ng Homebois na sabi ko nga kanina, yung pwesto nila nung Erangel was yung pwesto ng Axis Red 1 nung nanalo sila kahapon. Pero hindi nangyari yun kasi sila yung natalo kanina. So definitely maraming teams ang babawi dito sa mapa na to, especially sa napalaking mapa na tong Miramar na to. Again, babalik tayo sa sandy lands. Napakainit na kung saan pwede kang magluto sa sand ng Miramar. And Beck, papasok at lilipad na tayo dito sa mapa na to.
Grabe naman
At
si
diba,
Coco, naipasok niya pa
saktong-sakto.
yun, no? Naipasok mo
Oo.
pa yun. Pero syempre, welcome to our PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Week 1, Day 4, Match 3 na tayo. And syempre, Kuko, we have here the plane path na nagsisimula sa edges of our El Azhar hanggang dulo ng ating Los Haigos. So, medyo mas magiging disadvantage sa mga teams na nagdo-drop sa area ng La Cobreria and even as well Crater Fields, Ladrilera, and Val del Mar. So, sa tingin mo, ano kaya yung magiging challenges ng mga iba't iba natin mga kupunan dito sa ating map ng Miramar?
Number 1 challenge dito, Bekbek, is yung yung drop point. Merong mga teams na pumupunta ng ruins, kumala na natin kahapon. Napakalayo sa flight path na to. So mag-a-adjust sila dito sa area ng Miramar, and there's a lot of other towns na pwede nilang puntahan. La Cobreira, we have also Crater Fields, El Pozo, Montenuevo, La Deliera. Napakalayo talaga. So definitely, Bekbek, baka makita tayo ng early engagement dito, no? So yun yung mga bagay na dapat iwasan ng mga teams, especially yung mga nasa ilalim. We have teams like Almighty, we have teams like Mab. Kita-kita na natin dito, nag-drop na yung Team Bosskur. Team Bosskur, Bekbek, sabihin ko lang to. For the past 2 games, ang pangit ng nilaro nila. Ang kailangan nilang bumawi talaga dito sa larong to. And I would expect them to actually have a much better game here in this Miramar map.
Yeah, no, and sa super baba ng ating log B na yon, medyo mas magiging challenging sa mga teams na nagda-drop sa pinakamalayo kasi it's going to be congested, and ang dami natin nakitang mga teams na nag-drop on the upper left of that circle, and the rotation should be really quite far for these teams kasi ang only mode of transportation na para mabilis lang sa kanila is yung buggy, and that's the most advantage, at saka yung motor. Yun yung kasi yung pinakamabilis way to really get into the zone. So tingnan natin kung ano kaya yung magiging momentum na idadala ng ating mga teams dito. It's going to be a 15 Malaysian teams versus our Almighty, and if Almighty ang nanalo dito, Kuko, talagang malaking sampal to na we are still fighting. Kakayanin pa namin kayong talunin kahit 15 Malaysian teams kayo dyan.
And remember, Bekbek, that Almighty kahapon, nanalo sila ng winner-winner chicken dinner. So talagang posible yung mga bagay na yun. And you can see also later on, kapag pumasok na naman yung KHI Esports at parang nagba-back to the future si Maki. Nakita mo yun, Bekbek? Pabalik-balik. Hindi ko alam kung ano nangyayari sa kanya.
Nagba-Michael Jackson yung kaibigan natin dito. Talagang sayaw-sayaw muna siya. Pero talagang looting phase naman talaga tayo here sa very very first phase of the play safe zone. So talagang invite natin yung mga teams na or yung mga viewers natin mag-share, at saka invite yung mga kaibigan yung manood ng stream. Pero kita natin sa ating mga statistics, nangunguna ang ating R2K on that elimination points, and second to them is our Dingoz. Pangatlo ang NC and even Homebois here placing fourth on that elimination statistics. Pero nakikita natin yung very most prominent talaga dito is si Izay natin. 32.4% ang kanyang naipon dito na statistics, and super layo niya sa mga teams or mga members natin na nasa second, third, and fourth, no? And that's what I like about Izay natin is kahit sometimes medyo naglalag behind, pero talagang sinusubukan niyang tapatan yung mga ibang kalaban natin dito.
Akala ko sasabihin mo, Bekbek, kahit gaano kalaki ang aking pagmamahal. Akala ko kakanta ka na eh. Yun na eh. Pero yun na nga.
Yun na ba yung
yun na nga, tricks.
Baka mawala tayo
ko yun na. Pero tricks, inisprayan ng UMP45 yung nakita niyang kalaban, and that is one way for you to scare off yung mga player or enemy player na dumadaan sa iyo. And para na rin yun sa sarili mo para makapag-loot ka ng matiwasay. Syempre, sino bang may gusto na mag-loot ka pero may kalaban ka, 'di ba? Kumbaga adrenaline rush yan. Yung puso mo titibok-tibok na, 'di ba?
Oo, no, grabe. Talagang talagang sabi, this is my spot. Huwag mong aagawin, akin lang 'to. No, pag mahirap naman doon, mag-agawan lang tayo sa spot, wag lang sa bebe, 'di ba?
Pag tumingin ka, akin ka. Yung mga ganun.
Ay, grabe naman 'yun. Tumingin ka kanina, Naku, parang may sinasabi ka.
Ay, nako, baka may magalit, Bek. pero yun nga, maagang putukan ang ginagawa ngayon ng mga teams like Dingoz and also RSG. And ito yung signature ng RSG. Kung maalala mo kanina sa Erangel, maaga rin sila nagpaputok. Remember na pinatay nila yung isang player ng KHI, which is si Damaso. Si Damaso kanina, kumbaga, back to the lobby, wala pang 7 minutes sa laro. Kumbaga, nag-iinit pa lang si Damaso. Inapulahan na ng RSG Malaysia. So again, RSG Malaysia, kapag napunta ka na sa area of responsibility nila, kailangan talaga na mag-ingat ka kasi kung hindi, tutuluyan ka nila. And right now, Geek fam, sabi nga nila, kung hindi ka Geek, hindi ka fam.
Grabe. Tingin mo talaga nun ko. Natawa ako.
Basic yun, basic.
Oo. Ang galing mo
parang
talaga.
Lang yan, Beck. Parang Beck, ganito lang yan, Beck. Ang importante, mahalaga. Yan.
Ay, grabe. Grabe ang iba na talaga ang words of wisdom ni Kuko, no. Pero syempre, yung mga players natin dito talagang talagang alam nila kung ano yung pinaglalaban nila, and we know that they wanted that 6 spot or yung ating top 1 to top 6, yun yung mga gusto nilang labanan talaga. And with Almighty here being on the 12th place now, it gives hope to the other teams now. I mean, siguro hope na lang para sa Pilipinas kasi sila lang din yung nag-iisa sa side ng Singapore team na Almighty natin. And what is going to happen for Almighty is kailangan pa nila ipakita na there's going to be a light at the end of the tunnel para tumuloy ang laban pa rin ng KHI Esports. Pero syempre nakikita naman natin dito sa side ng CLC versus Dingoz, although there's a match nananakot lang sila, pero tingnan natin kung matutuluyan ba ang ating mga teams natin dito.
And right now, si Adibs, very, very much aggressive ang ginagawa niya ito. Maganda yung execution ng CLC. Kaso nga lang, tinamaan na nga siya doon. And mapapaati na lang talaga itong si Adibs. And right now, Shinzi, mapapa-backout na nga siya. Yung strongman meta na ginagawa ngayon ng CLC na kung saan isa lang ang magpupush para i-hold niya yung position mo ang hindi na nga nangyari yun doon. And right now, baby ko si Kulot, mga kaibigan, baby Kim, trying to finish off itong si Adibs. And remember, Beck, na yung CLC yung kaninang nanalo ng chicken dinner sa Erangel. Si Adibs pa yung MVP ngayon. Siya ngayon ay ang magiging unang dugo kasi 64 alive. So talagang yung reset factor dito, Beck, mahirap talaga. Yung gantong level, mahirap mag-reset sa mga gantong klaseng level ng gameplay.
Yes, no, talagang masasabi natin dito na na it's really a different storyline in each every game natin dito. And yun yung pinapakita ng mga teams natin, no, na kahit na nasa ibang game na tayo or nasa ibang match na tayo, talagang magbibigay sila ng magandang lap. They will be giving us a good fight and for us to really entertain the viewers. Yun yung maganda sa bawat kupunan dito. And masasabi lang din natin na hindi to scripted yung mga ganun kasi nako, parang
wala naman
mahirap kasi kung scripted. Pangit pag scripted daw.
Oo, hindi, saka walang scripted dito. Naalala mo yun yung team na galing sa Myanmar. Walang ganun dito, guys.
Wala.
So hindi to scripted, walang teaming na mangyayari, pero yun na nga yung circle ay papunta dito sa may eastern side ng mapa ng Erangel. So merong part dito na may tubig. So therefore, Beck, na mas kukonti pa yung land area na pwede nilang puntahan tong mga teams na to. 16 teams remaining. Again, isa pa lang ang nawala. And most likely, maraming tatambay dito sa may bandang Impala.
Alam mo, gusto ko talaga makakita ng zone. Yung final zone is nasa tubig. Yun talaga yung pinangarap ko na para sa ating mga teams. Para extra challenging siya sa mga iba't ibang kupunan natin. Gusto ko yun yung mangyari sa PMPL. Kaya kahit once, baka naman, PUBG Mobile, ilagay nyo naman yung zone sa tubig para extra challenging. Kasi as usual na nakikita natin is laging nasa land. And hopefully may makita tayo nasa edge lang, no? Kahit edge ng mga mapa natin. But syempre, edge na rin to ng ating mga R2K. Isaiah natin. Nako, kailangan niya pa nga ang mga ibang kaibigan niya sa One Direction. And One Direction nga ang binigyan ng Almighty. Pero hindi rin nagtatalo sa Echo dahil kanyang mga balance sa ini-echo sa ating mga Almighty natin. And Almighty here having that casualty on their team.
Daming retratan sa magkabilang panig mga kaibigan. We have also GENEXUS versus another team and also R2K and Almighty. Virgil wala na nga. Jerome ay down na nga dito. Nasty matatamaan pa nga ng splash damage ng granada na yon. And right now R2K walang takot na ipupush ang Almighty. Aries na lang ang natitira para sa Almighty. And right now mahihirapan tong Singaporean team. Mukhang wala na yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, Beck. Parang nabati ng mga caster. Yung Singapore region mukhang mawawala na nga. Nasira pa ang gulong mga kaibigan ng bagay na yun. Pero buhay pa rin ang Aris mga kaibigan. And right now, ito na yung laban kanina. GENEXUS.
Walang caster's curse sa atin na. Walang caster's curse sa atin. Baka sabihin nila nasa Pilipinas yung curse. Wala guys, wala pong ganun ha. Pero syempre dito sa ating laban ng GENEXUS natin versus Geek, kung saan si Luyo natin subukan niyang mag-spray doon sa ating side ng Geek farm, pero it's not going to be enough to take him out or it's not going to be enough to knock him out of the game. Pero syempre dito sa side ng ating mga team Bosskur, hindi nagpatalo pero nagkikills sila nga dito. Si Long natin, ang long din ng kanyang shot doon sa side ng Geek farm. And is Geek farm here already eliminated? Hindi pa. May dalawa pang natitira and kailangan na nga ng miracle dito ng Geek farm kung gusto nila manalo sa laban na to.
Ang long gadog ng Malaysia. Yan ang ginagawa niya mga kaibigan. Napakalayo din, napaka-long shot nung ginawa niya yun para ma-eliminate yung isang player. Pero Beck, going back here sa ating laro. Aries. Nako, nabaliw na. Nabaliw na guys. Lumabas ng circle.
Feel ko kuko ito ata yung sinasabi mong yung gagawa ng fans club si Ares. Feel ko yun.
Ba yun?
Pero going back to the game natin,
si Virgil daw.
Si Virgil ba? Parang, well, marami na atang fans club ang ating mga Almighty natin. Pero Almighty din ang labanan natin dito. No, kahit wala sa play safe zone, talaga maglalaban sila katulad ng ginagawa ng ating mga access red natin kung kakaya rin na makapaglaban dito sa ating mga SEM9 depth natin. Dito si depth na naman ang nakakapag-knockout dito sa side ng ating Axis. Grabe, unang pasok pala ng Axis, talagang kinukuha na ng mga SEM9 at naparamdam nila, ay, wag kayo dito. Kami lang ang mananaig dito sa laban na to.
And right now, SEM9, Bravo, buhay pa nga siya dito, half HP. Ang problema lang niya ay kinakain na rin siya ng blue zone. Third phase of the zone, medyo masakit na rin to. So dapat talaga pumasok na sila sa loob ng bilog. Pero Beck, balik tayo dun sa circle. Nawala siya dun sa may area ng tubig. So kumbaga gumit na siya. Hard shift yun para dito. And there's a lot of teams na ine-expect nila na dun pupunta. Pero again, pansin mo, tumigil yung barilan, talagang priority agad yung SEM9.
Yeah, kasi since nag-shift na agad, so the thing is, yung rotation nila, kailangan kasi nila ng magandang position. And SEM9, if napansin na talaga natin dati sa SEM9 na pag may magandang position ang SEM9, doon sila nakakapag-pop off. And it seems that they want to do it once again dito sa map ng Miramar. They want that redemption. They want that from kitty cats to tigers dito sa dito sa battlegrounds natin.
And right now, kita natin, hinahabol ng spectator ay nung parang Lejund. Parang ang bilis nyo, sabi ng spectator, kaya hinabol niya. And right now, kuha na nga nila itong compound na to. Actually, napakaganda ng compound na to ng Farang Lejund. Talagang basang-basa nila yung mapa ng Miramar. And right now, R2K doing the same thing. Rotation to the max. Lahat ng mga teams, again, remember, nag-hard shift papunta sa gitna yung circle. Kaya ganito yung nangyayaring yun. Tigil putukan muna, ceasefire, sabi ng PUBG God. Pero it's Kido, inunahan na nga si Anik Boy na headshot sa ulo mga kaibigan.
Grabe, alam mo, kakarotate pa lang ng ating mga iba't ibang teams. nagkakaroon ng knockouts dito. But syempre, we have 7 natin si Putrazil na kung saan minamatahan niya ang ating mga Axis Red 1 pero kailangan din mag-ingat dito ni Mika. Mukhang ambush pala ang galawan dito ng ating mga 7-9 pero yun na nga. He wants to use that smoke muna para makuha niya or it would be an opportunity to him to escape gamit yung kanyang vehicle dito. But syempre sa ating mga Dingoz din natin na kung saan with that SLR susubukan niyang mapa-knockout ang ating mga SMG.
Totoo yan. And right now, ito na nga closing na uli yung bilog. Going to the 4th phase na nga and in 7 seconds mga kaibigan, magkakaalaman na kung sino ang mananalo ng loto ng circle. And right now, EVOS VIP nasa gitna and there you go. Parang Lejund. Kanina ko pa na-call yun, Bek. Maganda ang nakuha nilang compound na yun. And they are in the circle then at the same time. And ang dami. Bek, ang daming team sa ilalim, sa south side. Magkakarambola sila sa ilalim ng circle.
Grabe, ang lakas siguro ng toyo ng ng circle natin. But very kita din natin doon sa circle natin is very empty yung nasa left side natin. So possible na pwede silang mag-rotate doon sa area and eventually get their best position to eliminate these players. Pero nakikita na rin sa side ng GENEXUS na kung saan nakakapag-knockout din sila and eventually they are also trying to get kills in their points. But sa ating mga CM9 versus our Axis Red 1, hindi pa tapos ang laban natin as we have Mika natin currently knockout sa kanyang position. But CM9 is trying to make sure that they will be able to eliminate Axis Red 1 completely. And let's see if that will be the case for the CM9.
At Almighty, Bek na eliminate na nga. Hindi ko alam kung ano ginawa niya. Lumabas ng circle. Pero ang ganda naman ang ginawa ni Bardo ng Homebois. This is my Homebois, sabi niya kay Helton. And right now, Repo Boy, re-respawn na nga niya yung kakampi niya. Hindi pa natuluyan ni Bard. Yun yung problema, Bek. Pero right now, niluto na nga ang granada. Pero siya ang naunahan doon. And Homebois, Bard, bakit ka? Bakit di mo tinuluyan yung kalaban mo doon? And right now, mababawiin na nga sa kill feed. And right now, Team Bosskur, tamang rotation ang ginagawa nila ngayon. Ang daming nagro-rotate na team. SMG, isama mo na. CM9, nandito sila sa may labas ng circle sa may northeast side. And still right now, Bravo, merong M24 na hawak-hawak. Ma-headshot sa ulo niya kaya si Zeiss hindi tinamaan doon. Mahirap yun, Lori Cakes. And right now, Bek, it is just a really hard circle here. Kasi ang daming mga bundok-bundok oh.
That's the challenging kasi dito sa map ng Miramar na talagang ang daming reges, ang daming pwede nilang pagpwestuhan. But it seems na talagang sinusubukan nila kumuha ng magandang angulo for them to be able to eliminate. Pero napunan na nga ng impyerno, hindi tumama sa side ng ating R2K. And what just happened there for the side of R2K? Isa na lang ang natitira and very confident na ang ating CM9 makipagbakbakan sa side ng R2K. Pero kailangan din mag-ikat dahil meron pa sa likod ang ating Bosskur. But R2K Harm here, he's really trying to make sure na walang matitirang CM9 in the area.
And Harm, napakaganda ng ginawa niya doon. Tamang lang, prepare lang through the smoke, through the fire, through the limit, through the wall, mga kaibigan ang ginagawa niya dito. And Bravo right now, going for the flank. It's sa may right side. Kaso nga lang, nandun si Johnny Depp for the save, mga kaibigan. And CM9, ma-eliminate na nga nila ang R2K. Pero to, dito naman tayo sa Team Secret. Bek, napakatahimik. And right now, Fredo, tamang kuha lang dito sa care package, mga kaibigan. Tingnan natin kung ano nakuha niya. Uy, meron siyang malunggay na kulay brown, mga kaibigan. Tingnan natin kung makakaisa na nga ang Team Secret dito sa laban na to. Pero Kim, mukhang matatamaan siya ni Bravo. Bravo, kanina ka pa. And right now, CM9, napakatindi ng pinapakita nila dito. Pero RSG, mukhang mawawala na nga doon. Hindi pala RSG yun. It was GENEXUS pala yung nangyaring engagement na yun between them and EVOS VIP. Pero ito na nga, Bek, RSG hirap na hirap sa labas ng bilog. This is already the 5th or 4th phase ng ating bilog. At sobrang sakit na nito, men.
Grabe. Alam mo, I don't even know how is RSG going to survive sa ating lobby na yon. CM9 here still wanted to get that damage sa ating kaibigan. But syempre, oh my goodness! RSG Rex, nakuha. Pero nakuha rin ikaw ng ating mga Team Secret. Grabe yun, Kuko. Ang ganda ng shot ng ating Team Secret.
Oh, yun, and that's Mad Toy with that DMR. Talagang notorious tong si Mad Toy when it comes to DMR action. And right now, SKS, ito yung favorite gun ni Mad Toy. at isama mo muna ng mga attachment na napakaganda. Pero Anik Boy, naku po, bakit ka nalaglag sa kotse mo? And right now, napakagandang depensa ang ginagawa niya. And Dingoz, Ricky Maru, mga kaibigan, ang ginagawa niya ngayon. Dingoz still with a 3-man strong. Nasa loob din sila ng bilog. And meron pang isang team na nasa labas. Hindi ko alam kung anong team to. EVOS VIP. Nasa labas pa rin ng bilog. Isama mo na yung team Bosskur and Calamity. Ay napabaksak na nga itong si Madtoy. Madtoy, kanina ka pa nag-SKS. Tama ka na, sabi ni Calamity. And Team Secret right now will have to regroup. Medyo malayo ata. Backpack yung kasama niya.
Grabe sharp as a razor ang laban ng ating mga boss. Like a boss lang din siya bumaril sa side ng EVOS pero hindi pinatawad din ng ating mga Dingoz. Isang kill mula sa Dingoz, isang kill din mula sa ating team Bosskur. And talagang kung masasabi natin, Team Secret is really trying to redeem themselves. Kanina nakita natin medyo maalat yung laban o yung pinapakita ng Team Secret, but this is going to be the new shade of black for the Team Secret.
And right now, Mob mo ang tinatamaan dito si Calamity dito sa Gedli. And right now, Team Secret pala yung nagpapahirap sa kanila. Meron pang granada na tamaan na nga dun si Jan. Jan, what are you doing there? And right now, Siko, mga kaibigan ng Team Bosskur ay madadrop na nga ng Dingoz. Asan na yung nag-iisa nilang kakampi? Bakit ka nandoon, Lori Cakes? And right now, Kid, mananakdown na rin itong si Calamity. Team Secret. Ito na yung mga granadang sekreto na pinapakawalan ni Kid 5. And Mab is down for the count. Si Maki na lang ang nakita. Napakakunat talaga ni Maki. Bek siya yung laging nahuhuling mamamatay. Iba talaga ang nakikita natin. Iba ang mga na-witness natin sa battleground na to. And kahit malayo man talagang puputokan kita, kaya kitang spray. And eventually, with our Team Bosskur here, hindi kinaya yung firepower na binibigay ng Dingoz natin. And even CLC is still alive in this game. And may potential din sila makapag back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner katulad ng ginawa ng ating mga R2K yesterday. Diba? Grabe. Totoo yan. 4 teams remain. Dingoz, CLC, TS, and Mab na lang natitira. CLC, ang ganda ng pinapakita nila dito. All of a sudden, no, kahapon medyo struggling sila. Pero right now, talagang lumalaban sila for that winner chicken dinner. Who will be the next to glory? Ika nga, who will be the one? Yun yung mga tanong natin, no, Bek. Pero yun na nga, Maki. Bakit ang kunat mo, Maki? Ano bang nakain mo? Bakit ka ganyan?
Alam mo, with Maki here, sometimes he's popping off. Sometimes he's catching the grenades. He's catching the bullets. He needs to catch fire to eliminate the Team Secret dito. Pero kasi tatlong kaibigan natin sa Team Secret ay buhay pa. And the possibility na kaya nilang i-frag grenade to si Maki. And with that first aid kit, hindi aabot. I mean, it's not going to be enough to survive, no? Kaya talagang mawawalan agad si Maki at this point dahil wala nga sa placing, dahil wala na siyang first aid kit doon. Now, 3 teams left, Kuku, Dingoz, CLC, Team Secret. Each team has 3 members. Pero nakikita natin sa side ng Team Secret yung ating circle. Although this sparse lang dito yung mga CLC, but where should CLC focus? Sa Team Secret kaya or sa Dingoz?
Well, ang ginagawa nila, it's a 2-1 split. 2 para sa Team Secret, 1 para sa Dingoz. Medyo mahirap to for CLC kasi sila yung napapagitnaan. Pero if I'm not mistaken, advantage to para sa Team Secret. Meron silang compound na pwede nilang taguan. Itong Dingoz naman nasa lower ground. So baka pwede pa nilang mapatay yung isa dito ng CLC kung nagkamali to ng galaw, itong si Funky. Pero again, yung dalawang niyang kasama sa itaas, dapat suportahan din siya at the same time. Pero Team Secret, very, very much aggressive right now. They know na pwede nilang makuha yung manok sa larong to. And Kid 5 and Fredo, the dynamic duo ng Team Secret is now trying to nade itong clutch Guerilla. And right now, Fredo, mukhang ginanarada niya si Shinzi, mukhang hindi naman. Pero Jimmy, with that nade, mukhang matatamaan na nga si Shinzi. 1 man down na nga para sa CLC. And Kid 5, alam na nila na kaya na nila tong tapusin. And Fredo, tamang luto lang ng granada. Matatamaan kaya. There you go! 1 HP! Isang 1 hit ka na lang, Jimmy! And there you go! Kid 5! What a play by the dynamic duo of Team Secret.
Grabe ang laban na to. Clutch Guerilla already eliminated into the game. Dingoz at saka Team Secret ang natitira. Team Secret here, potential that they could have their first winner-winner chicken dinner sa ating laban na to. And Dingoz here, kakayanin din kaya nila. If nanalo ang Dingoz dito, this will be their third winner-winner chicken dinner sa ating week na to.
And right now, back, two teams remain. Team Secret versus Dingoz, 3v3 with the Great One. And right now, it's Kido. Ang ginagawa nila dito, tamang push lang dito sa may right side ng ating screens kanina, left side na ngayon. And the dynamic duo is now with iShots. And iShots, feeling ko siya yung magbe-bait dito para sa Team Secret. Yung granada niya, walang tinamaan. And ate, kung alam na ata ni Fredo. Fredo, huli ka Balbon! Sabi ni Fredo. At ito na nga ata ang manok para sa Team Secret. Ricky, tinatry niyang i-bait out itong mga ka-teammates niya. And actually yung mga players ng Team Secret. And right now, Ricky, ang ganda ng ginawa niya dito. Back nilikuran niya. Gusto niya putukan sa likod.
Agree. Iba talaga ang laban natin mga Dingoz versus Team Secret. 2 versus 1. And yun na nga, si Ricky natin dito hindi nagwagi sa pag-knockout ng dalawa. One player left for Dingoz. And it's and as part of the shots dito, winner chicken dinner for Team Secret. Kuko, ang ganda. Malinis na galawan for the Team Secret.
At 9 kills ang meron ng Team Secret. Team Secret is waking up from the dead, mga kaibigan. Gusto na ata nilang pumunta dun sa other half ng overall rankings. Pero yun na nga, Bek, magbabalik tayo kasi papakita na natin yung highlights.
Yeah, I know my ears are plugged with a lot of communications, but right now I can still hear the Malaysian fans cheering with glee as Team Secret yet again showing up when hopes are down and claim their winner chicken dinner. And my God, from what I saw in this match alone, I understand why Matoy makes and calls the shot here. He's a big brain guy. That dude's running on like 200 IQ or probably taking Adderall on a daily because you probably didn't see it. But the little things he did actually set Secret up into a favorable position to actually win a chicken dinner. But before I break that one down, check out the new Royal Pass being released here by PUBG Mobile. Okay, get the latest Royal Pass. It's a pass in collaboration with Warframe, the game itself. And it's available in the game since the 22nd of March. So yeah, you're kind of late. You're kind of late with the whole offering, but it's not over just yet. So better late than sorry, or better late than never. Go onto the game right now. You can get this pass in the application itself and obtain various outfits throughout the in-game events in this PUBG Mobile new offering. Okay, more info on this one will be shared soon on every social platforms that PUBG Mobile currently holds. So if you want to know more about this very interesting collaboration, then you're gonna have to make sure that on your social platforms, be it Facebook, Instagram, or even TikTok, do follow PUBG Mobile They're going to release the announcement soon, I believe, or at least they're just teasing me right now, and I want to find out myself. So a lot of good things coming in from that Royal Pass itself. Just go get it. I don't know what you're not missing out. I mean, you're missing out from not getting it. You're not doing anything productive during COVID anyway, right? So plus, if you're in the game, just go for it. That was the point. So a lot of things to cover here, but first, in case you already forgot, you are watching the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I know it is a mouthful. Get used to it. My name is Keith. I am your host for this evening. And what you saw right there was the actual Southeast Asia champion here. It's Team Secret stepping up onto games. Although you might argue that they had the circle on their end, it wasn't an easy one. And they could have very well lost that one themselves. However, by a few tricks and plays here that they decided to make, that technically won them their game. But here it is the match rankings itself. 9 eliminations for Team Secret. 15 ranking points brings them to a total of 24 points for this match. Coming in second, Dingoz. Again, very consistent. This team has gotten the first chicken dinner of the day and now going home with a second prize. So a second place finish. So I'm pretty sure by now R2K will be surpassed since the difference in points was just 10 points apart, or less than 5 points apart. And now with the 18 points brought in by Dingoz, they are now confirmed most definitely at the number 1 spot. And well, it's R2K in the back burner having to crawl their way back up. What happened to the team that we saw yesterday? The first team with the back-to-back chicken dinner. It's not reflective of what they were, seeing as though they've only secured themselves 3 points, seeing as though that they are also a very aggressive team who's good with their firearm. So, well, I wouldn't call it over just yet. That was only game number 3. We have 2 more to play in the day, and Team Secret's MVP goes to the side of Fredo with 2 eliminations. Although it doesn't seem much, they all played equal role, as you can see, with the team contribution percentage close to 30-ish, which is the standard average between 4 players. 795 damage, 3.5 MVP points, and 69 meters longest elimination distance. Self-explanatory, seeing as though that the circle did close upon them. No need to shoot from afar. Just shoot your neighbors right next to you, which is Team Secret, who also had the compound. So I'm not trying to rob any credits away from them. I'm just saying they played a really good game, and they couldn't do so without the thing that Madtoy just pulled off. But first, the weekly rankings overall so far, Dingoz taking up first place now with 166 total points, and R2K coming in 5 points difference still. Except this time they're on the bottom half of the 5 points and not the top side. Bosskur also went up the ranks here now at 3rd place, doing pretty well this season in terms of consistency. WNC has to bow out to make way for Team Bosskur now in 4th. Meanwhile, Team Secret, despite their most generous effort, all they did was take over the 11th spot, which previously was held by Clutch Guerilla. So Clutch Guerilla take 1 level downwards. Meanwhile, Team Secret move up by 1 level up. And, well, still down in the second draft, but again, wouldn't call it quits till it's actually over. We still have 2 more matches to be played and a whole day tomorrow for the final competitive day within the week to then determine the overall. So wouldn't feel too bad upon them for themselves, or don't feel so down about it, because the chance for a comeback seems to be always there for these teams. It's just a matter of how bad you want it and how lucky you are in these sort of situations, because we all know it's PUBG Mobile, it's a battle royale, 100 million and one things can go wrong or can go right as well. That determines whether or not you have a good game or a bad game. So I wouldn't be too hard on yourself, especially something as volatile as a game like this. But dude, go down onto the comments right now if you are a huge Team Secret fan, which I feel a lot of people are within the Southeast Asian region, me, myself included. Again, try not to play favoritism here, but hey, I'm just saying I'm a fan because they've represented Southeast Asia for a lot of times. Now, talking about the brilliance of MYSGPH, let me show you what Team Secret pulled off here in order to secure that chicken dinner. They started things off over in San Martin's just with the loot stuff. Pretty normal thing to do here in a PUBG Mobile. It is the looting phase, so not much action going on this side. They are lucky to be still within the outer part of the top side of the circle, so north western side of the circle. They made the movement down onto La Bendita, in between La Bendita and Los Leones, in which they held there for the longest of time. And just when when the circle looked like it was drawing towards the southeastern side, it actually pulled up towards the top left side, which is the northwestern side in the game, right? So that hard shift actually gave that advantage towards the side of Team Secret, in which they played off spectacularly here. Right now, you don't see it as much. You just see a whole cluster of teams who are fighting each other out, because this was the time where Team Secret still remained to be pretty passive. A couple of taps here and there, but nothing too lethal as of yet. I think they got a couple of members from RSG, if I'm not mistaken, but it's just some lovely taps as it actually pulls up all the way northwestern side here. That actually got a lot of the teams by surprise. As you can see, the prediction was to draw downwards and everyone saturated the bottom. But it went up and Team Secret immediately made a beeline on the way to the center of their circle, which is probably the only available compound within this center circle. And they held there for the longest of time. But what MYSGPH did was an interesting one. He actually deployed his team down here, 3-man, and actually went off by himself over a perch towards the right side of the battlefield, towards the eastern side of the battlefield, where he gave information in rotation, and that was clutch on that end, and they were also shooting back at them. So that was a deterrent for the teams who could possibly actually just drive on up and crash within the eastern side. As you can see, it's quite open for a space to be driven into. So by MYSGPH deploying himself out far in the open, giving the information, that actually deters Clutch, I believe, to make a whole rotation towards the front or the lower side of the entire compound in the circle, where they had to face up against EVOS VIP. So they took some sort of a beating there themselves, and eventually no teams came in from that one open area that they could have just easily breached into. And Team Secret, they had to handle from the only thing they had to worry about was from the back, the B side, which was MAB, which they took off pretty convincingly, and by then they had the high ground and the compound to play around with. Eventually, with their approach towards Clutch on the other side of the entire hill, they took that problem out and immediately transitioned their way back into the top side of this entire hill and pushed downward against Dingoz, winning them that winner-winner chicken dinner. And if it wasn't for what MYSGPH did by breaking away from his team, by shooting from that perched up hill, Clutch probably wouldn't make that long rotation to go up front, because then they wouldn't be deterred and actually just ram on through to the compounds where Team Secret currently resides. So MYSGPH, quick on his feet, seeing the problem before it happens, perched himself there, scouted out the rotation, gave out warning shot, changes the rotation of Clutch into a more favorable position for Team Secret to take on fights later on. So it was a complex thing they did. Despite the circle going on to their favor, they still had a lot to think about before securing that win, and therefore Team Secret, my God, that chicken dinner was well deserved. Now, that was it for that round. Like I mentioned, we have another Miramar map coming up later, and later on today, ending it with an Erangel. I've got a lot of digesting to do here from that game alone. I'm gonna head off to a quick break before we come back with more PUBG Mobile action. Then once again, my name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you in just about a bit. Bye-bye.
can beat me down, but I will jump back up. As is ganas.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
And we're back after a short break on trying to understand the high-level IQ plays Team Secret MATTOY brought in the first Miramar map of the day. Now the question will be, what will they bring in the next Miramar map of the day? My name is Keith. I'm your host this evening for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Get used to the name. I know it's long. It'll sound better if I repeat it more often. And a huge shout out to the people who made this whole entire event happen, to the people who put me here, who put the casters on the table, and who put these players right in the forefront for you to watch happen live every single day for the next 3 to 4 weeks. So, huge shout out to PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. And as I mentioned, we are down to the last 2 games of the day here, which I will break it down even further, talk about even further, I guess, because right now it's the overall stats that we got to check out from the previous game itself. 57 total elimination, total heals of 7,413, 56 knockout, a decent throwables used at 155, 3 airdrops looted, a total of 5 headshots, and 11 total revives. And guess what? Long gets the furthest shot here at 301 meters. Man, that is actually pretty impressive. But it is in the Miramar map, so you expect some sort of a long-distance shootout to happen here. Most damage goes to the side of Team Secret. Fredo at 795. They are a sleeping tiger, although Sem9 was the tiger at hand with Depp, bringing home 643 damage of his own. And Kid coming in next. The guy always pairs himself with Fredo, and I guess you could see how both of them shares the damage here at 626 for Kid himself. And this two duo just charged down the hill against Clutch. And you saw how that one wiped up the entire team without any casualty at all. So it was a successful downhill push. Now, can they do that again here coming into the next Miramar map of the day? And Group A, B, C, E will be the ones playing, which means Group D, Team SMG, RSG, MAB Esports, and ALMGHTY will be sitting this one out. So the Singaporeans will be taking a break. Does this mean KHI Esports will now have the chance to play a Miramar map and secure a winner-winner chicken dinner for themselves? It all boils down to what they do in the game. And based on what I'm seeing so far in KHI Esports, I think it's more a confidence issue, if anything, because it seemed like KHI Esports could actually wipe a couple of these Malaysian teams who are currently in a first draft. They did it once and twice. Dingoz was one of those teams who fell in the hands of KHI Esports. And so mechanically, I think maybe they have it. So KHI Esports, will they shake off the nerves being the first newcomer here from the Philippines within the PMPL League? Or will they continue this path, this long path of discovery before finding their grooves? Nevertheless, this is who I think is going to get the winner-winner chicken dinner this evening for the second Miramar match. That is going to go to the side of Yudu Alliance 4 Rivals. Again, crazy shooters. It's just one of those maps, right? Miramar was a strong map for back then, known as 4 Rivals, currently known as Yudu Alliance 4 Rivals. And so Miramar, I think they have the likelihood more so than not. And now with Voki in the team, I also want to see them pull a remarkable play, because a Voki in your team should be an addition. It shouldn't be a detriment, which unfortunately, I hate to say it, is feeling like it right now. But I'm going to reserve my conservative feelings for later, because we're going to watch them play it out right here in the last Miramar map of the day. Take it away.
Muling nagbabalik ang PMPL MYSGPH Spring 2022. Ako po si Bekbek and kasama pa rin natin dito si Kuko. Kami ang tagapaghatid ng maiinit na bakbakan sa Battlegrounds. Kung mainit na ang ating match ng Miramar, kakayanin kaya ng KHI habulin yung init ng Miramar, Kuko?
Well, titignan natin kung kaya nilang habulin yung init na yun. Well, sabi nga ni Keith, might be confidence issue, pwede din, pero yun nga, sabi nga ng KHI Esports, actually sila Monboy nagko-comment sa live comment section rather. May ano talaga, may issue when it comes to MS, yung ping. So let's see kung maayos na yun. Hopefully maayos na yun before even week 2 starts. And right now, with less than 20 seconds left, we're gonna be in Miramar now with KHI Esports. Maganda to, Bekbek, and with just less than 10 seconds left, halina at simulan na natin ang KHI Rice Key Miramar action right now. At lumilipad na nga tayo dito, Bekbek. Sa mapa ng Miramar, napakainit at napaka-sandy lands ng Miramar. At kita-kita naman natin average points in Miramar. Dingoz talaga. At Yudu Alliance 4 Rivals ang palong-palo dito sa mapa na to. When it comes to points though, dito naman sa KHI, hindi mo sila nakikita dito kasi hindi pa talaga sila nagpa-pop off. So Bekbek, paano nga ba talaga sila magpa-pop off in order for them to get a chicken dinner today?
Well, kung nakita natin ang KHI, medyo nagsistruggle sila sa MS. Pero hopefully talaga pumanig na sa kanila ang laban na to. Kasi kahapon pa natin na-witness, na kaya naman nila kahit may trouble sa MS. But let's see if this is going to be their game and the map of Miramar. Kitang-kita naman natin very golden din yung ating mapa ng Miramar. And is it going to be this time for KHI to really win this game?
Well, let's see, Bekbek, right now, they're down below. Ito yung usual drop, if maalala mo yung Fuegos. Ito yung usual drop ng Fuegos dati sa ilalim ng Los Leones. And if you remember naman yung usual drop spot ng KHI, kung paano sila nanalo ng qualifier sa Philippines, they're actually at Minas Generales. And right now, mukhang maganda ang circle para sa KHI. Gitnang-gitna sila. Ang kailangan na lang talaga, ang kulang na lang talaga, Bekbek, is to execute this game
Yes.
really well.
Yes.
Ganun na lang.
Yes. Now, and napag-usapan din naman natin kahapon, Kuko, na how should KHI work into the game na napansin mo din na talagang medyo matagal talaga ang looting phase ng KHI. Pero you recommended na sana ang KHI galawan nila dapat is more likely fast loot, then mag-loot na lang sa makakalaban nila.
At grabe naman yun, naka-win 94 itong si Dams at may na-knockout na CLC sa kill feed. At kung nakita mo kanina, Bekbek, kumikinang-kinang yung Scarlet niya. Paano nangyari yun, 'di ba? Grabe naman
talaga,
yun.
no?
Sige.
Iba talaga pinapahatid ng PUBG Mobile sa atin, no. Super ganda talaga ng binibigay ng mga skin sa atin. Ako talaga hindi talaga ako skinner eh. Mahina kasi ako.
Ako, di rin ako skin sa PUBG Mobile nung simula lang. Kasi syempre, nung simula, ang dami talaga magandang skins. I mean, I know right now na maraming magagandang skins dito sa PUBG Mobile. Especially yung mga Lamborghini. Nakakuha ka na ba, Bekbek? Yun yung tanong dyan eh.
Alam mo, hindi ko talaga trinay. Pero naghangad ako na sana makuha ko. Pero wala talaga, malas talaga ako. Ikaw ba?
Well, ako hindi ko pa natatry, Bekbek. Malay mo, may ibigay si PUBG Mobile, Bekene men. Pero right now, Happy, nakita mo yung ginagawa ni Happy. Talagang hindi siya nagpaparamdam, nakagapang siya kanina. Ngayon tumayo na siya. At magugulat na lang si Itskido dito ng Dingoz. And Itskido, walang alam mga kaibigan. Hindi mo alam. Pwede na rin team secret kung si Happy kasi ginulat niya with that AKM. Uy, mukhang muntikin pa siya doon. Kasi hindi siya tumatama sa simula. Pero Happy will take him down. Mini 14 pa nga ang panapos niya dito. And tamang heal lang na meron pang extra dun sa floor. And Happy will get that easy kill number 1. Actually, kill number 2 kasi 62 alive na lang pala.
Ang sakit nun, Kuko, na talagang na-surprise ka doon na ay pagbaba mo pala, ay ang ganda-ganda ng loot mo, ang ganda ng pagkakuha mo sa magandang baril, tapos bababa ka lang, tapos andun yung kalaban. Talagang ang sakit talaga, talagang pighati, ganun.
Grabe, talaga yun, gulatan to the max talaga, and total damage naman, men, Izane talaga. The damage master, mga kaibigan. Mika din, with almost 5,000 na rin, sa kasi Damrud. Iba ang pinapakita ngayon ng R2K Axis at the same time yung Geek fam. Sabi ko nga kanina, kung di ka Geek, hindi ka fam. And right now, Geek fam, saktong-sakto. Diba? Saktong-sakto pinapakita ngayon ng Spectator. Shoutout sa'yo, Spectator ng PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSGPH 2022. And right now, the rotation is in for Yudo Alliance for Rivals. And tamang-tama lang talaga, Bekbek, na ganito yung ganito kaaga mag-rotate. Especially in this type of circle na pa-southside yung circle sa Miramar. Talagang dapat kuha ka talaga ng magandang spot dito.
Yes, no. And with their rotations talaga, KHI hindi na sila masyado mag-move dahil they're already in the zone. But what I think best for KHI is kailangan nila mag-regroup. Now, once na nakuha nila yung gusto nilang baril, yung mga gusto nilang armory, the best armory that they can have or they can provide, mag-regroup na sila. And kung sino man ang pupunta sa kanilang area, talagang take the opportunity, seize the light to eliminate them as much as possible.
Diba? Oo, ito na. Si Paris ng Axis. Akala ba Malaysia? Bakit Paris to? Bekbek? Bakit ganon? Pero, going back here. We have Yudo. Yudo Alliance for Rivals dito, Bekbek. Mukhang magkakaharapan. 2v1 situation to. Ricky Maru at saka si Ati. And remember, pinatay niya kanina si Itskido. Pero, Demigod, mga kaibigan. Ito na nga KHI Esports. Umaariba, ini-sprayan, tinatamaan ng kalaban. At CLC is going to be easy-peasy kaya para sa KHI. Mukhang hindi kasi Shinzi, magbaback out na nga dito. Mini bass action, mga kaibigan. At ginukulat naman ang team ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. Tamang ganti para sa kanilang tropa na si Itskido kanina. And Ricky mukhang nag-bailout na, escapo na. And right now, the revive is real. And mukhang walang mawawala sa Yudo Alliance for Rivals. Dingoz mawawala, 2, Bek. Maganda to para sa sa Yudo Alliance.
At saka napansin mo na talagang surprise talaga ang mga surprise ambush talaga ang nagaganap dito sa mga unang phase of the play safe zone. Talagang pansin kanina nakita natin 4 rivals din kalaban pa nila yung mga kaibigan natin from the CLC, pero kanina din nagkakaroon din ng laban ng ating Yudo and eventually Dingoz pa nga ang kanilang nakaharap. But dito sa side mo na tayo ng R2K versus CLC, despite na damage sila ng medyo kalahati, but still pinaramdam lang ng R2K kami. Talagang hindi ko deserve yung spot na yan. Kaya mukhang lalayo mo na ang R2K. Sabi, mamaya na tayo maglalaban, ituloy natin ang round 2 sa susunod na phase of the play safe zone. So CLC here trying to do some damage pero hindi nga maaari mapa-knock out ang ating mga kaibigan sa side ng mga kaibigan natin doon. nawala bigla.
Okay lang yan, Bek. And right now, nako po, Monboy. Mapapa-addict hehe talaga si Addict hehe doon sa ginawa niyang yun. And Monboy needs help, man. And sana makita man lang natin yung nangyayari ngayon sa KHI Esports. Buti na lang pala, Bek, malayo yung lokasyon ng KHI Esports dito sa team ng Farang Lejund. Si Damaso naman ay maiisahan dito ng Dingoz. And akala mo na lugi na yung Dingoz dito, pero sila pa ang makakapatay dito or makaka-knockdown. Farang Lejund, makakaisa na nga dito. Pinagtutulungan mga kaibigan ang ating mga tropa. Bakit naman kayo ganyan?
Alam mo, feel ko talaga pagbaba pa lang ng Battlegrounds, may target na sila. May gusto na silang i-target dito. Yung KHI talaga. Talagang pinag-iinitan nila yung mga Filipino teams natin. But syempre, it's a battle royale and kailangan talaga magaling ka mag-survive. So survival of the fittest to para sa mga iba nating mga kaibigan. So we will see kung kakayanin ba ng KHI mag-lead the charge with just 3 players left. But we know that this zone is really going to make a change for everyone. Kasi Los Leones, pansin mo din kahapon ang laban din natin, Los Leones, which we have Almighty nanalo doon sa sa laban na yun. But since Almighty is not here, so it's going to be the Philippine versus our Malaysia naman.
Totoo yan. And KHI, wala na si Monboy. And pwede na rin nating sabihin, Bek, na hirap sila Monboy, sila Damaso, sila Demigod. Kasi this is their first time entering PMPL level. Kasi usually we are in PMCO C wildcard. So when you talk about PMPL and then also Malaysia, you're talking about top tier level of PUBG Mobile. And dalawang Malaysian team ang nakapasok nga nung nakaraang PMGC. So talagang iba talaga yung level of gameplay. So talagang dapat hindi natin smallin. Especially yung mga players like Jumper na PMGC player. And remember, Jumper, two-time player yan ng PMGC, ng Team Secret. And it's just so amazing na nakuha nga siya ng access. Pero right now, Sams, mga kaibigan ng EVOS VIP, inireta si Kid 5 tapos biglang iniwanan, di ba? Parang yung jowa lang natin dati, yung mga ex natin dati, no? Inireta tayo, tapos iniwanan tayo.
Ay, grabe, parang grabe yung hugot ni Coco na yun. Ako, guys, wag iiwan yung mga ganyan. Pero syempre, basta wag din iwan ang pamilya, wag din ganun, wag ganun. May kilala tayo.
Redone Labrador ba yan? Iwan pati pamilya. Ha?
Oo, wag ganun. Focus tayo sa goal pero kasama dapat ang pamilya. Ganun dapat tayo. Katulad ng ginagawa natin.
Ganito yun, Bek, Ganito yun, Bek. Lahat tayo dito Pilipino. So dapat di tayo nag-aaway-away. So sa mga sa comment section dyan, suportahan natin yung KHI Esports. Kahit i-bash pa tayo, diba? Kunyari, i-bash si Bek, i-bash si Kuko TV. Suportahan pa rin natin yung KHI Esports. Kasi sila lang ang pag-asa natin para makapasok sa susunod na level, which is yung PMPL MYSG. After neto, PMPL Southeast Asia. So at least makuha ng KHI yung top 16 para makapasok sila sa country finals, no? maganda
Agree.
na achievement yun para sa Philippine PUBG Mobile scene.
Agree talaga ako sa'yo, Paolo B tuloy. Nako, hindi pa si Paolo B. Si
Ay,
Coco
na-miss mo
to,
na si
si
Paolo
Coco.
B, ikaw
Si Coco. Hindi. Si Coco to. And yun na nga, no, speaking of, katulad ng sinabi mo, it really open up another opportunity for the Filipino team na pumasok pa sa PMC.
Mhm.
'Di ba, from isa, mali mo yung isa natin
Oo,
KHI,
sa
tapos
susunod,
may susunod,
diba? 10
'di ba?
na.
Mali mo, 'di ba? 'Di ba, pwede yun. Kaya talagang wag tayo mawawalan ng pag-asa pa para sa ating
Diba?
mga Filipino representatives natin dito sa
Diba? Malay mo,
PMPL.
'di ba, Beck, 'di ba, isa lang ngayon. Mamaya
Oo.
dagdagan ni PUBG Mobile ng isang bale 10 na.
Diba?
Mapapa-oo tayo niyan, 'di ba? Marami ng oo.
Yes, ganun.
Malay mo 1,000 teams. De, joke lang. Hindi, pero in all fairness, Beck, magandang opportunity to for the Filipino PUBG Mobile scene kasi nga sa totoo lang maraming magagaling na PUBG Mobile team dito sa Pilipinas. We have the likes of M42 Esports. We have also the likes of Hive International. Meron din yung dating Blacklist International na ngayon ay Pure Skills na. So again, madaming magagaling na teams dito sa PH region na hindi nabibigyan ng opportunity dito sa mga kagaya na to. And KHI Esports, I know na nahihirapan kayo ngayon, pero eventually, after this week number 1, hopefully makakuha kayo ng magandang break. Sana ng week 2, no? Sana week 2 hindi ganito yung performance para at least makakuha tayo ng hope, 'di ba?
Yes, it's a totally reset na kasi pagdating sa week 2. So, the hopes is still there. The Filipino dream is not yet dead for KHI Esports. So, hopefully, this would be an avenue for them to improve kung ano yung namimiss sa kanila. Pero syempre, di rin nagpatalo dito ang ating R2K sa side ng NC Taba natin. Echo here, managed to take a knockout sa ating side ng R2K, si Harm. But Harm here has already been eliminated into the game. Pero nagkakaroon din ng laban natin dito sa side ng ating THU. Kalaban pa ang ating friends from the GENEXUS. So kaliwat kanan ang laban natin dito, Kuko.
Uy, Rankid nakakaisa na nga si Rankid, nakakuha pa nga ng isang kill mga kaibigan. Ito na ba ang pagbangon ng api? Damaso! With that nade, isama muna si Zali ng THQ. And Damaso, grenade after grenade. And now the smokes are in para sa Pilipinas. And right now, napatras nila yung THQ. Sabi ng THQ, ayoko na. Ayaw na namin kayong apihin. Kayo na ang number 1, PH number 1. At ayun na nga, niratrat na nga ni Rankid, mga kaibigan. Galit na, mga kaibigan, si Rankid.
Pinaparamdam niya na kung gaano dapat sila matakot sa KHI Esports. And that's what I love about them. But eventually, we have your EVOS na kung kalaban nila ating mga team secret natin. But dito muna tayo focus first sa ating NC versus R2K. Now, ewan ko kung kay Kuko lang ba talaga yung may hilig yung spectator. Parang sa akin, Kuko, ayaw sa akin, no? Parang sa'yo talaga yung may gusto.
Hindi, sabi kasi ng spectator, taken ka na daw. Crush ako ng spectator eh.
Sana all.
Ganun lang yun, Beck.
Sana all. Pero syempre, tingnan na kung sino magsasana all dito. Team Secret kaya or EVOS VIP with that frag grenade despite na damage siya doon, pero it's not going to be enough. Pero isa pang tapo ng frag grenade. Knockout si Mika pero pinatulan din ng bala sa ating side ng Team Secret. Ano kaya mangyayari? Itong dalawang teams sa to ay talagang malalakas in their own league. And what happened sa Team Secret natin? Dalawa na ang knockout, isa na lang ang natitira, and si Fredo, but will he be able to break free dito sa side ng EVOS natin?
Sabi ni Fredo, I want to break free. Kaso hindi, ang layo ng mga teammates niya. So Team Secret, hindi sila naka-reset doon sa chicken dinner na nakuha nila kanina. And right now, one member left for Team Secret, malabo pa sa pagbabalik ng ex mo at yung kayo na magkabalikan. Pero KHI Esports all of a sudden, Beck after the 2 eliminations will get eliminated by Jumper. Sabi ni Jumper, hello demigod. Ayan na nga men, yung nangyayari ngayon dito, Beck.
Ang hirap talaga na pag may storyline yung KHI sa Axis, very connected talaga sila. So Axis talagang napa-shutdown nila completely ang ating mga KHI, but we are seeing some casualties or knockouts dito sa side ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals, and I'm not sure kung sino ba ang kanilang kinakalaban, but we know in this area wala sa zone ang ating Axis redONE, and even as well the two teams na nasa kanilang harapan pa. Pero Team Secret natin dito already eliminated into the game. So itong dalawang teams pala natin is we have the GENEXUS at saka mga kaibigan natin from the CLC. So we are not sure kung ano ba ang nagaganap dito, pero alam natin may advantage kasi ang CLC in terms of their position. They could knock out GENEXUS, but GENEXUS here, will they have a slight advantage against Axis redONE? Kasi alam naman natin, Axis redONE, super dominating talaga nila sa laban na to. Super dominating sila in terms of their gameplay. But will they be able to outsmart the Axis redONE sa side ng GENEXUS natin?
And right now, jumper strongman hold ang ginagawa nila dito. Tatlo yung nasa likod, isa ang nasa harapan. This will negate yung elimination agad-agad ng Axis redONE. And right now, jumper able to actually get a hold of the positions ng GENEXUS. So kumbaga nag-push na nga yung isa nilang player, and Luyu. Anong granada sabi ni Jumper. Napaka-easy naman nun para kay Jumper. Inabangan lang ng UMP45. Kaso nga lang si Mika masyadong excited. And right now, Biu and Dagang will try to eliminate the few members left, yung tatlong members left ng Axis redONE. And right now, nahirapan pa umangat. Minibus nila doon and mananakdown na nga isa sa Axis redONE, and that is Jumper. And hey, Noob and Faris na lang natitira dito. Will they be able to actually revive ang kanilang IGL na si Jumper?
Grabe yun, Kuko. Now, view natin dito, knockout sa ating play safe zone, and nag-bye-bye na agad sila. Nagpaalam na dito sa ating match number 4. What just happened there for the side of GENEXUS? Leaving out 13 teams left with 36 players alive here sa ating fourth phase of the play safe zone. R2K is now going against with Yudo Alliance for Rivals. How are they going to be able to pick up the pace? Pero ating R2K talagang tinatamaan nila ng ligaw na bala ang ating mga Homebois, and Homebois here being able to pick up kung saan ba nanggagaling yung shots na yun.
And right now, the circle all of a sudden went downwards. Grabe yung hard shift talaga pag Miramar, no? Back. Pabago-bago talaga yung daloy ng circle dito sa mapa na to, and talagang nahihirapan talaga yung mga bawat koponan dito sa PMPL MYSGPH. And right now, Sem9 has the higher ground here. Ito yung tinatawag na Red Rocks, mga kaibigan, and they have the sights of... Uy, kaso nga lang, Parang! Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Nag-o-audition si Mang Parang dun sa may itaas, at na-knockdown na nga siya. And Putrazael na lang at saka si Bravo na lang natitira for Sem9. Pero yun nga, Yudo Alliance for Rivals, 3-man strong. Here, they are able to actually knock Sykes down, and si Izane na lang natitira dito. And Izane has the sights here para kay Laman Parang, pero down to low HP. Not able pala to go for the kill at eliminated na nga Bekbek ang R2K.
Grabe. Control-Alt-Delete para sa side ng ating mga R2K. Pero let's see with Axis redONE if kakayarin ba nila labanan ang ating mga Geek fam, dahil kumpletong rekados pa sila. Wala pa masyadong knockout dito sa side ng Geek. Will they be able to pick up the face? Kasi Axis redONE jumper natin currently knockout in his position, and Geek is really trying to put some pressure sa side ng Axis dahil wala rin sa play safe zone ang ating Axis redONE. But here they have it. Frag grenade, pero wala pang natatamaan sa side ng Axis. Pero we know for sure, Snart is now out by Faris. And ano kanyang nangyayari? Geek fam natin is clearly dominating the game. Isang knockout mula kay Faris, isang knockout pa ang magmumula sa ating mga Geek. Kaya lang mag-pick up the face. But QB here, he is trying to make some move. Pero Faris natin hindi magwawagi sa laban na yon.
And right now, Geek fam able to eliminate Axis redONE. Napakahirap na positioning nila doon. Isang ridge area lang na meron sila, tapos one-sided lang. And at the same time, right now, tamang gatekeep lang ang ginagawa ng Geek fam. And here, dito naman sa side na to, Homebois, buhay pa rin sila. And sinabi natin kanina, Bekbek, Homebois, maganda ang pinakita kahapon. Pero today, Sobrang alat nila. And right now, Sem9, man parang tinatry niyang pasabugin yung kotse pero sumabog na nga siya. Ricky hinahabol ng Sem9. Ricky Martin, mga kaibigan, nandito na ako, magpapakita na ako. And right now, with that elimination, man parang is out of this game. Pero bravo, Johnny, bravo for the save. And Putrazel, mare-revive niya. Uy, pinuhat mga kaibigan.
Binuhat. Anak.
Parang
akin
John Cena lang.
Di ba? Anak, i-revive kita. Bubuhatin mo na kita. Ganun yung ganun yung mga gusto natin no. Buhatin mo ako, kailangan i-revive mo ako. Oo.
At grabe yung pagbuhat na yun. Parang kala mo si Brock Lesnar yung nung nagbuhat pero right now, Team Sem9 buhay pa rin. Man parang medyo nakakitaan tayo ng pagod na. Kay man parang tagal na rin niya sa ligang ito. And talagang nauunahan na rin siya ng mga batang players. And Miracle right now, naghahanap ng himala mga kaibigan dito para sa Geek Fam. By the way, Beck, this is already the 6th phase of the zone. We still have 19 left alive with 8 teams remaining. And sino ba ang nasa loob ng bilog? Kakaunti lang. Team Bosskur. 4-man strong. Napakaganda ng ginagawa nila dito. Kinukuha na nila yung eastern side ng circle. And Geek Fam QB mo may tinatamaan dun sa Gedi-Gedi and ALMGHTY. Na-addict na dito sa kakaspray dun sa mga kalaban niya. And Adibs of CLC buhay na buhay pa rin. And right now, Beck, the calm before the storm. Wala munang putukan. Ceasefire muna, men.
Grabe, alam mo talaga, ang hirap pero syempre mahirap din na tinamaan ka sa malayo as Geek Fam QB here managed to eliminate our EVOS VIP. 6 teams left, Kuku. Sino kaya ang mananaig but make it an elimination for our Sem9? Pero tinulungan pa nga si Tam natin dito. Tam already eliminated into the game. But Helton natin dito. Tingnan na kung kakayanin kaya niya mapasabugan si Bard natin of our Homebois.
Ang tibay doon ni Bard. Gineranada na. Hindi pa namatay. Pero right now, Farang Lejund, kailangan nilang umalis dito sa pwesto nila. At Bard, matatamaan na nga yung isa nilang player si Helton. And Helton right now needs some help. Helton. And right now, uy, aboy. Mukhang gusto niyang patayin din si Helton. Going for that kill still, pero si Adibs, kanina pa to, Beck, nag-iisa na lang siya, pero nasa taas siya ng warehouse, walang nakakakita sa kanya.
Grabe yung pinapakita ng ating mga teams na yon, and we don't know kung kanina ba talaga manarig kasi lahat sila ay nasa circle, and the only objective that they want is to see kung sino ba ang lalabas na ulo dyan. Talagang diretso talaga ang putukan nila sa mga ulo nito, and getting that winner chicken dinner, objective winner chicken dinner, and to be able to survive na kumpleto Recados pa. Bosskur kumpleto pa.
Uy, kanina pa yun. Adibs, Beck, kanina pa siya nang titrip dun sa sa taas. Trip lang yung ginagawa niya. Pero right now, Geek Fam, buhay pa rin yung isa. QB, nagpapanggap na na buhangin dito sa Miramar, Beck.
Alam mo, hindi na to buhangin, nagpapanggap na siyang cactus. Gusto niya ayaw niya mo na gumalaw. Ayaw niya mo na gumalaw dito sa sa area. Kasi sabi niya, manonood mo na ako, papanoorin ko muna maglaban-laban ang mga teams natin na sa harapan. So talagang, masasabi rin isang opportunista ang ating kaibigan na si QB. Now, from QB to cactus to opportunist.
Oh, the real opportunist, parang si Edge lang, men. Pero right now, Adibs, men, kanina pa to nasa loob ng bilog. Bakit ka ganong kaswerte, Adibs, ng Clutch Guerilla? Pwede siyang dun lang sa may kanto ng bahay na to, ng bubong na to, and talagang aantayin lang niya na maglaban-laban yung mga nakikita niya sa ilalim. Pero yun na nga, ALMGHTY. Anong ALMGHTY? Bard with the shot here, pero yun na nga yung respawn ni Olio with the shot and tricks. Napauwi na nga niya yung mga Homebois and QB. Tamang third party lang. Kanina ka pa nagiging buhangin. Bumangon na nga sa sand itong si QB, and right now going for the throw of that nade. Pinapatamaan niya itong si Trix, and right now tamang shot lang din dito yung Farang Lejund sa side ng Team Bosskur. Beck, Team Bosskur ata yung pinakamalaking chance na manalo dito.
Yes, pero gusto ko rin makakita ng plot twist, Coco, na baka manalo pa ang TLC Adibs natin na sa pinakatuktok lang habang pinapanood niya na naglaban-laban to mga to. And let's see if yung plot twist kaya or yung storyline mo ang mananaig dito sa laban na to. Pero let's see, it's going to be 6 teams into the 7th phase of the
nabaliw
placing
na.
zone. Pero ayun, ano ginagawa ni QB doon? Hinahanap niya lang. Pero syempre, hindi nagpatalo ang ating CLC Adibs as nakuha niya pa yon. Alam mo, hindi na opportunista si QB. Isang opportunista na talaga ang ating CLC na si Adibs.
Labanan ng mga opportunista dito. QB na baliw na. Kung pwede lang palitan yung IGN, siya dapat si Adik Hehe. Kanina, anong ginagawa niya doon? Binabaril niya yung bubong. Pero right now, Psycho with that Scarlight. Adik Hehe is knocked down one more time. At yun na nga, bleed to death na nga ang Farang Legend at eliminated na rin sa mapa na to. 5 teams remaining. 4 pa rin ang Team Bosskur. Nagsunog na nga ng bahay si Aboy. Anong ginagawa mo, Aboy? Bakit mo sinusunog yung sarili mong bahay? Ayaw mo na bang tumira dyan? Mukhang meron natang tao sa taas. Si Frankie pala. Frankie nagpapanggap na bahay, mga kaibigan.
Okay, kumpleto na. May cactus, may buhangin, may bahay. Tingnan natin kung sino ba mananaig kasi kayang-kaya ng Team Bosskur natin ipa-knock out dito agad-agad si Frankie with just a single frag grenade. Pero hinihintay lang nila yung right timing or right position para ma-eliminate nila completely ang ating Team Bosskur, ang ating NC Taba rather. Pero si LC Adibs, kita mo na sa pinakatuktok and kaya niya i-frag grenade. On an instant yung Team Boss natin.
Kanina pa siya, bek si Adibs. Nang uurat na lang siya dito sa taas eh. Kumbaga, inaantay na lang niya kung merong ma-open. Kapag may na-open, kumbaga patay ka deha, sabi ni Adibs. And right now, all eyes on Tricks. Alam niya na may tao dito sa may kabilang side ng broken wall na to. And QB right now, mukhang pinupush na rin siya at the same time. At nakita na nga ni Adibs. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Adibs with that next level play. And he's using the blue zone then at the same time. Oh, QB with the shot! It will be a 3 or 2v1v1 situation all of a sudden. Buhay pa. Actually, knockdown lang yung isa. And right now, mare-revive na nila. So 3v1v1. Kaya pa ba today, Adibs?
Ingat kung kakayanin pero with that frag grenade, aabot kaya kay Dibs and hindi umabot. Alam mo, ito na yung pinaka magandang story. Ayan na. Ito na ang tunay na nabaliw sa Battlegrounds. Si Adibs, no? Ito yung classmate mong bida-bida, no? Ako yung nasa pinakatuktok. I want the attention. Ganon.
And Adibs with that emote, napaka-epic ng ginagawa niya. Kanina pa ako natatawa kasi nag-aantay na lang siya. Kumbaga, para siyang nandun lang sa may taas, tapos antay na lang kung pero siya makikill. And ang dami niya nang napitas. I think nakakuha siya ng 3 or 2 or 4 na siguro. Titingnan natin yan mamaya. Pero kumbaga, healing galing ang labanan dito. Tingnan natin, no, situation natin. First aid, si Naoki, meron 3. Merong 4 naman itong si QB at si Adibs merong 4. So for me lamang ang Team Bosskur dito kasi mas marami sila pero yun na nga yung mga ginagawa ng Team Bosskur. Dinadaan na nila sa blue zone and there you go, Team Bosskur with that elimination getting that chicken dinner at tingnan natin 8 kills back ang nakuha nila.
Grabe, congratulations to our Team Bosskur from Malaysia as they managed to take the 4th winner chicken dinner of the day. And syempre, ako po si Begbek and kasama natin si Kuku. We will be proceeding to the highlights of the game. See you guys.
You know, I've said it once and I'll say it again. Team Bosskur, just when the entire crowd snoozed on them, didn't think they existed, they always find a way to remind you that they are here to stay. Congratulations, a winner chicken dinner onto the side of Team Bosskur, and who, better yet, to pull the entire team through? It was Naoki and his leadership to make the calls to drive on through and into the hunts. But before we elaborate further on how they got the chicken dinner, I'd like to talk about how you can get your own winning or own prizes, I guess. Talking about, of course, these little cute horn and a cob suit which you can wear as an overalls here. Obviously, there are two codes, very limited. They are unique codes in which no two codes are the same, okay? I'm not sure if code 1 is for the head and code 2 is for the body, or it comes in a whole set, because they don't allow me to claim it. Otherwise, I would have way before you did. Okay, go over to www.pubgmobile.com/redeem. Like I said, this is exclusively for the viewers. None of the casters have it. I don't even have one myself, and so count your lucky stars. And instead of using that fast fingers to type toxic down in the chat, why not use it for redemption for once in a while, you know? At least get something good out of that outcome, and, well, rock the corn in the cob outfit and stick out in the fields. Anyways, talking about more good things that PUBG Mobile is coming out with is this new collaboration, okay, which they have recently announced. It's out now on the PUBG Mobile platform. That is the PUBG Mobile X Warframe collaboration, okay? You can win or technically obtain. I wouldn't say win because you kind of have to play the game. So you get most definitely obtain in-game events, outfits from these in-game events, but you kind of have to do a little grinding. It is, after all, a season pass. Now, talking about the new and improved Classic Mode as well, Classic Mode 1.9. In case you haven't heard already, the mechanics have been improved. Now, you will get a notification when the play zone countdown is about to close in. So, no longer do you have to stress on that while trying to keep tabs of people on the battlefield while you are gunning them down. Make the decision when they give you the warning, or by then it's probably too late. You might as well commit to the fight anyways. So check out the other stuff as well. Control improvement, supply shop, and a new bridge in Erangel. New bridge, which means new tactical warfare, which you can strategize and implement when it comes to these chokeholds. Hopefully it comes down to competitive soon enough, though. This is only released on the classic mode here, so make it as you may. I think maybe it's kind of like a beta test for the people, and if people like it, people adapt it to this new whole bridge, and maybe then they bring it onto the rank and competitive scene for us to see more interesting layers coming out from PUBG Mobile, or the league per se, the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. So that is all the offerings that they have, and well, the chicken dinners have been eaten today. So far, 4 chicken dinners have been given out. 1 more left in the kitchen. Let's take a look. Before we elaborate further on how the chicken dinner was earned, we shall first see the numbers brought in by this team here. Team Bosskur, under the leadership of Naoki, again, bringing home 8 kills with 15 chicken dinner points onto their side, giving them a total of 23. Previously, I believe they were in 3rd place. This should propel them higher. Oh, is it 3rd or 4th? 3rd place, yeah, I remember. Now, Geek fam did absolutely well as well, despite the circle shift that was, let's be honest, far than hard to play. It's way beyond hard. Hard is just an understatement at this point, seeing as though it looks like it hard shifted down and then hard shifted back up. All the numbers that they're getting here is impressive to say the least, and Geek fam, Team Bosskur, they did not have an easy path into the circle, I can tell you that much. Clutch Guerillas, Adibs, once again coming out here onto the screen with 3 elimination this time round. 677 damage, carrying the entire squadron on his back with 70% team contribution. At this point, you can kick 3 other players and play it as a whole. You and one guy, choose who's your favorite. pull it into your squad, play a duo instead. It seems like you're doing all the work. 117 meters long, longest elimination. And there we have it. No, Bosskur now stays at number 3. Did not shift at all, so I was off by a single placement since I forgot that R2K is still very formidable and is now in second place, but the gap between the top 3 has now diminishes into a very, very possible outcome, right? It's the race to top 1 now to end the day and eventually come in with a head start coming tomorrow when tomorrow comes and they have to play for the overall standing. So Bosskur has diminishes that differences in points, giving them a good chance to maybe even finish at number 1 spot. Now, take a look at the second draft, though. This is where a lot of the struggling takes place. Oh, by the way, Clutch Guerilla now makes it up the first draft, so congratulations to them. Meanwhile, down the bottom 4 seems to stay stagnant here with Almighty, GENEXUS, SMG, and KHI Esports. 3 of those teams are new. 1 of them is underperforming. Okay, hint, hint, Team SMG. I hate to say it that way, man, but they've seen better days. We've seen them have better days. The rest of the others, hey, maybe it's nerves. Almighty, probably their first PMPL. GENEXUS, only BB had the experience, and Snappy, maybe. Yeah, they've got new roster, new players, probably new strategy, which isn't working. And KHI Esports. So, of course, let's take a look how Bosskur got their winner with a chicken dinner. Starting things off in Impala with that hard shift downwards. Nearly about 30% off the map covered in water. One would assume that it was going to close down even further. And so, Team Bosskur made the advancement straight on down south, being close to it from Impala. They occupy the bottom side, making sure that so it's an advantage because no one else can come from behind. And now that the circle has closed, straying away from the water, they could assume that it's going to get away from, and it's not going to be a water circle, and instead make them rotation towards the middle. And as it closes even more further, they are now left within the air in the open field where they kind of have to fight through quite a bit to actually secure themselves within the circle itself, right? Geek fam, they've been there for the longest of time over in Los Leones, so they were always within circle. But Bosskur, my God, they had to fight their way through, and it was a sticking moment, I believe, when they were right next to Farang, when they were right next to, I believe it was Homebois as well, where they were pincered down and got nowhere to run until Naoki decided to make the bold decision and move on forward, scouted out the area and found an entry point within a compound. This was one of the fights that happened very bravely when Sam9 ended within the last few circles in the 5th circle here. As you can see, Sam9 had the high ground and everyone wanted to compete against it to take over the spot. Obviously, it's kind of a do-or-die situation, which unfortunately didn't pan out for Sam9 as the circle strayed away from their comfort zone and slowly closes into this small little area here. And as you can see, Bosskur from the location they were playing from, they had to fight their way in. Farang had all the advantage in the world, being smack dab in the center here. Unfortunately, they were pincered down by a number of teams within the way. Homebois was one of those teams that were pincering them down. And eventually, Clutch Guerilla, Adips, who was on top, overseeing it all, who ended the Homebois took out Farang, Homebois, and then Homebois gets taken out by Clutch Guerrillas. That was the order of fight, if I remember myself. And look at QB. This man, I don't know how he made it in such willy-nilly fashion, but he did, and he stayed there for the longest of time. And it was Bosskur who pushed into it after they took out, they realized that Frankie was in that building, then it wasn't safe, tried to make the rotation onto the bigger building, of course. And it all played out the way it did. It became who has less meds or who is ballsy enough to make the first move to get into the blue zone, I guess. Well, Adibs, he did the victory dance, which we all know and love. That was a kind of a high point for me. I think that was the most entertaining thing within the 9th circle here when Adibs was doing the dance, right? Because they knew that they were back against the wall and there was nothing they could do. Adibs sure could have jumped down, maybe try and get a frag off, But what is the likelihood of that? Maybe he'd get more chances just by staying on top and maybe hoping that Bosskur or Geek Fam QB was the one who decided to make the first move outside and he'll get the frag from the high ground. So it was a dilemma in which ended the way it did, which wasn't surprising. And well, Team Bosskur, I know, okay, man. Like one of the casters said, if there's a player you would want to steal into your arms, into your midst during a transfer window, it's got to be Ainoyuki. 2 chicken dinners now under his name. That is it for the 4th match of the day. We're going to get into the 5th in just about a bit. My name is Keith. This is the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. I'll see you after a short 3-minute break. I'll see you on the set. Bye-bye.
Tanpa korang, siapalah kami? Y4R win!
Realize.
GG RSG.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dared to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
This is it. We are down to the 11th hour, and that is the final game for today. Hey, what's up? It's me, Keith. I'm your host this evening for the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. And like I mentioned, we're down to the 11th hour, which means the last game for today for some of these teams to come in strong and maybe rake in as much point as they can before they walk into the final competitive day for week number 1 tomorrow. This is it. Tomorrow, they are playing for the overall standings. Whatever they ended up with tomorrow will be the scores they're going to get for week number 1, and which means they're going to have to start raking in that points now. We've seen some of these teams finally stepping up. Clutch Guerilla, one of them, now going up onto the first draft, and while others falling down in second, falling in short, and some of them struggling to even bypass the bottom 5 position. So, will this one game be the determining factor on this team's next tempo? Will they ever try and break the bad performance streak that they're having right now? Or will KHI Esports actually finally bring in a winner-winner chicken dinner? If not today, maybe tomorrow, but let's save it for this last game here. And before I move on any further, just to mention to you that this is the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile themselves. So go over to the page and wish them a happy birthday, will ya? It's not the hardest thing to do. In fact, writing my name on my essay is the hardest thing to do because I know the quality that comes out from it and I don't want to admit it's mine. So let's take a look at what the elimination and damage that came out previously in a previous round here, with Geek fam actually towering above the rest here. 9 kills and 1,464 damage. Only close to it is Team Bosskur, the winner chicken dinner winner, with 8 kills and 1,181. Everyone else seems to be biting the dust. Farang Lejund, unfortunate for them. They did so much work, but I guess plagiarism is a thing and people just take away their homeworks after they, finish the job halfway done. So that's always a risk. That's always a risk. Remember to finish what you started, they say. Meanwhile, the rest of the team seem to be balanced to even out. GENEXUS and Homebois actually got 0 kills. So unfortunate to them. Despite their efforts, Homebois stayed into like the top 5 position towards the end. They still got 0 kills. Now, this is the overall stats. 53 eliminations for the entirety of the last map of Miramar. 8,553 points healed. 54 total knocks. 210 throwables used, including the ones Adips threw at the end, which is purely for deploying smokes, and I guess it's to parade his way on top of the last floor, the highest floor of the building while he did that dance. Going into the 5th match, the final match for day number 4 in week number 1 in just about a bit, with this time round Group A sitting this one out. B, C, D, E is the group that will be playing, which means Geek fam, that previous round was their last round for them, and my God, did they not end it with quite the bang here at 2nd place in a stalemate. R2K will be sitting out, unfortunate for them, because their lead has just been overpassed, and it seems like they're going to have to do away and be okay with it. Farang Lejund will not get to play, as well as Clutch Guerilla. Clutch Guerilla, one of those teams that stepped up big time, so for them to take a break right now is a pause in their momentum, but thankfully for them, it wouldn't be detrimental towards their momentum since they played 4 games in a row, and finally at the last game, they take a break, and eventually we're going to call it a day. So Clutch Guerilla did whatever they could. Can't say the same for Farang Lejund, unfortunately. Now, take a look at the team that I am predicting this time around, now that R2K is not in the mix any longer. Clutch Guerilla's not in the mix any longer, who seems to be pretty hot and heavy today itself in terms of performance. I think this paves a huge gap way for Dingoz to actually come in with their winner-winner chicken dinner. So I've got my hopes on them. We've seen how consistent this team can be. In fact, they are within the top 3 region, doing so well today. They are on fire after getting that, getting a chicken dinner and a close to a chicken dinner, if I'm not mistaken. So that consistency is their game, is their theme for day number 4 in the second last day of week number 1. So without further ado, will Dingoz finally prove me right, or will it, just like every other team, let me down? It all depends on this last match. Casters, please play it out for me.
At maraming salamat, Kit. Nagbabalik ang inyong lingkod, Kuko TV at Beck ang Tagalog broadcasters natin dito para sa PMPL MYSGPH Spring 2022. And bagong lahat, guys, magpapasalamat muna tayo sa mga sponsors. This tournament is supported by the official smartphone partner na Realme Pro Plus. Itong #1 smartphone brand sa Philippines in 2021. And guys, also the official digital telco partner, UDO. UDO, guys, if you want to know what's UDO, scan this QR code right now. Pero yun na nga, Beck, sabi ni Keith, Dingoz daw yung pick niya for this match. Pero again, tayo walang kabayas-bayas. KHI Esports, sa mga nag-away-away, sa mga sa mga coach at analyst dyan sa live comment section. Guys, lahat tayo Pilipino. Okay? So, pamilya tayo dito. So, KHI Esports, #1 pa rin para sa akin. Ikaw ba, Beck? Sino ba #1 sa'yo?
Siyempre, hindi na tayo magpapalayo. Talagang Pilipinas #1. KHI Esports and Crystal's Heart International. Siyempre, heart. Kailangan ng puso pa ng ating KHI para sa laban. Dapat hindi sila matutulog. Dapat talagang lalabanan nila hanggang dulo yung ating last match of the day. Dito lang sa match ng Erangel, and I'm sure excited tayo kung ano ba ang mga storylines natin para sa match na to, and sino kaya ang una magda-drop, sino kaya ang una magkakaroon ng bakbakan. Dito lang sa match ng Erangel.
And ito na nga, Beck, mukhang nagkakalimutan na tayo, Beck.
Sorry.
Ikaw dapat ang mag-i-intro nito. Pero yun na nga, mga kaibigan, tingnan muna natin, no? Ang average points in Erangel right now, R2K pa rin ang #1, mga kaibigan. KHI, wala pa rin dito kasi nga medyo nagsastruggle talaga sila when it comes to playing in the battlegrounds. Pero flight path rather, coming from Stalber down to Primorx, Beck, pakita mo na sa kanila kung ano ba ang ibig sabihin nito.
Alam mo, since pa south na naman ang ating dropping point, very mahal na mahal talaga ng PUBG Mobile magpa-south. And we are actually seeing a lot of teams already dropping in. And it's as usual, almighty natin Kuko, nag-drop pa rin sa area ng Severny and shooting range. But what shocks me the most is yung Axis Red One. Last time sa mga kinas natin ng Erangel, hindi nagda-drop yung Axis Red One sa Kameshki. And it's really quite new to my eyes, no? Actually, new to our eyes na dito sila nag-drop. Kasi usually nung napansin natin, Team Secret, nag-drop din dito si Team Secret sa Stalber. Pero it seems like they're going in for a different gameplay. And yung first circle natin, Kuko, it's going to be on the upper center of our map, no? Uy, nako, Rankin. Gustong mapaano si Small Boy.
And Small Boy right now, takbo ka na, takbong magnanakaw, mga kaibigan, ang ginagawa ngayon ni Small Boy. Tamang parkour lang ang ginagawa niya. Damaso, merong handgun, mga kaibigan. Peng, Cardo Dalisay ang gusto, mga kaibigan. And there you go! And Damaso, pinistol yung Gedli ng katawan ni Small Boy. You are now a small boy. And right now, Damaso will get inside. Kaso nga lang, men, ito na yung respo ng RSG. Kailangan na rin umalis ng KHI Esports, and KHI successfully doing their job right now. Ito na ba, Beck? ito na ba ang pagbangon ng api?
Ito na po, ito na kukul. Excited na ako para sa ating mga KHI. Pero uy, grabe, nakita mo yun kung may nagsastand dito sa RSG natin. grabe mga soft ninjas pala ang mga RSG natin. Pero hindi naging ninja doon yung isang kaibigan natin dahil nakuha rin ng ating mga KHI. But good thing for KHI na nakakuha sila ng first skill nila into this battleground. So mukhang pinaramdam nila na hindi papatay ang Filipino dream namin. Hindi papatay ang ang pag-asa natin manalo dito. Kakayanin pa namin. Lalaban ang KHI para sa Pilipinas.
Yan, para sa mga basher dyan ng KHI sa live comment section, come on down here in the Filipino broadcast. And right now, Team Bosskur and Team GENEXUS nag-share ng town dito sa Yesnaya Poliana. Sabi ng Team Bosskur, dito kami sa isang side. GENEXUS, Biu, sabi ni Biu. O sige, dito kami sa kabilang side. Maglulot tayo ng mapayapa dito. And wala mo nang maglalaban, okay?
Oh, no, pero this is what I like to talk about, Kuko, no? Dingoz Esports still on that number 1 rank with 169 points. Possible kasi na pwede na nilang i-close yung deal na mag 200 points sila within the game. Kasi mali mo, meron nga tayo din nakikita na winner chicken dinner plus, di ba, ang daming kills, 17 kills yung pinakamay maraming nakuha sa isang game. So, kakayanin kaya ng Dingoz i-secure or i-seal yung 200 points within the day.
Well, titignan natin, 169. Paboritong number yan ni Bekbek, mga kaibigan. Pero right now, Team Secret going to their... actually, this is their usual spot talaga. Kung titignan mo yung history ng Team Secret sa MYSG na PMPL dati, talagang pochinki talaga sila. Pero yun nga, sabi mo nga kanina, Axis, nakuha na rin nila yung Stalber. So again, siguro dahil na din na nandito yung Axis Red 1. Kasi minsan, di ba, may times na wala yung Axis Red 1 Bekbek. So talagang tamang adjustment talaga. Scout kung scout. And dito papasok yung mga analyst natin na talagang punong-puno sa live comment section. So sa mga analyst dyan na talagang sobrang galing mag-analyze ng laro. Di ba? Sana at least makatulong man lang kayo kung paano manalo ang KHI.
Yes, no. Dapat saludo tayo sa mga analyst natin sa comment section. Kasi sila ay nagbibigay din ng contribution sa mga sa Filipino team natin.
Real-time feedback natin, 'yun.
'Di ba? Pero tingnan natin kung magiging effective ba yung pag-a-analyze nila sa comment section, no. Tingnan kung effective ba para sa KHI para maipanalo nila ang huling laban na to sa araw na ito. Kaya wag tayo let's get our hopes up for our Filipino representative. Pero syempre, going back muna tayo into the game, no. RSG. RSG natin, small boy, small but terrible, namatay na nga doon sa kamay ni Damaso. And it gives us the vibe, no. It gives us the vibe that KHI bumabalik na naman ang The Mad Dog.
Damaso actually, kung maalala ko yung day number 2 yun, wala ako nun. Nandun din dito si Paolo B. Shoutout sa'yo, Paolo B, na nasa ibang broadcast actually. Pero right now, back yun nga, Damaso, na napatumba niya yung Dingoz nung nakaraang araw. So basically, itong ginawa nila kanina ni Rankid na kung saan pinatay nila si Small Boy, isang malaking confidence booster to para sa kanila. Remember na lagi silang napapatay ng madalian ng ibang teams, and sabi nga nila na medyo may challenge when it comes to yung connection talaga. Ang hirap din naman kasi gumalaw, Bekbek, na yung MS mo is like 180 or like 150 or pataas. Napakahirap nun. Kasi kung gusto mo lumaban, Bekbek, sa mga gantong klaseng level of gameplay, especially itong mga PMGC top tier level, kailangan talaga yung MS mo kahit 20 or kahit 14, dapat ganun yung MS mo. So talagang malaking challenge to for KHI, 'di ba?
Alam mo kung ano yung sagot para makuha nila yung magandang ganun. Yudo talaga. Yudo talaga ang
Yudo lang sa kalam.
Yudo lang ang sakalam, no. Yun lang talaga ang sagot sa natin, sa kahirapan sa internet connection.
dito kasi sa Pilipinas iba talaga ang internet. Kaya nga mapapa-welcome ka na lang Welcome to the internet of the Philippines. Diba?
Kaya anong gawin mo? Switch to Yudo, di ba? Napasok pa natin 'yon.
Oo, pwede ka na. Bekta ng Yudo. Pero yun na, bek, no? Going back to the game, ito na yung Dingoz. Ito yung mga Lodi Cakes natin from Dingoz na merong 169 points ang paboritong number ni Bek. Pero right now, si Ricky Maru mga kaibigan ay looks like nakahanap na sila ata dito ng spot na pwede nilang i-camp. And feeling ko still looting pa rin tong Dingoz. Di pa sila satisfied kasi kung titingnan mo yung mga yung mga loots nila, napaka-onti pa rin ng mga boost nila dito at the same time yung mga pang-heal nila.
Yes, agree with you. And alam mo, feel ko saka magkakaroon talaga ng hard rotation when it comes sa second phase na. Dahil doon na magdedetermine kung saan ba natin makikita yung huling zone natin. Kasi there's a lot of teams here na talagang disparse sila in terms of looting or dropping points. And the thing is, they also have to consider is paano sila makakapasok since a lot of players are still outside and wala pa naman masyadong ganun kainit na congestion dito sa side natin. KHI here, possible na mamimit up nila ang ating SEM9. So once again, talaga magkakaroon ng storyline ang ating dalawang kupunan na to. Very close sila to one another. Yung storyline ng SEM9 sa KHI, malapit na malapit. Pero syempre, shift muna tayo sa ating play safe zone as we are here into the third or into the second na kung saan focus pa rin naman sa area ng Rojak natin. And meron din nakukuha sa mga bridges pa. So kakayanin pa mag-hold the line ang ating mga teams na to.
Ito si Johnny Depp, mukhang nakita na yung mga tropa natin from KHI and kung ako sa KHI, hindi ko i-commit itong pagdaan nila sa SEM9. Pero yun na nga, kinumit na nga nila. And Demigod, mga kaibigan, natigil yung kanyang bagi doon at siya na nga ay mabibiktima. Ang ligaw na bala galing kay Johnny Depp and Putrazael ay right now hinahabol itong si Rankid. Demigod, most definitely bibigay na to ng KHI. Nako, mukhang pangit na napangitain to for KHI pero still 3-man strong pa rin ang KHI. Iniikutan na ng mga parak, mga kaibigan, which is yung SEM9, itong si Demigod. Hinahanap actually si Rankid and Rankid with that shot! Napakaganda naman nun, eliminating him right away. 1 point para sa mga Filipino team natin, which is KHI Esports. And right now, Demigod, buhay pa rin. May chance pa rin siyang ma-revive dito. And actually, maganda ang ginagawa ng KHI. Nire-revive nila si Demigod. May pag-asa ang Pilipinas, mga kaibigan.
Grabe, pinatalsik ng KHI ang SEM9. Tinakot talaga ni Rankid. No, hindi na to Rankid. From Rankid to Ranbig na talaga ang ang KHI natin. Tinakot. Ayan, dina-out nyo kami. Kaya din
talaga,
namin dina-out kayo. Oo. Muntikan
Big
na. Pero
talaga, si Big talagang nauuna yan. Mga big, di ba? Yan.
alam mo naman, lang tayo, dapat fast. Mas mabilis pa dapat sa fast.
Oo, mas mabilis pa sa quick, di ba? Yan yung mga dapat natin gawin dyan. Pero ito SEM9, man. Isa sa mga teams na dapat katakutan dito sa PMPL na to. They are able to actually eliminate one and then napa-bailout nila papalayo dun sa area na yun. And mahirap yung circle din at the same time kasi lumayo na naman sa KHI Esports yung circle. So kailangan din nilang mag-rotate. Either rekta silang papasok or baka magro-rotate sila all the way down or sa north side ng bilog. Pero Virgil, tinamaan na nga ng lintik, mga kaibigan, ng SMG. At parang di pa natuto. Bek gusto pang tumingin. Uy, yun
ito na nga, Kuku, Axis Red1 versus KHI.
Axis
And
na
si Kakang natin ang nakadali kay Rankid. My goodness.
Oh
What
my
just
God,
happened
mga
there?
kaibigan. Hindi ko alam, Bek kung ano nangyari. Siguro in rotation sila. And ito yung mahirap talaga pagka nagro-rotate ka, Bek. Kailangan dobleng ingat mo. Kapag napitas ka ng mga nagbabantay sa circle, talagang mapipitas ka, kagaya nung nangyari kay Rankid. Again, nawala yung IGL nila Napaka-importante to para sa KHI Esports. Hindi na sila nag-commit papunta dun sa northern side kasi natakot sila dun sa area ng Axis at Team Bosskur. And right now, looks like they're gonna try to rotate all the way down. Anong ginagawa nyo, KHI? Nako, ito na nga si Mika OP. Ini-sprayan na nga at nabangga pa nga doon yung kotse nila. Oh my goodness! At knockdown na nga yung isa doon. Si Damaso na nga yun. And Monboy will try to go for that revive. Buti na lang, hindi namatay agad-agad. And Demigod will try to go for that. Oh, ang ganda naman nun! Monboy! With that knockdown, Mika OP! Kanina ka pa! Anong Axis? Hello, Jumper!
Grabe yun, Kuko. Nandito na nga ating mga Axis Jumper and Axis Jumper here trying to knock out the KHI. Dalawang knockouts na for this team. Ano kaya mangyayari? Kakayanin pa kaya ng ating mga KHI lumaban sa laban na to? But it seems like hindi kinakaya yung power ng Axis redONE.
Iba ang level talaga ni Jumper, Bek. Doon natin nakikita talaga yung gap, level gap talaga ng KHI, yung experience nila when it comes to high tier level of PUBG Mobile. Jumper, pinakita niya doon na kayang-kaya niya, kahit mananockdown yung kakampi niya, sumugod siya mag-isa. And walang takot na sinugod niya si Monboy, isa sa mga malalakas na fragger ng Pilipinas. Pero now, move on na tayo doon. Si Demigod na lang ang natitira. Tingnan natin kung makaka-recover yung KHI.
I think talagang the thing is with KHI, mali sila ng pinag-rotation dito. Pero syempre dito sa laban natin mga team Bosskur as they are trying to shut down yung ating mga kaibigan from the RSG. But we have a casualty sa side ng RSG and isa na lang din. And eventually, eliminated na pala ang RSG. Isa mo pa ang ating Almighty. Grabe, Kuko. Ganun na talaga yung init ng laban.
Ang bilis, 'di ba? Ang bilis, 'di ba? pero kay KHI still buhay pa rin. Yun yung importante dito. Bek, dalawang kill din nila at the same time. So, para sa akin, no, Demigod needs to go for that healing galing gameplay. Kasi yun na lang yung pwede niyang gawin. And at the same time, kung makapasok man siya sa bilog, talagang swerte na lang yun. Kasi sobrang hirap makapasok sa ganitong klaseng laro. And right now, Dingoz, pinapahirapan ngayon ng SMG. And SMG right now, kanina naglalaban sila ng Almighty sa malayuan. Pero Dingoz na ang kalaban nila at lumindol na nga yung screen natin dahil doon sa spray ni Mika OP. And Axis redONE, kanina pa sila. Bek.
Grabe, Kuko. Alam mo, super shaken up na talaga ng ating mga teams na yon. As if talagang fired up sila makapagpatay ng isa. But let's see if kakayanin kaya ng ating mga ibang kaibigan. But KHI Demigod here has already been eliminated into the game by our EVOS VIP. Now moving forward to our SMG dahil tuloy pa rin ang kanilang putukan sa side ng Dingoz. And hindi nga going to be enough dahil nakasecure na ng magandang spot ang Dingoz for cover.
And right now, the circle will shrink. Oh, and that's a hard shift coming into this phase, northern side. Yung magiging bilog. Napakaswerte naman ng team nila Bubu. Nasa loob agad sila ng bilog. And right now, ang daming bridge camp na mangyayari dito, Bek. And right now, ito na nga yung sinasabi ko. Team Secret Fredo ay namimingwit na nga ng isda, mga kaibigan. We have Voke together with his teammate na nagba-backfree. Backfree na nga yung ginagawa niya. And right now, ito na nga sila Kid 5, tamang backup lang para kay Fredo, and again, bridge camp. Uy! Nag-crash na nga ang THQ versus NC. Anong NC? Kanina pa kayo, and THQ right now. Uy! Ito na nga yung backup ng NC. Grabe naman tong last game natin, Bek. Laban, karambola ng mga kotse dito. And isa na lang para sa THQ, si Zali na lang natitira. Magic Sarap versus Zali. Sino kaya ang mananaeg? Right now, Frankie, asan ka na? Andito na nga ata si Frankie. Frankie going for the crash. And right now, asan na yung last guy? Actually, wala na. Eliminated na ang THQ.
Grabe ang ating mga THQ. Talagang nilapas nila ang pagka-David Blaine nila doon. Hindi to David Salon na. David Blaine ang labanan ng mga kaibigan natin dito. But it seems like nahihirapan na yung mga teams natin dito. Focus on engagement sila sa ating fourth phase of the play season. Talagang minimize yung ating number of teams dito para lang madali lang sa kanila makapag-winner chicken dinner.
Pero Mika OP, knockdown na nga dito. EVOS VIP ang kalaban nila. Jumper naglalagay ng granada sa harapan para at least ma-delay yung pag-push ng EVOS VIP. Pero EVOS VIP, I think hindi sila push dito kasi nasa loob sila ng bilog. And right now, kita-kita naman ni Sams dito gamit ng DP28, Deplato 28 mga kaibigan. Napakadaming bala, napakabagal i-reload. Pero yun pa rin ang pinipili nilang barel. Pero ito na nga harap-harapan ni Ibu versus Dingoz. Baby Kim, baby mo si Kulot mga kaibigan. Pero nag-issue sa dito sa may bato na to. And right now, mananakdown din si Kido sa may likod. And SMG going for the third party. And right now, Dingoz is having a hard time in this location. Ipo sumabog na nga mga kaibigan dahil kay Ricky. And Dingoz, tatlo na lang ang buhay dito. Bek. And right now, I think it's best for them na magtago na lang sa doghouse na to.
Alam mo, hindi ako naniniwala na dapat magtago. Sabi nga nila, we don't hide, we don't duck, we will hold the line para sa ating mga Dingoz Esports. But let's see if yun nga ba talaga ang kanilang gagawin. As we have 11 teams pa, Kuko. Ang dami pa nito, di ba? For a fourth phase of the play safe zone. So, let's see if may magkakaroon ba ng clearing operations. Kailangan meron talagang mag-hunt dito yung mga teams natin. May mag-hunt talaga or hungry sila for a kill. But syempre with our team Bosskur, hindi sila nagpapatalo dahil pinatay na rin nila si Jumper and Axis. Dumaan lang din si Heynob, and Heynob natin dito hindi kumama ang kanyang pag-knockout dito sa ating mga EVOS, and EVOS here is clearly dominating this game. Medyo malayo nga isang kaibigan natin na si Mika, pero Mika here, what is he going to do? Siya ba ay magko-commit or talagang lalayo na lang siya? Ops, alis muna ako dito. Ayoko makipag-engage sa ating mga EVOS at sa ating Bosskur.
Sabi ni Mika, ops, alis. Ito na nga, batang pasaway mga kaibigan. At yun na nga, sobrang pasaway mo Mika OP. Bakit ka pa rin nagpakita? And EVOS will eliminate them. Razor, galit na galit. Wala na, Razor. Tama na. Kawawa naman yung Axis redONE. Hindi na nga sila good day manager eh.
Andun na. Tama na, saglit lang. Pasensya, God bless, ganon dapat. Pero syempre, shockingly, Kuko, Mob Esports. Alam natin yung Mob Esports very underperforming sila on the previous day. And hindi ko alam kung anong klaseng buff ang nagawa nila sa Mob Esports, kung bakit bigla-bigla na lang na gumaling agad, no? Kaya talagang masasabi natin na never underestimate the power of these teams kasi you never know what's going to happen. Mob Esports, yun ang ginagawa nila sa araw na to.
And right now, dito naman tayo sa side ng Team Secret at GENEXUS. And lo and behold, Bek. Andito na. Uy, MG3 yung gamit ni Kid 5. Nakakatakot na weapon to mga kaibigan. Pagka tinamahan ka ng lintik talaga, mapapa MG3 ka sa muka. And right now, View, anong ginagawa mo dyan, View? Ba't ang layo-layo mo sa kakampi mo? And long mga kaibigan, long going for that shot. Grosa pa lang, hawak kaya pala ang tapang mo. Pero right now, Grosa, hindi yon effective. And GENEXUS will get eliminated. And that's because, Bek, yung EVOS, napas pala si View.
Grabe, Kuko, and talagang nakakapag-dominate na agad ang ating EVOS dito sa laban na to. But we know that Dingoz here has already been shot down by Team Bosskur. SMG GENE natin currently knockout sa kanyang position dahil ang ating mga mob ay talagang focus on getting that kill after kill. And Maki and Calamity here, kailangan ng mabilisang revival. Kailangan na nga nila ng magandang position for them to be able to move forward. Dahil andito ang ating Yudo Alliance 4 rivals and may NC Taba pa at Team Bosskur na kayang i-focus ang kanilang mga sarili dito sa mga ulo ng mga Mob Esports.
At isama mo pa yung Yudo Alliance at SMG dito sa nangyayari ngayon. Pinapahirapan ng Team Bosskur, binobomba na nga ni Nanoki dito ng Team Bosskur. Tingnan natin, no, kumakaysa siya. Kanina pa niya ginagranada kaso walang tumatama. So most definitely, Bek, maganda ang nagiging depensa ng Mob Esports. Pero right now, Frankie, mukhang umalis na nga. Uy, yun na nga yung granada na inaantay natin. Asfar, dalawa ang tinamaan doon. Pero Inanoki, ba't ka umalis sa puno mo? Ikaw tuloy ay mabibiktima ng ligaw na bala. And right now, Aboy, mananakdown na rin si Calamity. Mukhang isa na lang ata ang natitira for Team Mob Esports. NC naman, dominating now with 5 kills. And Madtoy, VSS meta mga kaibigan ang ginagamit ni Madtoy.
Grabe yung VSS na shot na yun, Kuko, and let's see if it is going to be continuously firing sa ating mga kalabra to. But grabe, as far as he can, he managed to take knockouts doon lang sa gamit niyang frag grenade and hindi nga siya magsa-stop. He is unstoppable at this moment. Pero syempre, dito ating Alliance 4 rivals, Pemburu and Pem, makukuha niya ang ating mga Bosskur Esports.
At eliminated na nga Bek. Pero men, dami nilang kill. 10 kills ang Team Bosskur. So kahit na nawala sila na maaga, at least nakakuha sila ng 10 points from eliminations. And right now, Damn Cutie, nag-iisa na lang ata siya dito. And we still have 6 teams remaining. 4-man strong pa rin ang team ng Homebois. Pitas-pitas na yung mga natira. And right now, Tam, mukhang uunahan na nga niya. And they're actually getting inside the zone. Sila ang mauuna, mga kaibigan. And Bard, isama mo na si Bard, mga kaibigan. Pero men, Bek, napaka-open na itong circle na to.
Yun na nga that's the concern for our Homebois. And Homebois, alam mo na kahit gusto na mag-winner chicken dinner pero hindi sila pinapalit. Pero ito na kaya ang kanilang mga chance para makuha ang winner chicken dinner. Pero marami tayong nakikita mga team. And si Pemburu pa nakapag-knockout pa doon sa side na yun. And NC Frankie natin. Grabe. Talagang tuloy-tuloy ang kanyang pagbabaril. Alam mo kahit siya lang mag-isa. Parang gumagalaw siya as 4-man strong sa ating battlegrounds.
Totoo yan. And right now, Pemburu, sobrang hot na nga mga kaibigan. 5 kills na in his name. So talagang nag-iinit na si Pemburu kahit nag-isa. And ito yung gusto ng Yudo Alliance for Rivals. Naalala mo yung ginawa ni Apo kahapon dun sa Miramar.
Yes.
Ganito rin yung ginagawa ngayon ni Pemburu. And right now, 4-man strong for Team Homebois. NC ay 3 pa nga ang buhay. EVOS, 2 na lang. Sino kaya ang mananay dito? Mika, huli ka balbon, sabi ni Iron Fro. And Homebois has the circle in them. And Bard right now, naghahanap ng ahas na gumagapang ngayon sa Erangel pero wala siyang mahanap dito. Tamang smoke lang ang ilalagay ngayon ni Tam. And Tam will finish off itong si Mika ng EVOS VIP. EVOS still alive. Asan na yung isa nila, Bek?
Ayun, nasa gitna. No, si ating
nasa gitna.
Insomnia. Si Insomnia natin dito talagang ang goal niya is snake it till you make it. Pero tingnan natin kung talaga mag-make it ang ating kaibigan. Baka ma-make it pa siya sa ating play safe zone.
Pero tingnan natin. Uy, half HP! Pero Tam! Yung manig dito sa Tagig, mga kaibigan. And right now, Bard still alive here, Homebois. 1 player left pa rin ang Yudo Alliance. NC, 3 pa rin ang buhay. Napakaganda na pinapakita ni Pemburu. Nahuli ka, Tam. Kanina ka pa sa kill feed. Ngayon sa akin ka, 6 kills na. Si Pemburu, Bek.
Grabe! Unbelievable! Undeniable ang ating Yudo Alliance 4 rivals, Pemburu. Ang galing, men. Now, this is what people want. Si Pemburu just in a solo action, but will he be able to eliminate our NC? Pero syempre, kailangan niya mag-ingat. He has to really think well kung eliminate niya na ba ang NC and he will be facing off Homebois or yung Homebois muna ay makikipaglaban sa ating mga NC. Pero dito na nga nakuha na ni Bart sa ating Frankie and let's see if we'll be able to cancel off. Nako, si Pemburu nakakapag-action na rin doon. Sinusubukan niya mapa-knockout or mapa-kill steal ang ating mga kaibigan but it seems hindi nagwagi ang ating Pemburu doon.
Tamang sausaw. Yun ang meta ngayon ng Yudo Alliance. And right now, NC Magic sarap, mga kaibigan. Mukhang hindi masarap ang magiging tulog niya dito kasi kanina pa siya binabaril. Lahat na ng kotse niya doon, pinasabog na ng Homebois and Iron Pro. Mukhang tinamaan na rin ng Lintek yung isang player ng and Magic, sumabog pa nga! Yung isang kotse doon, hindi pa pala sumabog. Bek ngayon lang.
Ito na. Ito ang tunay na, alam mo, marami na tayo nakikita mga opportunities na dito sa side sa ating battlegrounds. Pemburu trying to make an opportunity para ma-eliminate ang ating NC Magics para siya daw magkaroon ng buff na Magic sarap para patayin ang ating mga Homebois.
And gutom na ang mga caster, mga kaibigan, kaya Magic sarap na ang mga binabanggit namin, pero Magic sarap down pa rin. And Pemburu really smart. Hindi niya pinapatay agad-agad si Magic Sarap kasi ayaw niya munang mabigay yung location ni Pemburu. And right now, Bard will finish off Magic Sarap. Flax OP na lang for NC. Pemburu naman para sa side ng Yudo Alliance. Homebois, tamang gapang lang. Pero yun na nga, Flax OP! Nakita na nga si Trix. And it's going to be a 2v1. Yeah, 2v1 situation. Isa ang knockdown kay Puro. Ito na nga. Ito na. Ang clutch moment mo. 1v1 situation na nga mga kaibigan. Iron Pro versus Pempuro. And right now with the drop shot mga kaibigan, wala pa rin ang namamatay. Pero there you go, Iron Pro with the clutch play. Winner chicken dinner para sa Homebois. 7 kills din Bek ang nakuha nila.
Congratulations sa ating mga Homebois as they managed to dominate this last match of the day. Wag po kayong BBTO or wag kayong aalis dahil ako po si Bekbek and kasama natin si Kuko TV para sa araw na to. Congratulations and magkikita-kita ulit tayo sa susunod. We will be proceeding to the highlights of the game.
And just like that, what a banger of a game to end the evening. My God, day number 4. This game continues to impress me and come up with surprises that I thought have already came out. And my God, what a banger of a match to end the day with. And just when I thought that this game cannot surprise me any further, they pulled this stunt out, and man, that was a nail biter. The casters, they screw all biases they had towards the teams. They just wanted to see this man pull off a mission impossible, and he nearly did it. But towards the end, unfortunately, that whiff kind of messed up that whole momentum, but man, boy, did it get really, really close. I'm excited to see. And it ended on a high, just the way we like to do it here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Hey, what's going on? I'm Keith here, your host for the evening, and that is one heck of a closure. I'm already excited for tomorrow's game, even before it's here, even when today's game isn't over just yet. I mean, today's program isn't over. The games are done. However, that play right there shows so much in terms of what the teams can do and the teams can bring onto the table that I just don't want to have a 24-hour break. In fact, I want to just hop on right to the next game. But I can't say the same for the casters since they're the ones screaming their heart outs when these moments happen. So yeah, I'm coming in from a selfish point of view. But hey, it's a battle royale. You got to be a bit selfish. Everyone's an enemy. It only matters if you end up on top or the last man standing here. Welcome to PUBG Mobile, all brought to you by the PUBG Corporation, Tencent Games, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. It is phenomenal to be able to be standing here, watching that play out live right in front of me. I just can't stop going on and on about it. And in fact, I don't even know, if I'm being frank, I don't even know how we got to that point. Like, to a certain extent, I knew he was the only one standing, but still, how did we get to that point? No idea. I guess we'll find out later on when the screen recap. Just throw one in the way here, but when you do have the time, it's times like this where we should be giving back onto PUBG Mobile, and therefore go over to their Facebooks or Instagram or TikTok, any of their social pages, wish them a happy birthday. Clip that moment and say thank you about it. Let's take a look at the match rankings that happened previously. Homebois take home the chicken dinner. However, it was Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals that won the hearts of the viewers here. They nearly pulled off the impossible. Stats are more or less similar. 7 kills to the 8 of Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals, but Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals did it with only one man standing. My God, defeat. This team has the potential that they can grow. This is why they were one of the hottest or the mostly sought after teams in a previous season. Because of their sheer firepower themselves, this should be the Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals that we should be watching day in, day out. This is what they brought last season. Take a look at that. Pamburu single-handedly brought the stats onto the way of Yudo Alliance 4 Rival. 8 kills under his name, 1,127 damage alone, bringing that team contribution all the way up, 72.3%. This man hard carry his brothers into battle in which they failed to. They did not lose their hopes and dreams by investing into this man, as he just took on the entire squadron and, believe me, told them, I'm going to try and get that chicken. If not, we're going to get some decent points out of it. Here he is. We're smack dab up there for a single player. 1,127 damage by Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals, Pamburu. This man is a hunter in the name itself. In case for you Filipino and Singaporean audience, Pamburu really means hunter. And we finally see that essence of his name coming to fruition. Because when things comes to push to shove, he relied nothing but with his instincts to make it by and nearly hunted down the likes of Homebois. 20 throwables used from this man alone. NC comes in second, Flax OP with 18. Dingoz Ricky gets 16 from of throwables used contributed. I cannot say anything much about this man even further. He's already the highlight, the star of this entire match itself. I can only be proud about one thing, and that is the fact that the both of us share the eccentric similarities and interest in having facial hairs, I guess. That's one of the plus points I can brag about. Dingoz now still number 1 top. After that performance, consistent throughout the entire day, now taking 175 points in their bag. Bosskur coming in close as well with, again, some consistent performance by ALMGHTY. Previously, they were shut down by Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals because they didn't know he was in a bush, but it could have gone their way if they actually did. So 165 points, 10 points from number 1 spot. As I mentioned, they could very well go up to the top. R2K now falls in third with only 1 point different from the second place, and Homebois comes after. Team Secret does get a bump up the charts here at 11th place, still not breaking into the first draft, so things are getting pretty hard on that front. Team Hawk unfortunately has to make way, and ALMGHTY, just when yesterday feels like momentum to kick themselves forward and upwards into the next draft, they unfortunately will have to take a back foot here. And some of the legendary teams as well, SEM9, RSG, Farang Lejund, and SMG, all suffering the same fate. So it hasn't been easy, even to the top caliber teams. Check out the top 3 eliminators we have so far for the day. Axis Micah coming in with 27 kills. I wonder what differentiates the situation between him and Team Bosskur Aboy RXZ, who has got 27 eliminations as well. And of course, Yudo Alliance 4 Rivals Epi, he has to make an appearance here, coming from Yudo Alliance himself, 26 eliminations. These are faces that we all know are definite fraggers within the scene. And the race for the MVP continues with R2K Izane still holding the number 1 spot here, despite going out with steep competition. Geek Damrude now with 1 point on the second place. Appy coming in third, Micah in fourth, and Bard from Homebois coming in on the fifth place. Man, this race is only getting tighter and tighter. You can see the MVP points accumulation. It is only 0.0 decimals apart here. 0.1 decibel, I guess. I don't know. I forgot the mathematical terms for these things, but don't hold too much weight on that. You can see the numbers yourself. They're barely much of a difference. What makes Micah higher than Homebois Bard with 1.3 each? Guess we'll never know. It's the algorithm, and you know how things like that play and make way for some of the other teams here. So that was some of the stats that we have derived from the previous match alone. Man, this is getting heated. I can tell you that much. If this was week number 1, only day number 4, then imagine what day number 5 would bring, and imagine what the next week would bring. Now, after they found out overall standings and immediately, well, have their chance in the next week. But first, let's find out how Homebois got their winner chicken dinner. This is a very interesting circle this time round, actually shifting towards the northern side. Homebois started things off in farm, where they will technically farm their items, if you get my drift here. Just looting up. It is the loot. It is the looting phase after all. They make their rotation close towards the high grounds, overseeing school, towards the right side here. So they have eyes. They choose to take point in which the previous team, I remember, had a chicken dinner on there, was. And that is the vantage point across the entire valley here. So they took point and it spread out wide, actually seeing some of the rotations make way here as teams will try and break through within the circle. Saturation is taking place on the western south side, or the western side of the map. That's where a lot of the damage has been done. NC, despite through it all, came in pretty clean with this one right here, right? It could have been very nasty for Team Taba NC. However, when they arrive into circle, there was no one blocking their entry in. Team Secret decided to instead take the right path, fought face-to-face with GENEXUS, and taking that sort of that entire problem away from the likes of Taba NC, which helped them move on further into the finals. As you can see, Homebois here has got eyes perched onto EVOS VIP. Bosskur, unfortunately, was the victims of the skirmishes being in the center of it all. However, it wasn't either of this team that took the entire Bosskur out. It was Yudu Alliance, 4 rivals, Pemburu, who was the snake in the grass, who saw the opportunity and immediately wiped on clean the teams that were fighting head on. Bosskur had eyes on SMG and Homebois, but they did not have eyes, unfortunately, at the back of their head. And this is one of those circles where people avoided going into the circles. Why? Because if you notice, the high grounds are all outside the circle. So this is kind of like a crater hole. You would realize in a previous screenshot there that Taba NC chose to play outside of the circle for the longest time until they were finally forced to make their move in. By then, all 3 teams stood in a stalemate, and as one player checks off another, Yudu Alliance, 4 rivals, Pemburu found his opportunity, clean up the rest of them, turning this 2v1 into this moment into a 1v1 situation. But unfortunately, he is only one man, and after that sort of pressure is being placed on him, he would eventually crack. But the chances for him to get that chicken dinner were so close. No one can take that away from him. It was so close. Yudu Alliance, 4 rivals, Pemburu definitely won the hearts of the audience and fans from the MY region, from the SC region, maybe even the Philippines, because it doesn't matter where you're from demographically. You have to admit, that was an impressive play. And it was all done by one man from Yudu Alliance, 4 rivals. And this is why you know for sure that this is the team that has so much potential and something to look out for. Despite not coming in as hot as they did in the previous season, you know that they have what it takes. Bosskur, our boy, is going to be on the line in just about a bit. I believe we have a phoner with him. I would like to pick his brains and, well, kind of find out how they think they did the entire day here in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Because let's be honest, I think I snoozed too much about Bosskur because they always appear when I don't expect them to, right? We had it on the first chicken dinner they had with Aoki pulling off a clutch against GENEXUS, and now sometime today as well they pull something off. I remember there was another moment previously where Team Bosskur showed up big time when you least expected it most. And so I would like to find out and actually have that conversation with the Team Bosskur itself, because why not? I can only speculate from what I'm looking at, and it's only in hindsight that I see everything. The players, they can't see that. So whatever's going through their mind at the single moment is well, a totally different foresight than what I would have had. And I give them the benefit of the doubt about that one. So without further ado, let's have Bosskur, our boy, on the line here. What's going on, man?
Yeah, we're good.
You're good. you tak rasa a bit geram tak? Because you do Alliance 4 Rivals pemburu. You tak perasan ke they were there? Did you not realize he was in the bush?
Asbah cakap tak, sebenarnya kita orang apa ni dah remind dah bagi kita yang forever tu bukan forever, macam ada seorang lagi kat belakang, tapi kita tak tahu kita nak clear MEB juga sebab kita orang dah dapat 2 knock daripada MEB kan. Kita nak push juga, nak clear juga.
Okay, just to translate for the international audience here. So apparently Team Bosskur realizes that there was a third party somewhere else. They've warned their teammates. Teammate kamu dah tahu. But somehow this man, they're licik lah, you can say, right? He's a slippery one, and he found his way and wiped the entire team out. Man, what was the feeling that followed after you realized that you just got third party?
Bagi saya, agak geram jugalah sebab kita tinggal clear satu set, kita orang lepas clear satu squad MEB. Lepas tu tengok apa ni, game balik tengok, kenapa pemburu pula yang nombor 2 ni? Macam geram lah, memang betul-betul geram lah. Kalau tidak kita orang nombor, kita mungkin mostly boleh chicken ataupun nombor 2 macam tu lah.
Yeah. So again, translation to what they said, they felt a bit unhappy about what happened. They're not angry, they're not mad, but they're like frustrated because they were so close, and the way that they were taken out was by something as a minor mistake, like, oh, I forgot that there was a third party there when they took out the entire team. So Team Bosskur, you guys seem to be that one team yang banyak surprise lah. I'm going to be honest, right? Like when times you don't expect Team Bosskur to chicken, tiba-tiba aja Bosskur dapat chicken. Macam I think the first chicken from Team Bosskur yang he's resilient. He knows what he wants. There he is. That's Ionoki on the screen. What's up, bro? So Ionoki is a resilient guy. He knows what he wants, and if he wants it, the other team has to follow. No questions asked. So, Team Bosskur, I know you have a lot of fans in Malaysia. Bosskur, boss, right? Everyone knows Bosskur. So, before I let you go, final thing, if you have any pesanan towards your fans here in the MY region, or maybe even the international region, what would you tell them?
Gitu.
Beritahu.
Beritahu lah kau.
Kau lah pula. Cakap lah.
Aku cakap je lah untuk ni fan. Kau cakap je.
Cakap lah apa-apa. Cakap. Aku malu gila.
Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada yang mana support kita orang. Terutamanya Daddy Hood dan semua family Homebois. Semua yang terus support kita orang. Dan fans-fans yang support Team Bosskur. Kita orang doakan kita orang lah sepanjang tournament ni. InsyaAllah kita orang akan boleh buat lebih baik nanti. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Team Bosskur. I will see you tomorrow bright and early for the final day of the competitive week number 1. And inshallah to you, hopefully you're so close to number 1. Let's try and get that number 1 finish. See you.
All right, thank you.
See you.
Yeah, so in case you didn't understand, their message towards the fan is pretty simple and straightforward and generic if you're Malaysian. Otherwise, let me just translate one for you because this is the English audience. He wishes thank you towards all those who supports Team Bosskur, whether you're in Malaysia or maybe you're watching from the Philippines and maybe even Singapore, and you've heard about their team and you've been supporting them. He thanks you a lot for that. He thanks the Daddyhood, their, I guess you say, bigger brother within the scene, and of course the entire family of Homebois. And that would conclude our day here in day number 4 of week number 1 in the 2022 PMPL MYSGPH Spring. My name is Keith, and man, we have one heck of the day wrapped up. Looking forward for more action tomorrow, and it is going to be the final day of week number 1, the competitive week, which means the teams are only gonna take it up a notch. And I'm here, and together with all the casters from the PH, from the SG, and from Malaysia, we're here to receive all this jam-packed action right here live tomorrow, 6 p.m. Be sure to hit the schedule. Be sure to hit your alarm clocks. Don't miss that one out. I'll see you here tomorrow. Once again, good night. I'm Keith. Bye-bye.